Chapter 329, Storm Incoming. Chapter 329, Storm Incoming. Very soon, Qin Yuan's body stopped moving and became motionless. His blood colored the entire ground. Everyone froze. The imperial palace fell into a terrifying silence. Qin Yuan, the youngest son of the king of Qin, came to the Liu kingdom to propose a marriage. Now, he died in the Liu kingdom imperial palace. Whatever the cause of his death might be, he was already dead now. What would the consequences be? Many lords and ministers stared very coldly at Yi Wuchen. They looked as if they wanted to eat Yi Wuchen alive. The king of Liu looked at Yi Wuchen similarly. His expression was very complicated and he could not keep calm. Could he blame Yi Wuchen? Yi Wuchen did this for his daughter Chanyu. At the instant when he landed the strike, the consequences he would need to face were already destined. It did not matter if he was the sword master of the 7th summit of Futian sword clan or not. The person he killed was the youngest son of the king of Qin. Even if the son of the leader of Futian sword clan did this, his outcome would still be the same. However, Yi Wuchen did not hesitate at all. He struck out that hit so resolutely. Even at this moment, his look was still so firm and calm, and his one-armed body still stood straight. Looking at the scene in front of her, Liu Chenyu's face was already wet with tears. The warmth that this strike brought her far exceeded the pain she had suffered. When Qin Yuan did such an inhuman thing in her house, the Liu Kingdom Imperial Palace, many lords and ministers did not speak for her. They did not punish Qin Yuan and were even discussing marrying her to him. How ridiculous and desperate this was. Because of that, she stabbed herself with a sharp blade. She was so desperate and wanted to show these people her attitude, even if she might die. Even her father, the king of Liu Kingdom, was hesitating. On the other hand, Yi Wuchen directly attacked and killed the person who humiliated her. She looked at Yi Wuchen and her eyes were filled with resolution. In this lifetime, she would accompany him regardless of what would happen. She would live if he was alive, and die if he was to die. In the distance, the people from various forces looked at the scene. Different thoughts raced through their minds. As for Qin Li, there seemed to be a sneer in the depth of his emotionless eyes. He finally died. Qin Li thought. Of course, he knew why Qin Yuan looked at him like that before he died. Qin Yuan was not stupid, instead, he was extremely clever. Qin Li was the one who had ordered Qin Yuan to do what he did. Just now, he clearly had the chance to save Qin Yuan, but he did not. Because this was the real plan, Qin Li did not expect it to work out so easily. Even Qin Yuan did not know why they came to propose the marriage this time. Only Qin Li knew everything. Alliance through marriage? They did not need it. Qin dynasty was not interested in allying with the Liu kingdom, because it would be meaningless. The king of Liu was very cunning. At most, he would only sacrifice Liu Chenyu in the marriage and ultimately he would still not listen to Qin dynasty's commands. Now, what the Qin dynasty really needed was a battle, one that would shock the entire Eastern Barren territory. They not only needed a battle, but also an overpowering victory, and they needed it urgently. Just like what the king of Liu had thought, the few disciples of the cottage had already grown to this level. How could Qin dynasty wait for them to become even stronger? They had already planned many things. Now, they needed a battle that would ignite the whole situation. Therefore, the scene just now happened. If he really tried to stop everything, nobody could really kill Qin Yuan, unless, of course, the king of Liu wanted him dead himself. If he stepped in, Yi Wuchen's powers would be insignificant. Qin Li was extremely excited. A useless bastard died, and they completed the plan perfectly. How could he not be excited? Of course, he would not display it. At the moment, his body was only filled with a cold, murderous aura. The people from Qin dynasty went beside Qin Yuan one after another. Their cold and terrifying aura engulfed the space. Take him down, someone shouted coldly. The person who gave the order first was actually a minister from the Liu kingdom. The lords and ministers stared firmly at Yi Wuchen with an extremely cold look. Although Qin Yuan was killed by Yi Wuchen, he died in the Liu Kingdom Imperial Palace. He came here to propose marriage. Sword chi whizzed in the air as the cultivators from the 7th summit of Fuyun Sword Clan went before Yi Wuchen to protect him. Who dares to touch him? Liu Feiyang roared angrily. He was still holding Liu Chenyu. Suddenly, Liu Chenyu stepped forward. Dragging her injured body, she walked towards Yi Wuchen step by step. Yi Futian similarly stared coldly at the people around. These bastards. He naturally knew the consequences that might be caused by Yi Wuchen killing Qin Yuan, but he did not stop Yi Wuchen. Liu Chenyu was Yi Wuchen's girl. If such a thing happened to Hua Jiyu, he would kill the culprit as well. If Yi Wuchen did not kill Qin Yuan, he would no longer be his true self. His sword would also no longer be sharp. People from the 7th summit, get out of the way. Suddenly, another group of cultivators whizzed over in the air. It was the people from the 1st summit of Fuyun Sword Clan. Among them, Zhisong stared at Yi Wuchen and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yi Wuchen was from Fuyun Sword Clan. Because he killed Qin Yuan, they had to give him away. If the people from the 7th summit wanted to protect him, it would surely affect the whole Fuyun Sword Clan. Sword will flew on the cultivators from the 7th summit. A terrifying sword chi whizzed and they did not back away at all. The sword of the 7th summit would not give way to its enemies. Qin Yuan deserved to die. The atmosphere in the imperial palace was extremely tense. On the ground, Qin Yuan's corpse was still lying there, but there was no longer anyone who cared about his death. All anybody cared about at the moment was the consequences his death would bring. Everyone was thinking about his own benefits and losses. Liu Chenyu approached Yi Wuchen and stared at him. The event had changed their affections from lukewarm to scorching hot. She went beside Yi Wuchen and then leaned on his body quietly. Yi Wuchen looked at her similarly. He extended his right arm and held her gently. Lifting his head, he looked at the people around him. There was no fear in his eyes at all. If he was afraid of death, he would not have killed Qin Yuan. Liu Feiyang looked at the two who were surrounded by many cultivators. Yet, the scene at the moment seemed so warm. His eyes were actually filled with a terrifying red light. Staring at the king of Liu, he shouted, "Father!" The king's heart trembled. He was also affected by the scene before him and felt very guilty. That was his daughter. She was humiliated in such a way in the palace, but he did not manage to do anything for her. On the other hand, Yi Wuchen attacked the perpetrator directly. What did the ministers under him do? They wanted his daughter to be married to the man who humiliated her. Crack. The king clenched his fists and his eyes were filled with coldness. "Uncle." Suddenly, Qin Li walked to Qin Yuan's corpse and said, "You came to the Liu kingdom to propose marriage. At first, you wanted to be married to the princess in a gorgeous manner. But you ended up like this." After that, he raised his head. Glancing coldly at the king and Yi Wuchen, he said, "Your Majesty, how do you plan to solve this problem?" "What do you want?" the king asked, staring at Qin Li. "Hand the three of them to me. Also, kill the people from the 7th summit of Fuyun Sword Clan," Qin Li said. He wanted to bring back Yi Wuchen, Liu Chenyu, and Liu Feiyang. Furthermore, he wanted the people from the Liu kingdom to kill the people from the 7th summit. "What if I don't agree?" the king said. "My uncle did not die for nothing." Qin Li's tone was emotionless but he appeared to be very domineering. "Your Majesty, please think of the general situation," Lord Kang said to the king, bowing. Many people also started to urge the king one after another. The king looked at these people and only said one word, "Scram." The lords and minister were stunned for a while. Seeing the expression of the king, they bowed and left. Qin Li watched and sneered. This was, of course, the outcome he had expected. "Your Majesty, I see what your attitude is," he said. Then, he looked at Zhisong and said, "How about Fuyun Sword Clan?" The death of the Prince of Qin was definitely not the intention of Fuyun Sword Clan. As for Yi Wuchen, do you want him dead or alive? Zhisong asked emotionlessly. "I'm fine with either." Qin Li smiled. "All right," Zhisong nodded. Then, he stepped forward and an appalling gust of sword chi swept out, engulfing Yi Wuchen and Liu Chenyu. The cultivators behind him also walked forward one by one. "Scram," the king said again, looking at Zhisong. Zhisong's expression froze. He lifted his head to look at the king and said, "This is an internal affair of Fuyun Sword Clan. Your Majesty, do you also want to interfere with this?" "This is my imperial palace," the king replied coldly. Zhisong looked at the king of Liu. Then, he looked at Qin Li and said, "It seems like I can only go back and report first. From this moment on, Yi Wuchen is no longer a disciple of Fuyun Sword Clan. We will automatically finish anyone who tries to protect him." "Okay. I trust Fuyun Sword Clan," Qin Li nodded. Zhisong turned around and left along with the people from the first summit. Qin Li looked at the king of Liu. Then, he bowed and said, "Your Majesty, goodbye." Then, the people from Qin dynasty brought Qin Yuan's corpse and went about to leave. "Wait," someone suddenly said. Qin Li stopped and turned around slowly, eventually looking at Yi Futian. "You ordered Qin Yuan to do what he did, right?" Yi Futian asked. Qin Li's look froze as he stared at Yi Futian. "What are you saying? From the beginning, your goal was not to propose the marriage. You seem to be neither sad nor angry about Qin Yuan's death." Yi Futian cultivated in the freedom meditation and was thus very sensitive towards the feelings of others. Qin Li was not sad at all. Instead, Yi Futian could feel that he was excited. It was as if he was anticipating Qin Yuan's death all along. Thinking about the abnormal things that happened earlier, he suddenly realized that the Qin dynasty never wanted to ally with the Liu kingdom through marriage. The Qin dynasty wanted to rule the world, and their greatest opponent was the college cottage. They had already allied with several forces. Also, Liu Chunyu from the Liu kingdom and Yi Wuchen were very close to Yi Futian. After today's event, Liu kingdom and Yi Wuchen would be in great danger. Qin Yuan was my uncle, the brother of my father, and my grandfather's beloved child. What are you thinking about? Qin Li stared at Yi Futian and said coldly, "Do you want to take the blame off of Yi Wuchen and say that my uncle's miserable death was caused by me? How ridiculous. I am thinking about whether you will have the same expression Qin Yuan had when you die." Yi Futian looked at Qin Li and did not continue to argue with him. Qin Yuan was already dead, and any argument would be meaningless. As long as they had this as an excuse, they would create huge bloodshed in Eastern Barren territory. However, no matter how this storm would evolve, Yi Futian knew that between him and Qin Li, only one would survive. Chapter 330. Pessimistic. Chapter 330. Pessimistic. Beside Qin Li, the Qin dynasty's powerful cultivators released their pressing energy onto Yi Futian. Meanwhile, Qin Li smirked coldly as he stared at Yi Futian and said, "I was thinking the same thing." Their eyes met and both of them radiated a murderous intent. Yi Futian's eyes swept toward the guards next to Qin Li. All of them had terrifying auras. Naturally, he knew there was no way he could kill Qin Li here. Averting his gaze, Yi Futian's eyes landed on Emperor Liu. This was the Liu kingdom's imperial palace. The only way he could kill Qin Li was if Emperor Liu wanted to make him stay. Qin Li. Just then, a voice rang out coldly. It was Emperor Liu. "Yes, Your Majesty," answered Qin Li. Emperor Liu took a step forward and in a split second, a force of terrifying energy crushed down on Qin Li. Witnessing this scene, the cultivators of the Qin dynasty advanced beside Qin Li one by one in order to protect him. Qin Li lifted an eyebrow at Emperor Liu. "Could it be that Your Majesty wishes to kill me?" Emperor Liu continued forward and his outreached palm curled into a tight fist. Immediately, a horrific formless rush of air pressed onto Qin Li. It was like a giant invisible hand. Qin Li became stiff and the look on his face was not good. His body twitched here and there as if in immense pain. Boom. The nobles of the Qin dynasty released shocking forces. All of them were extremely powerful. You know well and clear what happened today. The Qin dynasty also knows. The reason why I'm not killing you is not because I don't understand, but because I want you to relay a message to Emperor Qin. Never take things too far because we will meet again. Emperor Liu stared hard at Qin Li before saying coldly, "Scram." With that said, his palm shook and with a loud boom, Qin Li's body was propelled into the air. He spat up blood following a soft groan. However, he did not care too much of it and quickly wiped the blood seeping from the corners of his lips. Staring at Emperor Liu, a dark smile appeared on his face. Qin Li didn't question Emperor Liu's intellect. It was because he believed that Emperor Liu was a smart man that he knew the emperor wouldn't kill him. Although Qin Yuan had died in the Liu Palace, not all had been lost then. Nobody knew what the Qin dynasty would do to the Liu kingdom, what methods would be used against them. But what would the Qin dynasty do if Emperor Liu really killed Qin Li? With the lives of the entire Liu royal family on the line, would Emperor Liu really disregard it all just to kill them? I will commit your majesty's words to memory. I shall take my leave now, said Qin Li. He turned to leave with Qian Shanmu, Qin Mengruo, and the others followed behind him. Chu Yarou looked back and looked in a specific direction. So many feelings rushed through her. She never expected what happened today and she didn't know the entire story behind it. But the result for the Qin dynasty's visit to the Liu kingdom was the death of Emperor Qin's youngest son, Qin Yuan. He had come to propose a marriage alliance but ended up dead right here in the Liu palace. Naturally, she knew what this event would lead to. It seemed the peace in the Eastern Barren territory was no longer. As Yi Futian watched Qin Li leave, his fists clenched tight and he sighed inwardly. Emperor Liu understood that this was part of a scheme set up by the Qin dynasty, yet he let Qin Li go. It was obvious Emperor Liu took the lives of the royal Liu family into consideration. However, Yi Futian was not optimistic about this situation. Even though Emperor Liu didn't kill Qin Li, did it necessarily mean that the Qin dynasty would go easy on them? Yi Futian did not think so at all. Since the Qin dynasty had gone through the lengths to set up all of this, they were most likely already well prepared for every and all scenarios. The people from other powers watched Qin Li and the others leave, and knew they should depart as well. One by one, they stepped forward to bow to Emperor Liu and left. Of course, they also knew what the events of today would mean for the future. They must hurry back to their clans and report to higher-ups in order to make appropriate countermeasures. Not far from the palace, Qin Li and his group came to a stop in the air. In a lowered voice, he said to the people next to him, "Monitor everything that goes on in the Liu Palace." Yes. Multiple nobles descended to return on land, not leaving with Qin Li. Qin Li led the rest of his people further into the skies while a sinister smile escaped. In the Liu Palace, there was tension in the air outside the princess's residence. Every palace official had a thought of their own. Emperor Liu had a darkened expression on his face while Liu Feiyang stood with fury in his eyes and a murderous intent radiating from him. Liu Chunyu was hurt and leaned quietly on Yi Wuchen. At this moment, she had no will to do anything but to stay peacefully in his embrace. "Chunyu, father has failed you. I'm sorry." Emperor Liu looked at his daughter with guilt-stricken eyes. His daughter, Liu Chunyu, a devastating beauty as described poetry, graceful and pure as she was, had experienced such a terrible thing. All the while, as the emperor of the Liu kingdom, he couldn't protect her as a father should have. At the very end, he didn't even make all those from the Qin dynasty stay. Only Qin Yuan was killed. Liu Chunyu did not reply and remained quiet as she had been for a while. Of course, she knew her father did what he did for a reason. He had so many things to consider. But to have such a thing happen to her, one could only imagine the pain she was in. Emperor Liu lifted his head. Looking out to the crowd, he said, "Relay my order. Princess Liu Chunyu of the Liu kingdom is now betrothed to Yi Wuchen." Only then did Yi Wuchen and Liu Chunyu lift their heads to look at the emperor. Although this was something they wanted, it was hard to be happy at a time like this. The officials standing around did not have a single word to say. At this point, it was useless to attempt to convince Emperor Liu otherwise. "You can all go now." Emperor Liu waved his hand at the officials signaling for them to leave. "Yes, Your Majesty." Everyone nodded and left contemplating what they would overcome this difficult situation. When everyone was gone, Emperor Liu's attention returned onto Yi Futian's group. "I'll go get some medicine. You guys wait here," he said. The emperor left after that. Yi Futian turned around to look at Yi Wuchen and Liu Chunyu. He watched Yi Wuchen wrap his one arm around Liu Chunyu and told her, "I will kill Qin Li." His voice was filled with determination. He sounded so sure, nobody would question his determination. Whether it be Yi Wuchen or Yi Futian and their other friends, Everyone wanted Qin Li dead. Not long after, Emperor Liu returned with a jade-green bottle. He arrived beside Liu Chenyu, but instead of feeding the medicine to Liu Chenyu, the emperor handed the bottle to Yi Wuchen. "You should do it." Yi Wuchen nodded and supported Liu Chenyu as they sat on the ground. His arm lifted the bottle to Liu Chenyu's lips and fed her the liquid medicine. Qi rushed through her body, a flow of life. A jade-green light radiated from her wound, which slowly began to heal. This was obviously a sacred healing medicine treasured by the Liu kingdom. After that, Emperor Liu took out an intricate-looking box and opened it in front of Yi Wuchen. Inside was a sword with an extremely thin blade. It looked to be light as a feather, and the light reflected off the blade seemed cold and cutting. Under the sword was an ancient book, weathered and pages yellowed. "These are treasures of my kingdom, this sword and a book on sword tactics. A dowry of sorts. Take it," Emperor Liu said to Yi Wuchen. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Yi Wuchen nodded. The emperor's attention turned to Yi Futian before placing another open box onto the ground. In the ancient box was a long robe. It almost looked transparent, shining with silver. A hint of spiritual qi could be felt from the robe. It was obviously a ritual implement. "You're a disciple of the cottage, so naturally, your cultivation should be guided by the people of the cottage. There isn't much I can give you. This sorcerer's robe has the ability to disguise. Perhaps it will be of help to you in the future." Emperor Liu handed the robe over to Yi Futian and continued, "As a favor, I asked you to take care of Fei Yang and Chenyu, but now that things have progressed to this point, I can only be thick-skinned and beg you to bring them to the college. Even though their gifts are not enough to get them into the cottage, they are qualified enough to enter the college." Yi Futian stared at Emperor Liu. As the leader of an entire country, he was here begging Yi Futian. It was obvious, he anticipated the dangers that could come, but even so, he still let Qin Li go. "If Your Majesty is so pessimistic of the Liu kingdom's future, why didn't you take care of those people from the Qin dynasty?" asked Yi Futian. "What's the point of killing them? Would it be enough to destroy the Qin dynasty?" said Emperor Liu. "On the contrary, killing them would give the Qin the perfect excuse to attack us. Right now, even if they used the death of Qin Yuan as an excuse, the people of the world are not idiots. If the Qin did something wrong, other clans in the Eastern Barren Territory and the people of the world will obviously be able to see." Yi Futian didn't have anything to say. Emperor Liu continued to explain, "I already gave orders to get everyone out of the palace. Hopefully, the Qin dynasty doesn't plan to wipe us out completely. Other than that, I plan on escorting you guys back to the college personally. There's no time to waste, let's head out now." "All right," nodded Yi Futian. The Qin dynasty didn't dare to make a move on him just yet, but the same could not be said for Yi Wuchen, Liu Chenyu, and the others. They had to leave the Liu palace immediately and hurry back to the cottage to see if his senior brothers and sisters were willing to help. "Wuchen, let's go," Yi Futian turned his head and said. Yi Wuchen supported Liu Chenyu as she got up. Emperor Liu personally escorted them. He led them to the Liu kingdom's entrance to the ancient barren world. Then, Emperor Liu, Yi Wuchen, and other powerful cultivators entered the upper ancient barren world. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were still not in the Arcana plane, so they could only enter the lower world. All of them made plans to meet up at the exit to the college. The news got out from the Liu palace and spread through the imperial city like a forest fire. Everyone was in fear and had the feeling that a horrific storm was about to hit the country. When these people had arrived, everyone gossiped about Emperor Qin's youngest son, Qin Yuan, and how he planned to ask for the princess's hand in marriage. They gossiped about whether Qin Yuan and Liu Chenyu looked good together. But now, there was the sudden news that Liu Chenyu almost committed suicide and the Qin prince, Qin Yuan, was killed in the Liu palace. Also, Emperor Liu ordered that Liu Chenyu be betrothed to Yi Wuchen. This was all too shocking. Even the common people had a feeling that the Eastern Barren Territory was going to be shaken up. What would the Qin dynasty do? People left the palace gradually. Emperor Liu had actually ordered for everyone in the palace to disperse. This made the citizens of the Liu kingdom understand, Emperor Liu didn't think it was at all possible to go against the Qin dynasty. He was truly pessimistic about this situation. The people from the various powers returned to their own clans. All of them had originally thought that the Qin dynasty had genuinely wanted to create a marriage alliance with the Liu kingdom and have the Liu follow the Qin. However, it was now clear that they had all been wrong. From the looks of things, this was the Qin dynasty's first move against the Liu kingdom. From this move, it was also obvious to them just how confident the Qin were. What was going to happen in the next battle? Was the Liu kingdom, a top power in the Eastern Barren territory, going to be wiped off the map for good? Chapter 331, Arrogant Qin Yu. Chapter 331, Arrogant Qin Yu. The college, entrance to the ancient barren world. When Yi Futian and Yu Sheng got there, Yi Wuchen, Liu Chenyu, and the rest had already arrived and were waiting. "Where is His Majesty?" asked Yi Futian. "Father returned to the Liu kingdom right after escorting us here," said Liu Feiyang. He was a little resentful about how things turned out, but Emperor Liu was his father after all. He also understood that as the leader of an entire country, his father had to consider the citizens. He also had other children to think of, as Liu Feiyang and Liu Chenyu weren't his only offspring. But because of their relationship with Yi Futian, Emperor Liu only put the two of them under Yi Futian's care. Everyone else was in much greater danger than they were. Yi Futian nodded and sighed inwardly. "Futian." Just then, Yi Wuchen spoke up. Yi Futian looked over at him and heard him continue, "Take care of Chenyu for me." Yi Futian lifted his eyebrows in confusion and replied to Yi Wuchen, "You can't go back to the Fuyun sword clan now. If the seventh lord was in charge of the clan, perhaps nothing would happen." However, in the Liu palace, Zhisong's attitude was clear to see. It was dangerous for Yi Wuchen to return to Fuyun. In order to separate themselves from this situation, it was very possible that the clan would choose to sacrifice Yi Wuchen and hand him over to the Qin dynasty. Liu Chenyu also looked at Yi Wuchen. She pulled on his hand, not wanting him to leave. "Swordmaster, you should stay at the college temporarily. We will head back to report to the summit lord first. If there is any news, we will come back and let you know," said a fellow cultivator from the Fuyun sword clan's 7th summit. Yi Wuchen looked at him in silence and finally nodded his head lightly. "All right, if teacher has any orders for me, come let me know." He had been the one who killed Qin Yuan. He had wanted to go back and personally report to his teacher. "Okay." The group bowed to Yi Futian before excusing themselves and leaving. After watching everyone leave, Yi Futian turned to Yi Wuchen and the others. "Let's head up the mountain." They then made their way to the cottage. All around them, many students of the college watched them. Some of them in confusion. Had something happened? When the disciples of the cottage saw Yi Futian and Yu Sheng return with Yi Wuchen, Liu Chenyu, and the rest in tow, they had a feeling that something had happened. Days ago, Yi Futian had left for the Liu kingdom upon hearing of the Qin dynasty's proposal of a marriage alliance with them. If nothing happened, they wouldn't be bringing Yi Wuchen and the others back here. Yi Futian went directly to the second senior sister. Shui Yi, Luo Fan, and others came closer as well. Zhuge Hui stood in front of a small hut with her eyes on the group. She asked, "Little junior brother, are you in some trouble?" Senior sister, Yi Futian greeted before giving a summary of what had happened in the Liu kingdom. So, this would mean that the Qin dynasty came well prepared and their true intention behind the proposed marriage alliance isn't a marriage alliance at all. Zhuge Hui was an intelligent person. She saw through things like this in seconds. Her beautiful eyes turned cold. Is the Qin dynasty already operating so undisciplined? After listening to everything that happened, Luo Fan looked pissed. They were deliberately trying to start a fight, making their moves on the Liu kingdom. And to sacrifice a prince just for an excuse? What a pitiful prince. It seemed like he wasn't as doted on by Emperor Qin as the rumors had it. He wasn't of a particularly high status. Otherwise, not even Qin Yu and Qin Li would dare to orchestrate something like this. Senior sister, is there still hope for the Liu kingdom? Although Yi Futian didn't have high hopes, he still wanted to believe in a little luck. Zhuge Hui shook her head. The Qin dynasty went as far as sacrificing a prince. It's obvious that they are dead set on destroying the Liu kingdom. If I'm not wrong, the Qin troops might already be in the Liu kingdom. They had already made all the preparations. So, it was obvious they weren't going to get the Liu a fighting chance. When Liu Feiyang and Liu Chunyu heard what Zhuge Hui said, they felt as if all hope was lost. Liu Feiyang's hands curled into tight fists, his eyes red. Yi Wuchen could feel Liu Chunyu's grip tightened on his own hand, her palm moist with perspiration. You guys can stay here at the college without a worry. No one can come here and take you away, Zhuge Hui said to them. She sighed inwardly. This might very well be the end of the Liu kingdom. The Qin dynasty was starting a war in the Eastern Barren Territory. She clearly understood that the Qin's final target was the college and the cottage. Their existence was the biggest hurdle in the Qin dynasty's road to rule the entirety of the Eastern Barren Territory. Just as Zhuge Hui had predicted, the Qin dynasty was well prepared and moved at the quickest speed. Qin Li and his people had also traveled through the ancient barren world to return. They broke through the entrance controlled by the Liu. This was a fact that Emperor Liu found out when he escorted Yi Futian's group into the ancient barren world. At this moment, a terrifying sight appeared in the skies above the Liu palace. Flood dragons circled the skies, growling and roaring. They gave off a frightening aura, and on the backs of these demon beasts stood many people. The Qin dynasty was here with an army of flood dragons. Right in the center of the army was a truly enormous dragon. The creature was the color of actual gold and had what looked to be the sharpest of all claws. Standing on the back of this giant golden dragon was Qin Yu. His purple-gold imperial robe danced in the wind along with strains of his long, jet-black hair. The look in his eyes was cold and chilling. The Qin Yu right now was nothing like the gentle crown prince of Qin dynasty seen in Chuge City. He dominated with his strong aura. He was the crown prince of the Qin dynasty, the future Emperor Qin. And he was about to be the ruler of the Eastern Barren Territory. Both inside and outside the imperial palace, countless pairs of eyes fell on the back of the golden dragon at Crown Prince Qin Yu. Ages ago, after the battle of Jiyu Dongliu and Lu Nantian in Chuge City, the people had claimed that they had become the two top cultivators of the Eastern Barren Territory. They all talked about how powerful and mighty they were. At that time, Qin Yu didn't make much of an impression to the people in Chaoga City. To others, he was a person who could easily be cast aside. But presently, Qin Yu stood tall in the skies. It was only just then that people realized Qin Yu was someone who could stand leveled with Lu Nantian and Jiyu Dongliu. He was one of the most powerful cultivators in the Eastern Barren Territory even years ago. Emperor Qin had even invited all the power clans in the territory to witness the ceremony that made Qin Yu the crown prince. What did this mean? It meant that Emperor Qin had already acknowledged that Qin Yu had what it took to inherit the throne. At this very moment, everyone finally realized that they were about to see a very different Qin Yu. The arrogant crown prince of Qin. Father, Qin Li called out as he approached. Emperor Liu has already sent everyone in the royal family away. He personally escorted Liu Chunyu, Yi Wuchen, and the lot out of the country. They're probably at the college. Qin Ji, Qin Yu yelled out. A handsome figure came forward to stand beside Qin Yu. He was also a prince of the Qin dynasty, third in line and highly gifted. Bring some people to the college and ask them to hand over the person who killed our youngest brother along with the Liu spawns, said Qin Yu. Okay. Qin Ji nodded. He then led a group of people away, heading far away. Not even the college could meddle and protect the killer of a Qin prince, right? Uncle, Qin Yu called out for yet another person. An elder stepped forward. Crown Prince. Go chase after the runaways from the royal Liu family, dead or alive, said Qin Yu. Yes. With a wave of the elder's hand, the flood dragons roared loudly and one of them followed after him. They went in a different direction from the last group to chase after any royals who managed to escape from the Liu kingdom. Qin Yu's eyes drifted to the space below him. He spoke coldly. My youngest brother came to the Liu kingdom to propose marriage and might a sad end in the palace. The Liu royals and their acquaintances joined hands in a scheme that killed him. Today, the Qin dynasty officially declares war with the Liu kingdom. With the exception of royal descendants, anyone who willing pledges alliance to my Qin dynasty will be spared of death. Qin Yu's voice rumbled through the air. Everyone inside and outside the palace, people trembled in fear. He didn't give the Liu any chance to explain their side of the story and directly declared war. I had long tried to persuade Emperor Liu, but he refused to listen. Now he has made a terrible mistake. From below, Lord Kang rose into the skies. I am willing to pledge alliance to the Qin dynasty. Very good. Qin Yu nodded. After that, more figures lifted into the air. Some of them were lords who supported the notion of marrying Liu Chunyu to the Qin. A bunch of cowards. Someone yelled furiously. Lord Kang, you shameless bastard. Activate the Xuanwu matrix, a voice ordered calmly. Then, a beautiful woman with a crown and a long robe stood in the air above the imperial palace. The look in her eyes was cold and cutting as she stared up at Qin Yu. As she finished speaking, the entire palace lit up bright. A terrifying force of spiritual qi climbed straight into the clouds. The world around filled with spiritual qi before it all rushed back down in the direction of the palace. An enormous image of a Xuanwu, the black turtle, appeared over the large, stern structure. This was the ultimate defense matrix. It absorbed all the spiritual qi around. Empress Liu. Qin Yu looked down at the beautiful figure. Coldly, he spoke, for his wives and children. Emperor Liu went as far as put the fate of his country on the line. And now you're actually willing to fight in his name? Why don't you return to the Qin dynasty with me? Qin Yu, although you are considered equal to Jiyu Dongliu, you will never be good enough to ever be compared to him with those morals of yours, Empress Liu said, still staring at him. Is that so? Qin Yu's eyes frosted over. His Majesty, Emperor Liu, should turn those people over if I take you back to the Qin palace with me, right? Finishing his sentence, the dominating aura around him exploded. In his hand appeared a long, golden dragon spear. A strong force of energy radiated from the weapon, and when Qin Yu pointed the long spear into the skies and the clouds shifted. The spirits of dragons awakened and revolved around Qin Yu, growling with fury. With 9 dragons circling him, he seemed invincible. All around the palace, everyone looked up at Qin Yu. Right now, he looked like the mighty god of war. I can't compare to Jiyu Dongliu. Me. Qin Yu's expression was cold. Today, with the weapon of his ancestors and the blood of the royal Liu family, he was going to let the world witness the revival of the Qin dynasty. Today, he was going to show the people just how strong and powerful the Qin dynasty was. The Qin didn't just need a victory. They needed a war that would astound the world to spread a message to all powers in the Eastern Barren Territory. The Qin dynasty that once ruled the world was back. Chapter 332, Shaking the Heavens. Chapter 332, Shaking the Heavens. Qin Yu's spear pointed at the Xuanwu matrix below. The dragons around him roared, and the giant golden dragon, on which he was mounted, rushed down, charging directly at the Liu palace below. He seemed to be bathed in a golden glory. Rays of golden light broke through the clouds in the sky like flashes of lightning. The long dragon spear struck the large Xuanwu matrix, and in a second, it seemed like the dragons attacked the matrix in a crazed frenzy. All the while, the sharp tip of the spear pierced into the matrix inch by inch. At the same time, lines appeared to cover the large formation. An enormous golden dragon claw sunk into the bright Xuanwu matrix, causing the cracks on the formation. Those inside the palace looked up to witness this scene with a trembling fear. In the sky above their heads, the image of a gargantuan golden dragon appeared on the long spear. Empress Liu, the Xuanwu matrix was created by the turtle hermit and can only be broken by the attacks of levels beyond the noble plane. Qin Yu is the same as Lu Nantian. He has been enlightened with abilities of a sage and can use ritual implements of the sage level, exclaimed a noble beside the empress. Empress, the Liu kingdom is in grave danger. At the sage level, Qin Yu could not be defeated by mere numbers. More cracking could be heard as the fissures on the Xuanwu matrix continued to increase. Until at last, with one final loud crack, the matrix was broken. Empress Liu, do you wish for me to continue? Qin Yu's eyes were electrified as he looked at the empress. Why must the Qin dynasty take things this far? A voice drawled. A distance away, an old turtle was approaching. His movements seemed extremely slow, but in the next second, he was already in front of Qin Yu. Emperor Liu already let the people of the Qin dynasty off the hook. So, why do you guys have to do this to him? The turtle hermit spoke human words at Qin Yu. He had already predicted such an ending. The Qin dynasty had come with the intentions of destroying the Liu kingdom, and things had indeed progressed to this point. I heard that even though the turtle hermit's gifts are not enough to become a sage, living for so many years has enabled you to be enlightened with sage intent. Today is the perfect opportunity to see for myself, Qin Yu said with eyes set on the turtle hermit. Naturally, he had included the Liu kingdom's totem demon beast in his plans. But now, not only had Qin Yu been enlightened with sage intent, but he also controlled sage implements. What more did he have to be afraid of? All right, nodded the turtle hermit. His body expanded suddenly until eventually, the godly creature was about twice the size of the giant golden dragon. His body spanned out in the sky over the palace. Lifting his front claws, the turtle hermit swatted it in the direction of Qin Yu. Naturally, Qin Yu wasn't afraid. With the golden spear in his hand, he struck it at his opponent. At this moment, he could feel that the webbed paw of the turtle hermit swinging down on him wasn't just a paw, it felt extremely heavy. It felt like the sky had collapsed and was crushing down on him. All around the palace, everyone felt the force and experienced the suffocating feeling even though the attack wasn't meant for them. Boom! The attack of the two collided. Qin Yu's body flew back and actually crashed into the ground, crumbling part of the structure around him, also causing dust and dirt to fly into the air. And in the center of the turtle hermit's paw was a line of blood. With a single flash of golden lightning, Qin Yu was back in the air. Staring at the turtle hermit, he laughed, "You are indeed the totem beast of the Liu, but today the totem will be destroyed and the Liu kingdom will be no longer. Kill them." As soon as Qin Yu's order was given, the army of flood dragons, as well as the giant golden dragon he mounted, charged downward while he went for the turtle hermit. A wild battle ensued, and in mere moments, the Liu palace was ridden with fighting figures. One after one, the glamorous golden buildings fell, as did the powerful cultivators of the palace. Among the army riding on the flood dragons, many of them had extremely powerful noble implements. They were ancient and had holy auras. This seemed to be an ancient army of soldiers with ritual implements with an equally rich history. The citizens watched the earth-shattering battle unfold from afar. Empress Liu had truly impressive powers and her abilities were invisible. She managed to kill multiple powerful nobles, but the golden dragon got a hold of her. At the same time, more nobles caged her in. Slowly, she reached her limit and the color on her beautiful face drained, resembling the snow white of her clothing. The turtle hermit's abilities were not to be doubted. However, Qin Yu did not go head-to-head with him. He circled the large body of the turtle hermit, attacking. Gradually, the number of injuries on the creature increased. His body was large and his movements were slow. This was his weakness. Qin Yu took full advantage of this fact and attacked like a madman. "Are you guys leaving?" The turtle hermit lowered his head, directing his question at Empress Liu and her people. In front of the Empress, the golden dragon breathed heavily and the nobles circled. With her long dress flowing in the wind, she shook her head. "As the Empress of the Liu kingdom, I would rather die in battle than run." And just like that, she was off to continue her battle, her figure flashing by. The turtle hermit sighed. Heavy hits landed on Empress Liu repeatedly. Quickly after, she was back on the ground. Her white clothing now colored with the red of blood. Remnants of blood could be seen in the corners of her mouth, and yet she still looked just as majestic. "I want her alive," Qin Yu said as he looked down at Empress Liu. Gathering spiritual qi, she forged it into a long sword, red like the blood on her clothes. Without hesitation, Empress Liu glided the sharp blade across her own neck. Blood spread everywhere. Empress Liu looked up at the sky and was taken back to the days of her youth. Then, with a smile on her face, she closed her eyes. To have been the empress of this kingdom, she had no regrets. In the ancient barren world, Emperor Liu suddenly halted on his rushed journey back to his kingdom. His hand was extended. The jade ring on his finger slowly lost its light, losing its original color. His eyes became red. Lifting his head toward the sky, His heart clenched with an excruciating pain. So quickly? It happened so quickly, he couldn't make it. He had let Qin Li go with a glimmer of hope. If the Qin dynasty still had the slightest bit of reason and morality, they wouldn't push the situation to extremes. However, the Qin dynasty only cared for their own goals and would sacrifice anything to meet them. Emperor Liu did not continue to advance. He didn't go back to the Liu kingdom. With great determination, he turned around. "Follow me," he said. The powerful cultivators beside him followed the emperor. The group traveled with such speed it was as if they were galloping through the skies of the ancient barren world. Others who saw them were shocked. The direction in which Emperor Liu was traveling was not the Liu kingdom, but Qin dynasty territory. The Qin dynasty was just like the other great powers. They each had control of an entrance to the ancient barren world, the exit to which was in the imperial palace. At this moment, people were chatting animatedly in the Qin palace. They were all very excited. War had officially been declared on the Liu kingdom. Following this would be the collapse of the Liu. The Qin would shake up the eastern barren territory and make the other powers submit to them willingly. Then, it was straight to dominating all of the eastern barren territory, restoring the glory of their ancestors. Just then, quite a number of approached the entrance to the ancient barren world, ready to back up the army over in the Liu kingdom. However, they were interrupted by a figure that exited from the door to the ancient barren world. Everyone present was frozen as they looked at the person. It was a Qin noble feared by others in the ancient barren world. But here he was now, covered in blood. "Let Emperor Qin know immediately," he screamed. His outburst startled many. In the next moment, a majestic figure emerged through the doors and the air filled with murderous intent. Behind him, followed more people, and in the hands of each of these people were corpses which they flung to the side. Emperor Liu. A shiver went down their spines. Emperor Liu wasn't in the Liu kingdom. He had charged over here to the Qin dynasty. Was he insane? "Let's go." The people reacted quickly, turning in an attempt to leave. However, the wind blew wildly as Emperor Liu flashed by. He was an overbearing presence. An unbelievably large foot appeared and came smashing down. The Qin cultivators looked up and the shock was written on their faces. "No," some people screamed. With a loud boom, Emperor Liu's foot came down and those people were turned to ashes. An endless force of murderous intent spilled from every pore of the emperor's body as he continued to make his way into the Qin palace. Since letting Qin Li go wasn't even to stop the Qin dynasty from wiping out the Liu, then it was time for a massacre. If they wanted Emperor Liu dead and the Liu kingdom gone, then they were going to have to endure his wrath. Emperor Liu killed his way into the palace. Nothing lived on the ground he passed. He killed everyone in his way, no one an exception. The death of Empress Liu was his wake-up call. He wasn't willing to think about anything else. This day was destined to be without peace. To the eastern barren territory, this was a bolt from the blue. Qin Yu held a sage implement in his hands and was enlightened by sage intent. He arrived in the Liu kingdom and battled with the Liu's totem demon beast, the turtle hermit, 4 hours. He depleted the turtle hermit and even suffered some major injuries himself. However, the army Qin Yu led had obliterated the Liu kingdom that was already falling apart from the inside. They had completely wiped out the imperial palace. On this day, Emperor Liu forewent thoughts of life and death and crashed the Qin palace without caring of any possible repercussions. He killed everyone in sight, blinded by rage. Many royals of the Qin dynasty lost their lives, including multiple princes and concubines. Not even when Emperor Qin stepped in was Emperor Liu deterred from his crazed massacre. There was only murder in his eyes. Finally, Emperor Liu perished in the Qin palace. A powerful leader was now gone from the world. A top power was going through a drastic change. The eastern barren territory was shaken up, as was the heavens. The Qin dynasty's powerfulness shocked the eastern barren territory. However, Emperor Qin's arrogance and his tendency to underestimate his opponents caused heavy and unfortunate consequences for his own country. Lord Kang was temporarily placed in control of settling the Liu kingdom and hunting down more royal descendants. But everyone knew, Lord Kang and the others who gave in to the Qin were simply lackeys. The Liu kingdom only existed in name now. At the same time, the Qin dynasty's third prince, Qin Ji, arrived at Book Mountain with a group of people. In the skies outside Book Mountain, Qin Ji and his people stood in the air. They were here to make the cottage hand them over. Liu Chunyu and Liu Feiyang were the spawns of the Liu, and Yi Wuchen was the murderer of Qin Yuan. Obviously, they had to come them. Although it was bound to be a failed attempt, they had to at least get their attitude across. What qualifications and reason did the cottage have to protect these people? Just then, Zhuge Hui heard the voices of those sent from the Qin dynasty above the cottage. Looking at Luo Fan, someone said, "Are you guys idiots?" "Perhaps." Luo Fan shrugged. "Or maybe you guys think that even though you don't have what it takes to make us hand them over, with logic on your side, there is now an excuse from you guys to pick a fight with the cottage. Just like how you started a fight with the Liu kingdom?" Zhuge Hui's tone was harsh and cold. The cottage already knew of what happened with the Liu kingdom. It was just as she predicted. "Perhaps," nodded Luo Fan. "Relay the message to your third senior brother." "They're disturbing my cultivation," Zhuge Hui said softly. Luo Fan blinked a couple of times. "So, permanently disable their powers." Zhuge Hui said this rather nonchalantly. Luo Fan's eyes brightened. The second senior sister was the second senior sister indeed. Chapter 333, When the Cottage is Unreasonable. Chapter 333, When the cottage is unreasonable. Outside Book Mountain, Qin Ji and the rest were still waiting for the cottage to respond. Before them, there were already many cultivators from the college. They stared at the people from Qin dynasty. They all knew about what happened in Liu Kingdom. Although there was no relationship between the college and Liu Kingdom, the destruction of Liu Kingdom still enraged many people from the college. The anger of the college was different from Yi Futian's. They did not know anyone from Liu Kingdom and were not in any way related to the kingdom. They were angry about Qin dynasty's cruelty and that the Qin dynasty broke the rules that the Eastern Barren Territory had been following for many years. In the Eastern Barren Territory, the three most powerful forces were the Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and the college. The other top forces were somewhat weaker than those three. For many years, the situation had been maintained as such. Although there were occasional conflicts between disciples of different forces, they had still been following the hidden rules and nobody dared to break them. The world of cultivation had always been very cruel. Very often, larger forces would bully smaller ones, and this would remain that way forever. However, this had at least never happened to a top force, until the destruction of Liu Kingdom. Qin dynasty was trying to destroy the balance in Eastern Barren Territory and break the stable relationship that had existed for many years. Furthermore, although there seemed to be a reason for Qin dynasty's actions, everyone knew that, in reality, Qin Yuan was but an excuse for them to start a war. Even if Qin Yuan did not die, the Qin dynasty would still find another excuse to start the war. The destruction of Liu Kingdom was only the first stop on Qin dynasty's path to ruling the world. Mountain Elder Zhu Qing looked at Qin Ji and the others from Qin dynasty and only said one word, "Scram." Qin Ji was however not bothered by that. He looked emotionlessly at the people from the college and said coldly, "Is the college protecting the person who killed my brother? Does he not deserve to die?" Zhu Qing similarly said as she stared at Qin Ji. Some coldness erupted from Qin Ji. He stared at the people from the college and said, "My brother died in the Liu Kingdom for no reason. The college is not only protecting the murderer but is also humiliating the dead like this. Qin dynasty will remember this." Qin Ji naturally knew that it would almost be impossible for him to get Yi Wuchen. If the cottage would give him Yi Wuchen so easily, it would no longer be the cottage. However, Qin Yu still asked him to come. He did not need the cottage to give him Yi Wuchen. All he needed was an excuse to attack the college and the cottage in the future. "That's up to you. Now, can you scram?" Zhu Qing glanced at Qin Ji in disgust. She liked none of the princes from the Qin dynasty. Qin Ji stood proudly and said coldly, "I still need to hear the cottage's reply." Suddenly, someone said from afar, "What reply do you want to hear?" Then, a figure slowly strolled over. His shirt was as white as snow and his long hair danced in the air. His handsome eyes stared at Qin Ji with a sharp look. His tone was monotonous, but it also sounded extremely arrogant. He simply looked at Qin Ji, but it was as if he was going to penetrate Qin Ji's eyes with his stare. Seeing Jiyu Donglio's look, Qin Ji's proud heart actually felt somewhat scared. He was the third prince of Qin dynasty and was very talented. All along, he was supercilious and believed that he was no weaker than anyone else. However, for some reason, when he really faced Jiyu Dongliu, his might seemed to be suppressed because of just one look from Jiyu Dongliu. Jiyu Dongliu was, after all, as famous as Qin Yu. Moreover, he had defeated Lu Nantian before. In that battle, Lu Nantian had displayed sage intent and could almost be considered the strongest person in Eastern Barren territory. However, he still lost to Jiyu Dongliu, who was only a grade 2 noble then. Yi Wuchen killed my brother. Also, the remnants of Liu Kingdom, Liu Feiyang and Liu Chunyu, are also at the cottage. I would naturally hope that the cottage can give them to me, Qin Ji said emotionlessly. However, his tone was already not as domineering as before. You have disrupted her cultivation, Jiyu Dongliu suddenly said. Both the people from Qin dynasty and those from the college were stunned by his baffling words. Disrupted her cultivation? Who is she? Frowning, Qin Ji looked at Jiyu Dongliu and asked, What do you mean? Unforgivable, Jiyu Dongliu said. Qin Ji widened his eyes and stared at Jiyu Dongliu. Unforgivable? Even Mountain Elder Zhu Qing also looked at Jiyu Dongliu, stunned, but she roughly knew who Jiyu Dongliu was referring to. The second disciple of the cottage, Zhuge Hui. All of a sudden, Jiyu Dongliu stepped forward and an aura erupted from his body. His white shirt moved even though there was no wind, giving off a flapping sound. He scanned the people from Qin dynasty and his look suddenly turned weird. Invisible spiritual energy immediately enveloped all of them. Jiyu Dongliu, what do you mean by this? Qin Ji asked. He came to the cottage to ask for people. Even if the cottage did not want to hand them over, what reasons did they have to attack him? Was disrupting her cultivation also a valid excuse? Jiyu Dongliu did not pay attention to Qin Ji's words. Instead, he took another step forward. In this instant, extremely sharp spiritual will spread onto the nobles from Qin dynasty. The people from the Qin dynasty were all shocked. Was Jiyu Dongliu actually going to attack them? Even though the cultivators who followed Qin Ji this time were strong, they could obviously not fight against Jiyu Dongliu. At the moment, Jiyu Dongliu was already one of the strongest people in the Eastern Barren territory. Even if Qin Yu was here instead, there would only be a 50-50 chance that he would win should he not rely on the sage ritual implement. If Jiyu Dongliu really wanted to deal with them, the outcome would be blatantly obvious. Jiyu Dongliu, what exactly do you want? Two people each took a step forward and their might bloomed violently. However, Jiyu Dongliu's look continued to become increasingly demonic. His handsome eyes were like two spiritual vortexes, and a monstrous spiritual will pressured the two people. Then, Jiyu Dongliu extended his palm and invisible sword Qi started to dance wildly, circling the two nobles. I want to kill. Jiyu Dongliu clenched his fist. A frightening current raged wildly, giving off a sizzling sound. The two nobles each gave a miserable cry. Then, blood oozed rapidly from their eyes, nose, and mouth. Their bodies trembled fiercely and they eventually fell from the sky. Bang! The people from Qin dynasty all started to tremble. They raised their heads and looked at Jiyu Dongliu in shock. Is he mad? Yi Wuchen killed Qin Yuan, so it was only reasonable for Qin dynasty to come. In addition, they had never had a head-on conflict with the cottage. Did Jiyu Dongliu actually kill someone? Qin Ji also stared at Jiyu Dongliu in astonishment. What was the cottage thinking? Are you declaring war on Qin dynasty? Qin Ji's face turned very pale, fear showing across it. Jiyu Dongliu said that he wanted to kill. How many did he want to kill? How about him, a prince of Qin dynasty? I already said that you have disrupted her cultivation. The penalty is death, Jiyu Dongliu said emotionlessly as if he was not bothered at all. It was as if the people he killed were neither nobles nor from Qin dynasty. Just as he finished speaking, the appalling spiritual will continued to explode, engulfing the other cultivators. Ancient characters seemed to circle around him, and a mysterious aura enveloped those from Qin dynasty. Jiyu Dongliu, are you mad? A noble from Qin dynasty shouted loudly. Jiyu Dongliu, however, did not seem to have heard his words. He continued to reach out his hand and clenched it fiercely. The sound of explosions emitted continuously, followed by miserable cries. The spiritual wills of those nobles could not withstand the attack and were destroyed rapidly. Blood flew out from their fear-filled eyes and they dropped from the sky one after another. In just a short while, Qin Ji, the third prince of Qin dynasty, was the only person left there. At the moment, the imposing manner Qin Ji had when he had just arrived was completely gone. His face was highly distorted and pale, while his eyes were filled with anger and intense fear. When a cottage disciple was unreasonable and started to kill, it would certainly be a disaster. Is the cottage so inhuman now? Qin Ji roared, but his voice was trembling. This was not the style of the cottage. The people from the college also stared at Jiyu Dongliu in bewilderment. Jiyu Dongliu had actually killed the nobles from the Qin dynasty. Even mountain elder Zhu Qing could feel her heart racing. Obviously, she knew the consequences that might be caused by Jiyu Dongliu's actions. Suddenly, Zhu Qing recalled what Zhuge Hui told her in Chaoga City, that the college was too gentle in its actions. Indeed, compared to the cottage, she was way too gentle. Inhuman? Jiyu Dongliu still looked at Qin Ji calmly. Everyone in the world knew that cottage disciples were reasonable. Therefore, Qin Ji dared to come to the cottage and ask them to hand the murderer over. What they did not know was that the cottage could also be unreasonable. You have annihilated an entire kingdom. After doing such an evil deed, you still dare to come here for this. Since this is the case, I can only help the world to enforce justice and execute the punishment. Just as Jiyu Dongliu finished speaking, sword qi whizzed out. Ancient characters started to circle around Qin Ji's body. At this instant, Qin Ji started to tremble wildly. He was stricken with fear. Qin dynasty had finally begun to expand in order to rule the world. He was supposed to find his own stage and let his radiance shine. He came to the cottage to ask them to hand those people to him. Originally, this was supposed to be his first appearance in the Eastern Barren Territory. Little did he know that his emergence this time would also be his last. Kill, Jiyu Dongliu said coldly as the sword will whizzed over. Qin Ji's face was distorted and his body trembled. In his desperation, his body was torn apart slowly, until he turned into nothing. Jiyu Dongliu did not look at him again. Turning around, he walked up Book Mountain right away, as if he had only done something trivial. Zhuge Hui asked Luo Fan to tell him to disable these people. However, he killed them straight away. To him, there was little difference between disabling and killing them. Her character was indeed still too gentle and kind. Qin dynasty dealt with the Liu kingdom in such a way and eliminated the entire family in an attempt to shock the Eastern Barren Territory. They came to the cottage in order to display their prestige as well. They wanted to tell the world that the Qin dynasty was going to rule the world. However, the cottage was not the Liu kingdom. They would not be able to deal with it using the same method. Since a war was already destined to happen, he would fulfill Qin dynasty's wish. Since Qin dynasty did not obey the rules of Eastern Barren Territory, the cottage did not have to be reasonable as well. The people from the college, including Zhu Qing, stared at Jiyu Dongliu as he left. They were totally shocked and all felt speechless. It was as if that today, they had just met the cottage and Jiyu Dongliu. Cottage disciples are so handsome, a beautiful girl exclaimed, looking at Jiyu Dongliu. Vaguely, her eyes were actually filled with wild fondness. Chapter 334. The tree desires calmness but the wind will not cease. Chapter 334. The tree desires calmness but the wind will not cease. In the battle between the Qin dynasty and the Liu kingdom, the king of Liu actually did not go back to aid the Liu kingdom. Instead, he broke into the Qin imperial palace and caused a significant loss for the Qin dynasty. Qin dynasty had been too careless. Of course, This battle did not really shake the Qin dynasty's foundations. The power of the strongest people was, after all, the deciding factor of whether a force was strong or not. For example, the cottage only had a few disciples, but to Qin dynasty it was far more threatening than any other force in Eastern Barren territory. The reason was simple: they were all too strong. They could be considered a whole kingdom. Today, who could be considered as the most powerful people in the Eastern Barren territory? They were, of course, those who had comprehended some sage intent, or those who had a sage ritual implement. Qin dynasty dared to fight against the whole world because they already possessed people of both kinds. Furthermore, they had allied with Donghua clan. Combining the powerful people and resources of the two top forces, they could already change the whole Eastern Barren territory. Qin dynasty and Donghua clan agreed that after they ruled the world, Qin dynasty would control the events in the world, while Donghua clan would be reputed as the first clan in Eastern Barren territory and control the cultivators' world. Together, they would govern the world. Although the madness of the king of Liu had caused the Qin dynasty to pay a price, it was insignificant when compared to the destruction of Liu kingdom. Moreover, many cultivators from the Liu kingdom had also surrendered. Now, Qin dynasty was only waiting to wave its arm and call the world to attack the cottage. It would then rule the Eastern Barren territory. At the moment, cultivators from many top forces in Eastern Barren territory were gathered in a luxurious palace in the Qin imperial palace. Qin Yu, the crown prince of Qin dynasty, was sitting on the throne above everyone else. Below him, there were many cultivators from Donghua clan, Futian sword clan, Royal Shen temple, and other forces. Even Ji family had sent someone here to visit the Qin imperial palace. Suddenly, someone from Futian sword clan folded his hands at Qin Yu and said, "Futian sword clan originally wanted to capture Yi Wuchen and bring him here. However, Yi Wuchen has yet to return until now." He followed Yi Futian into the cottage. Qin dynasty had directly eliminated the Liu kingdom, which was close to and as famous as Futian sword clan. How could Futian sword clan not be frightened? Qin Yuan was killed by a person from Futian sword clan. Naturally, they had to send someone here to explain. "I understand," Qin Yu said. "I have already sent Qin Ji to the cottage to ask for Yi Wuchen. However, the cottage is so unscrupulous and they will very likely not hand him over. By that time, what do you think we should do?" "Futian sword clan will go to the cottage with Qin dynasty and ask for Yi Wuchen," the person from Futian sword clan said. "More importantly, this concerns Qin dynasty. How can the cottage dare not to hand him over?" "That's right. With the powers Qin dynasty has now, the cottage will certainly give him to us. After all, the cottage is not involved in this," someone from Ji family also echoed. "If the cottage dares to break the rules of Eastern Barren territory like this, I believe that all the forces in Eastern Barren territory will respond to our calling." Royal Shen temple had sent the fifth lord, He Yulu, here. The Liu kingdom was destroyed and every force in Eastern Barren territory was wildly shocked. In the past, Royal Shen temple already had some relations with the Qin dynasty. Now, they would, of course, want to be as close to Qin dynasty as possible. In addition, there was still resentment between them and the cottage. "By then, I hope that everyone will support us," Qin Yu said, smiling. "Why did they destroy the Liu kingdom?" It was because they wanted to display their dominance and scare the forces in Eastern Barren territory. Although Futian sword clan, Royal Shen temple, and the like seemed to be very close to Qin dynasty at the moment, in reality, they all had their own plans. Only absolute powers could instill awe, and perhaps even fear, into them. It would not just be these two forces. By the time Qin dynasty decided to attack the cottage, they would call upon all the forces in the world to join them. Who would dare not to obey them? Suddenly, some footsteps came from outside the palace. The person coming in seemed to be panicked. Very quickly, someone appeared at the gates of the palace and looked at Qin Yu. Bowing, he said, "Your Highness." Qin Yu raised his head and asked, "What is it?" "Your Highness." The person's mouth twitched, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. He even glanced at the people from other forces. "We're all allies." "Just say it," Qin Yu said. "The spiritual imprint of the third prince has extinguished." The person buried his head low and bowed. Qin Yu's body trembled gently and a horrifying coldness erupted from his eyes. He leaned forward and almost could not prevent his violent might from being released. "You didn't see wrongly?" he questioned coldly. "Your Highness, apart from the third prince, the spiritual imprints of all the nobles who went this time have been extinguished." The person's head went lower. Even his voice was trembling. Qin Yu stood up and his look was extremely freezing. Qin Ji and the people from Qin dynasty who had followed him were all dead. He naturally knew what this meant. The cottage was declaring war. He did not expect the cottage to actually be so decisive and kill Qin Ji and the rest. After all, they had not really declared war with the cottage. They only sent someone there to ask for Yi Wuchen. Even if the cottage did not want to hand him over, how could they kill the messengers? Moreover, the person they killed was the prince of Qin dynasty. Some sharpness also flashed across the cultivators from Futian sword clan. They obviously knew what that person meant. The people who went to the cottage were dead. He Yulu squinted and recalled the scene when his daughter was forced to die. Indeed, the cottage was still so overbearing and supercilious. The expressions of the people from Ji family all froze and they were extremely shocked. The Qin dynasty cultivators who went to the cottage were all killed. Was this the reply of the cottage to Qin dynasty? "Everyone, what do you think?" Qin Yu suppressed his anger and looked at the people present. "The cottage is simply too presumptuous and does not follow the rules at all," a cultivator from Futian sword clan remarked angrily. "If we do not eliminate the cottage, Qin Ji will have died for nothing," He Yulu also said coldly. "Qin dynasty should send out the army immediately and attack the cottage. We wish that Qin dynasty will have an easy victory and rule the world," a person from Ji family said, folding his hands. Qin Yu looked at everyone else. The things they were saying at the moment were very different from what they had said just a while ago. "You should leave for now. I will discuss this with my father. The cottage will surely pay the price," Qin Yu said coldly. The other people left one after another. After they left, Qin Yu slapped the chair, destroying it at once. A terrifying murderous aura was released from his body. The overbearing attitude of the cottage not only allowed them to kill Qin Ji but also instilled fear into the other forces. At the moment, it would be difficult to call them and attack the cottage together. Qin dynasty annihilated the Liu kingdom to display its powers and show that it could easily conquer anything. However, because of Qin Ji's death, everything returned to its original state. Previously, if he was to call upon the various forces, many people would respond. However, the cottage had killed a prince of Qin dynasty. How could the Qin dynasty not take revenge? Qin Yuan's death caused the Liu kingdom to be destroyed. What the cottage did was far more overbearing than what happened in the Liu kingdom. How could the Qin dynasty not start a war? At the moment, the top forces would only choose to remain still and observe the situation. The news about what happened below Book Mountain spread to every corner of Eastern Barren territory very quickly. Countless people were astonished. Qin dynasty destroyed the Liu kingdom, while Jiyu Dongliu, the third disciple of the cottage, slew Qin Ji. Both events seemed to have occurred for a reason, but in reality, there were none at all. The two strongest forces of Eastern Barren territory had just collided head-on with each other for the very first time. Previously, even when Zhuge Hui, the second disciple of the cottage, destroyed the gates of Dongqin College in Chaoga, Qin dynasty still chose to tolerate it. They even helped the cottage to investigate on the culprit behind Yi Futian's attempted assassination. After all, the assassination happened on Qin dynasty's territory. It was, therefore, reasonable for the Qin dynasty to tolerate it. But what about this time? Would they start a war? The destruction of the Liu kingdom and the death of Qin Ji caused the atmosphere in Eastern Barren territory to be even more intense. Everyone could feel that a storm was brewing and a war was imminent. Now, countless people were discussing what the outcome would be if the overbearing Qin dynasty and the arrogant college cottage really started a battle. At the cottage, however, nothing seemed to have changed because of Qin Ji's death. The place was still quiet and peaceful, just like always. Liu Feiyang and Liu Chunyu had officially entered the college to cultivate. Yi Wuchen was a disciple of Fuyun sword clan and had spent much time and effort cultivating his sword skills. At the moment, there was a pressing need for them to cultivate and become stronger. After all, they were still too weak to be involved in the situation in Eastern Barren Territory. Only when they became sufficiently strong and had powers close to that of Jiyu Dongliu, they could participate in the war in Eastern Barren Territory. During mealtime, Yi Futian asked everyone else, "Sister, brother, will Qin dynasty start a war?" "I'm not sure." Luo Fan shook his head. "However, whether they choose to start a war or not, it will be difficult for them to get help from the other forces. Those who dared to participate in the war would need to be prepared for death." Yi Futian nodded. The second sister had asked the third brother to disable Qin Ji and the others. That time, he even thought that the second sister was being too impulsive. Afterward, however, he realized that the second sister and the third brother did so not just because they were angry, they also wanted to shock the other forces. Qin dynasty eliminated the Liu kingdom and showed the intention to attack the cottage. At that time, the cottage already knew that the battle would come sooner or later. Since this was the case, they did not have to wait. Killing Qin Ji would cause people from other forces to be scared of the cottage and hence not dare to ally with Qin dynasty. "What's the master's level?" Yi Futian asked. Actually, he was not even sure of the real powers of the cottage now. The eldest brother, second sister, third brother, and the master should be the strongest members of the cottage, but he only knew how strong the third brother Jiyu Dongliu was. Clearly, he was still somewhat worried. Since Qin dynasty dared to fight against the whole world, they certainly had a source of confidence. "Why are you thinking so much? Just concentrate on cultivating. In the future, I still need you to protect me." The second sister smiled and glanced at Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled and felt speechless. However, after looking at the second sister, he said in a serious tone, "In the future, I'll surely protect you." "Right, that will be great." Zhuge Hui reached out her hand and patted on Yi Futian's head. Immediately, Yi Futian's expression froze, along with his hands. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. "I am, after all, an adult. Could you please not do this? Originally, I wanted to fulfill the master's aspiration here in a gentle way. But from the look of it, that would be too difficult," the second sister sighed. "The tree desires calmness but the wind will not cease." Chapter 335, Declaration of War. Chapter 335, Declaration of War. A head-on conflict had erupted between the Qin dynasty and the cottage, shocking the entire Eastern Barren Territory. Countless people waited for the Qin dynasty to respond. Qin Ji, the third prince of Qin dynasty, was killed by the cottage when he went there to ask for Yi Wuchen. If Qin dynasty did not respond to this, everyone in the world would think that Qin dynasty was not qualified to unify Eastern Barren Territory after all. Just when everyone was discussing it, some news spread from the Qin imperial palace. Qin dynasty officially announced to the world the 7 sins of the cottage. Firstly, the cottage was overbearing in its behavior and had been killing the innocent. Jiyu Dongliu had eliminated a top-tier force in Eastern Barren Territory. This was cruel and inhumane. Secondly, cottage disciples had robbed others of their possessions. In Chaoga City, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had taken the treasures from Yin family by force, namely the 5-element rod and the demonic tripod. Thirdly, cottage disciples had been bullying others because of their status and did whatever they wanted. They had once forced Hishiro, the daughter of the 5th Lord of Royal Shen Temple, to kill herself. Furthermore, they still did not leave the matter at that, eventually killing the Royal Shen Temple disciple Luo Junlin, his father, and many others who had a deep resentment for Yi Futian. They were brutal and killed everyone who tried to oppose them. Fourthly, the cottage protected murderers, in particular, Yi Wuchen. They ignored the decision of Fuyun sword clan and even killed the people from Qin dynasty who went there. There were still the 5th, 6th, and 7th sins. It was as if the cottage had done much evil and could not be forgiven. Qin dynasty announced that they would send their army to the divine capital and attack the cottage in order to protect Eastern Barren Territory. In addition, They invited all the powerful forces to gather in the Qin imperial city and discuss the situation in Eastern Barren territory. They also hoped that the leaders of these forces could attend themselves to determine the future together. The news spread and shook the entire Eastern Barren territory fiercely. Were the most powerful forces in the Eastern Barren territory finally going to collide head-on with each other? It seemed unlikely that the cottage would be able to fight against the dragon army of Qin dynasty. Apart from that, the Qin dynasty invited all the powerful forces to gather in the Qin imperial city. They probably wanted to attack the cottage with the aid from these forces. Of course, the Qin dynasty did not say it directly but only claimed that they would discuss the situation together. However, everyone knew the truth. Qin dynasty had already officially declared war on the cottage, so the various forces obviously could not reject the Qin dynasty's invitation. At the moment, the Qin dynasty was extremely powerful and it had easily destroyed the Liu kingdom. Even if they did not want to fight with the Qin dynasty, they had to give Qin dynasty some face. Moreover, the battle between the Qin dynasty and the cottage would be considered a top-tier one in the Eastern Barren territory. Everyone wanted to watch it for themselves. The Eastern Barren territory was stirred up. Immediately, the cultivators from various top forces left their places. The leaders of many forces also departed themselves and headed towards the Qin imperial city, leading their fellow members. Even they would be involved in the great change that was imminent in Eastern Barren territory. The cottage, of course, also received the news, but it was expected. Qin dynasty wanted to rule the world and Jiyu Dongliu killed Qin Ji directly. This was almost like declaring war. How could the Qin dynasty not respond to it? The Qin imperial city was filled with many talented people. For a moment, the forces in the Eastern Barren territory all gathered here. It was not just the top forces. Cultivators from various forces reached one after another, especially those subsidiary forces under the Qin dynasty. Very quickly, news spread from the Qin imperial city. Futian sword clan had arrived. Even the leader of Futian sword clan, together with several summit lords, was here. Afterward, the people from Royal Shen Temple also arrived. All the 5 lords were present. Then, the leaders of Ji family, Witch clan, Moon clan, and many others arrived at the Qin imperial city one by one. There had never been such a grand occasion in Eastern Barren territory before. Many leaders from top forces were here themselves. This was clearly because of the fact that Qin dynasty had declared war to the cottage. The influence of this was way too big, as it would very likely determine the future of Eastern Barren territory and affect the entire situation. It would determine what would happen in the future and even where the various people would end up in. In such a situation, even the leaders of different forces must pay absolute attention. After all, not long ago, a person who had been as famous as them, namely the king of Liu Kingdom, died in the Qin imperial palace. This would be a huge change that had never happened in Eastern Barren territory in the past hundreds of years. Qin dynasty and the cottage would be the main players leading to this change, while everyone else would also be involved trying to maximize their benefits. At the moment, the people from Royal Shen Temple were gathered somewhere in the Qin imperial palace, including the few lords. The first lord of Royal Shen Temple was wearing a loose robe and had black hair that filled his head. From him, one could feel a very powerful temperament. First Lord, if Qin dynasty asks us to attack the cottage with them, what should we do? Someone suddenly asked. After Qin Ji died, they guessed that a great battle would probably happen between the two forces. Because of the relationship between them and the cottage, they would surely not be on the cottage side. However, the question was whether they should participate in the battle at all. Qin dynasty declared war on the cottage first and claimed that the cottage had committed 7 sins. Then, they gathered all the forces in Eastern Barren territory and invited all the cultivators, which was really cunning of them. If Qin dynasty asked Royal Shen Temple to participate, what should they do? What do you think? The First Lord asked. He Yulu's eyes sparkled. Obviously, he hoped that they would fight against the cottage, but he did not dare to voice his opinion so easily at the moment. Clearly, we cannot participate in the battle easily, Xia Luo suddenly said. Xia Luo, what's your opinion? The First Lord asked. Xia Luo looked at his master. Bowing, he replied, Qin dynasty and the cottage are both extremely strong. They probably both want to unify Eastern Barren territory. Even though we cannot prevent this from happening, it will be dangerous for us to get involved easily. Furthermore, after Qin dynasty eliminated the cottage, Eastern Barren territory will be unified. We will definitely need to benefit sufficiently from this so that in the future, we will have the same position in Eastern Barren territory. You think that Eastern Barren territory will certainly be unified? The First Lord asked. Yes, Master. Since the Qin dynasty wiped out the Liu kingdom so simply, it can do the same to other forces. After all, there is a huge difference between their strongest cultivators and those from other forces. I think that only the college cottage can deal with the Qin dynasty, and this general trend cannot be stopped. Master, we can only try to get more benefits in order to secure our position. After all, even if Qin dynasty unifies Eastern Barren territory, it will make no difference to us as long as they do not control us directly, Xia Luo said slowly. The First Lord squinted and his eyes sparkled. He could understand Xia Luo's words, but it was still somewhat difficult for him to accept the reality. Moreover, they would surely need to pay a price first before being able to benefit. This meant that ultimately, they still had to fight for Qin dynasty. In another pavilion, the disciples of the Moon Clan were all gathered together. Even the leader of Moon Clan was present. At the moment, a group of ladies was gazing into the distance. They were all exceptionally pretty, especially the First Lady. It was as if she was an ethereal fairy that should not even exist in the mortal world. Leader, Virgin Chu Yaoyao and Qin Li had been very close to each other. They had already confirmed their relationship. When the Liu kingdom was destroyed, Chu Yaoyao even followed Qin Li there. I am worried that we have already been tied to Qin dynasty since then, a lady said. After all, the Virgin of Moon Clan had a very high status and her words were often influential. She could represent Moon Clan when she was outside. Goddess Wang Yu did not say anything but her eyes sparkled. Chu Yaoyao had been very close to Qin Li and was already Qin Li's girlfriend. On the other hand, another genius from Moon Clan was the girlfriend of Yi Futian, a cottage disciple. This was indeed very tricky. How should they handle the situation? Apart from them, all the leaders in Eastern Barren territory were thinking of the same question. If Qin dynasty asked them to attack the cottage, what should they do? Qin dynasty was really too cunning. Instead of just declaring war, they summoned everyone in Eastern Barren territory to this place. Chapter 336, Mr. Du's Aspiration. Chapter 336, Mr. Du's Aspiration. A grand feast was being held in the Qin Imperial Palace, drawing many cultivators from various places. Most people in Eastern Barren territory had already arrived, including many leaders and important figures. Outside the Qin Imperial Palace, countless people gazed at the open palace from afar. The entire place was packed with cultivators. They lined up in a neat row which extended from outside the palace all the way to the central region of the feast. There, the King of Qin and the Crown Prince Qin Yu were sitting on the thrones above everyone else. There were many groups of people around them, each of which represented a top force in Eastern Barren territory. Behind them, there were also people from various forces. They were the top-tier forces in Eastern Barren territory, such as Yin family from Chaoga City whose members took orders from Qin dynasty directly. Now, they also responded to Qin dynasty's call and came to attend the event. On the right of the King of Qin, a group of people with outstanding temperament stood proudly. All of them were extremely talented and famous in Eastern Barren territory. At the very front of this group of people, there were two charming ladies. They were stunningly beautiful and had attracted much attention. Hua Qingqing was as pure as a fairy who had descended from the heaves. From her eyes, one could not see any distractions. They looked perfectly clear and pure. Beside her, there was another fair lady. She was also a very famous beauty in Eastern Barren territory, Lady Yuxiao. In the past, Lady Yuxiao was also known as Goddess Yuxiao. She was a very famous lady in Eastern Barren territory. Later, she fell in love with the then handsome young leader of Donghua clan. Lady Yuxiao was the wife of the Donghua clan leader at the moment. It was said that the Donghua clan leader was cultivating in seclusion and did not come himself. However, nobody dared to ignore Lady Yuxiao. She obtained her position today definitely not because she was married to the Donghua clan leader. Instead, some claimed that the Donghua clan leader had such a renowned status today only because he married her. Countless people stared at Lady Yuxiao. She was very honored and seldom appeared in front of other people. However, today she was still here. It was clear how important Qin dynasty's announcement was. Apart from Lady Yuxiao, a leader from Chenqiu Temple was also here. He was an eminent monk and had brought with him the Arhat and many other disciples. Apart from that, many leaders and important figures from Futian Sword Clan, Royal Shen Temple, Witch Clan, Moon Clan, and Ji family were also present. Seeing these people, many cultivators around sighed in their hearts. This was all because of the destruction of Liu Kingdom. Qin dynasty invited all the cultivators in the world and countless people responded. Although various top forces did not declare their position, they still could not ignore the Qin dynasty. Indeed, they were all present, including many important people. Qin dynasty had, after all, easily destroyed the Liu Kingdom. Moreover, Donghua clan was also Qin dynasty's ally. 2 out of the 3 most powerful forces in Eastern Barren Territory had allied with each other. Their influence was well understood. The banquet, which was filled with people, was somewhat noisy as different people discussed various matters. Suddenly, the Crown Prince Qin Yu stood up and signaled for everyone to be quiet. The many noises immediately started to diminish. Eventually, the place was in total silence, apart from the occasional discussion among the people from top forces. The King of Qin scanned the vast crowd and said politely, "I am indeed honored to have all of you from so many distant places here." Many cultivators folded their hands and said, "Your Majesty, we're honored as well. I will not be too polite or indirect. I think that everyone can see the situation in the Eastern Barren Territory at the moment clearly. We happily sent a group of people to the Liu Kingdom so as to propose marriage, as my son Qin Yuan wanted to marry Liu Chenyu, Princess of Liu Kingdom. However, he was assaulted in the Liu Kingdom Imperial Palace and died miserably in a foreign kingdom. Every time I think about this, I feel great pain. The Liu Kingdom is cruel and inhuman and should be destroyed. Because of this, many people in the Liu Kingdom paid the price. However, the culprits Liu Chenyu, Liu Feiyang, and the murderer, Yi Wuchen, are still happy and unpunished today. The cottage is protecting these murderers. The King of Qin said angrily, because of this, they even killed Qin Ji, who went there. My son Qin Ji was very talented, but he died in such a petty way. Even during a war between 2 nations, no one kills the messengers. The cottage is simply frenzied and does whatever they want. I think that all of you have also heard about and can remember the 7 sins they committed. Such a force should not have even existed in Eastern Barren Territory. Today, we invited all of you here to discuss this. What are your opinions? The eyes of the people from various forces all sparkled. They each had their own plans. The cottage is indeed lawless and ignores the hidden rules in the Eastern Barren Territory. Futian Sword Clan now officially announces that we have expelled Yi Wuchen from the clan. Your Majesty, you can punish him in whatever ways you want and you do not need to care about Futian Sword Clan's view, the leader of Futian Sword Clan suddenly declared. Everyone's eyes sparkled. This was also an outcome they had long expected. Futian Sword Clan did not agree to fight alongside Qin dynasty because it would be extremely risky. The cottage slew Qin Ji. How could the various forces not be frightened? Arrogance and boldness were built upon immense confidence, while confidence came from power. The boldness and confidence of the cottage caused them to be very afraid. The King of Qin glanced at the leader of Futian Sword Clan. Indeed, although they managed to summon various forces here today, the different forces all had their own thoughts. They would clearly not make a decision just because of his words. Over these few years, the cottage has indeed crossed the line, especially this time when they killed Qin Ji. Qin dynasty should go there and make sure that justice is served, a lord of Royal Shen Temple said. His reply was very ambiguous. On the other hand, the people from the Moon Clan, Ji family, and other forces all watched quietly and did not say anything. They had to observe the situation first. A major change was imminent in the Eastern Barren Territory. None of them knew what was about to happen. "Master, what do you think?" Suddenly, the king of Qin looked at the eminent monk from Chenqiu Temple. He was wearing a kasaya and had prayer beads around his neck and in his hand. At the moment, he grabbed the beads around his neck and closed his eyes. Then, he made some obscure noises and shook his head gently without replying to the king. The king of Qin looked at everyone present. It seemed that they would not make a decision until they could see a clear objective. Over these years, the cottage has become more and more uncontrolled. It now already has the potential to threaten the entire Eastern Barren Territory. If we wait for a few more years, Eastern Barren Territory will probably be ruled by the cottage. By that time, all of your lives will be in the hands of the cottage. The king of Qin said emotionlessly, "Therefore, I want to put an end to this situation. I invited all of you here to create a new era." The moment when he finished speaking, the place turned even quieter. Was the king of Qin planning to show his cards to Eastern Barren Territory? Create a new era? Whose era? Your Majesty, do you want to unify the Eastern Barren Territory? The leader of the witch clan stared at the king of Qin with a sharp look. He asked the question which everyone else wanted to. "No, I want to change Eastern Barren Territory, together with all of you, because I do not want you to disappear into the river of history just like Qin dynasty," the king of Qin said. "Disappear?" Goddess Wang Yu from Moon Clan looked at the king and said, "Your Majesty, is that too exaggerated? Although the cottage is supercilious, its members do not seem to have the intention to rule the world. Goddess, do you know why the relationship between the cottage and the college is not good?" The king of Qin stared at Goddess Wang Yu. "Why is that so?" Goddess Wang Yu asked. "This is a top secret. Even I only know bits and pieces of it," the king said emotionlessly. "The reason is that the chief of the college and Mr. Du from the cottage have different aspirations. That time, the eldest disciple of the cottage, Sword Saint, was extremely powerful and shocked the world in just one battle. Everyone thought that they could already see the glory of the college as another super being had been born. However, when Sword Saint asked Mr. Du if he should stay on Book Mountain, Mr. Du asked him to leave and build his own clan. The college has the cottage with them. Even at this point, they can easily become the top clan in the Eastern Barren Territory. When all the cottage disciples are strong enough, what position will the college have? They can conquer the world. Everyone has ambition, including the college. The college wants to become the totem head of the Eastern Barren Territory, but Mr. Du did not follow the will of the college. Instead, he only did what he wanted to. Is it because he does not have wild ambition at all? The king looked at the crowd and said in a serious tone, "It's the opposite. Mr. Du's plans and ambition are even larger, wilder than the college chief. The eldest disciple, Sword Saint, built Sword Saint Mountain. By the time the second, third, and even fourth disciples begin to establish their own clans, the entire Eastern Barren Territory will belong to the cottage. The other forces will no longer be able to do anything about it. If there is really such a day, ask yourself this: how are your talents compared to the Sword Saint and Jiyu Dongliu? By that time, the cottage disciples will establish their own forces, and will anyone join your forces? The cottage does not even have to fight. They just need to wait for time to pass before they can become the symbol of the Eastern Barren Territory. At that time, who will remember the Witch Clan? Or the Moon Clan? You will just vanish into the river of history. This is Mr. Du's aspiration, the king said, staring at everyone else. They knew what the king had just said was very likely to be true. If there was really such a day, the cottage would not have to battle at all to unify the Eastern Barren Territory. By that time, the cottage would become the absolute holy land in Eastern Barren Territory. Furthermore, even if they wanted to fight back by then, they would not be strong enough to deal with the cottage disciples. Chapter 337, A Foregone Conclusion? Chapter 337, A Foregone Conclusion? The king of Qin looked at the people from various forces who were deep in thought. He knew that they were somewhat shaken. It was certainly not easy to convince these people to attack the cottage alongside Qin dynasty. Even though Fuyun Sword Clan and Royal Shen Temple were close to Qin dynasty, they would still be unwilling to face an enemy like the cottage. Every force was selfish. Only when the cottage really threatened their existence would they consider making this decision. Today, he was trying to tell everyone that the threat Qin dynasty posed them was far less than the cottage. Otherwise, why would these people follow the Qin dynasty and fight against the cottage? In the past, when the Qin dynasty was the king of the Eastern Barren Territory, various forces here coexisted and different clans still developed in good order. Our dynasty ruled the world but did not interfere with the existence of clans. In the future, it will remain the same. If the Qin dynasty can rule the world again, we will surely share everything we have with all of you. We and Donghua clan jointly established Dongqin College for the cultivators in the world. The situation in the future will not be very different from now. The king continued to persuade them. Now, we have even found the tomb of our ancestors. There are many ancient books in them. As a result, we even teach techniques of the Qin dynasty in Dongqin College to disciples. When we establish a new era together, this will even be more so. Qin dynasty will definitely not keep all the good stuff to ourselves. Instead, we wish that all the forces can develop and grow together, unlike what the cottage is doing. When forces such as Sword Saint Mountain fill every corner of the Eastern Barren Territory, there will be no place for you. Everyone's eyes sparkled and they felt even more worried. Indeed, Qin dynasty had obtained the tomb of their ancestors and their powers must have grown significantly. Furthermore, they had already stated clearly that they were going to revive the Qin dynasty. Your Majesty, you're right. Now, the cottage is already ignoring all the other forces and is extremely arrogant and supercilious. What will it be like in the future? An elder from Yin family echoed. In the future, any cottage disciple can shake the Eastern Barren Territory with a single sentence, someone said. Many people also echoed this, but the people from various top forces still kept quiet. Would Qin dynasty really behave in the way that the king of Qin had described? They would obviously not believe him so easily. After all, the destruction of Liu Kingdom was a living example. If the Qin dynasty really unified the Eastern Barren Territory, nobody would know what would happen. Currently, both the cottage and Qin dynasty were already far stronger than any of them. If a force was to fight against them alone, its outcome would certainly be just like the Liu Kingdom. This was also the most difficult problem each force was facing at the moment. They were too weak, but Qin dynasty declared its ambition to rule Eastern Barren Territory and wanted them to state their position. However, they would be in danger regardless of whether they made their position clear. If they chose not to declare their position now, Qin dynasty might win and find them afterward. They would end up just like the Liu Kingdom. If they chose to stand on Qin dynasty's side, they would face the risk of losing. Now, nobody knew clearly what the Qin dynasty and the cottage really had. Qin dynasty was confident because they were strong, had allied with Donghua clan, and found the tomb of their ancestors. On the other hand, the cottage was very mysterious. Nobody knew whether Mr. Du from the cottage really knew about cultivation or not, or how strong he was. I know that you still have concerns and are worried that I will not keep my promise. But please rest assured. As long as you are willing to attack the cottage with us, I will bring you to the tomb. There, you will be strengthened by our ancestors and obtain sage ritual implements. I am even willing to take a blood oath with you in front of the tomb. The only goal of the Qin dynasty is to restore the glory we once had and not to own everything in the world, the king of Qin announced loudly. When he finished speaking, many people could feel their hearts trembling. Their eyes brightened and they were somewhat shaken. Only real benefits could move a person. Eastern Barren Territory would be unified sooner or later. They could not resist the general trend at all. When Qin dynasty destroyed the Liu Kingdom and the cottage killed Qin Ji, the situation in the Eastern Barren Territory changed from being subtle to clear. A war could erupt at any time, and the current era seemed to be approaching its end at an accelerated pace. Nobody could stop the torrents of this trend. Just now, Qin dynasty had been discussing the cottage's threat. Now, they mentioned about being strengthened by their ancestors and obtaining sage ritual implements. How could they not be moved? Suddenly, Xia Luo, a disciple of the first lord of Royal Shen Temple, said to his master secretly, "Master, if we want to get the upper hand in the future, we must get their trust now. There is no time to hesitate. The relationship between Royal Shen Temple and the cottage is already unrepairable unless we tie the fifth lord up and give him to the cottage." The first lord's eyes sparkled. He knew that his disciple was only describing the reality, but Royal Shen Temple would obviously not give the fifth lord to the cottage. Otherwise, Royal Shen Temple would no longer be able to have a firm standing in the Eastern Barren Territory. Noticing that his master was still hesitating, Xia Luo added, "Master, it's time for us to make a decision. There is a difference between being the first to accept and being forced to accept. If the 5 lords in Royal Shen Temple can all be strengthened and get sage ritual implements, we will definitely be able to have a place in Eastern Barren Territory in the future. Now, we only want to maximize our benefits." The first lord clearly knew what his disciple was saying was all correct. He glanced at the people from other forces and discussed secretly with the other lords. The fifth lord, He Yulu, obviously supported this idea. Soon, the first lord said, "The cottage is uncontrolled in their behavior and forced my Royal Shen Temple disciple to die. We have been unhappy about this since long ago, but we could only tolerate them because we were too weak. Now, Qin dynasty is willing to call upon the world to attack the cottage, and Royal Shen Temple is, of course, happy to know that. We will join you in the battle." When he finished speaking, the place fell into complete silence. There was finally a top force that made their decision. Everyone knew that from the moment he said this, Royal Shen Temple would really be tied to Qin dynasty's war chariot. Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and Royal Shen Temple had allied. The king's eyes glittered. Finally, a force declared its position. What Qin dynasty needed the most at the moment was such a primer. The statement from the first lord of Royal Shen Temple was sufficient to break the mental defense of the other leaders. The outcome was already a foregone conclusion: they had to join the Qin dynasty. Thinking about this, he glanced inadvertently at Xia Luo, who was sitting behind the first lord of Royal Shen Temple. Xia Luo's real surname was Qin, and he had stayed in Royal Shen Temple for many years, all for this moment. In the future, he could assist his brother Qin Yu in ruling. Xia Luo was also extremely excited at the moment, but he still controlled himself. He was sent to Royal Shen Temple when he was young, so naturally, he was very adept at hiding his emotions. In the many years at Royal Shen Temple, he had never once displayed any relationship to Qin dynasty. He even did not really contact the Qin dynasty. Only in Chaoga City did he start to execute Qin dynasty's plan. Finally, at this very important moment, he played a key role. He knew clearly that at such a time, the leaders of various forces only needed a primer, and he had played his role well, causing the first lord of Royal Shen Temple to make the decision. "Great. With your decision, Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and Royal Shen Temple will definitely achieve a lot. Who else is willing to join me and establish a new era?" the king asked loudly. "Your Majesty, we will follow you," a person from Yin family made his stance. "Your Majesty, we will follow you and fight against the cottage." Many people announced their decisions one after another. The forces which followed the Qin dynasty naturally knew what they should do at the moment. Royal Shen Temple had already nodded, so it was time to let the other forces feel that the torrent of change was unstoppable. The various top forces all felt some pressure from the situation. The eyes of the Futian Sword Clan leader sparkled, after which he also said, "Futian Sword Clan will also follow Qin dynasty." "Fantastic. With the aid of Futian Sword Clan, we can accomplish anything," the king said, grinning. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. You will certainly destroy the cottage and rule the Eastern Barren Territory." The voices of people became stronger and stronger. The cultivators from the Witch Clan, Ji family, and the Moon Clan sat on their seats. Looking at the scene before them, they all sighed in their hearts. Although the true strength of the cottage was unknown, they would probably not be able to fight against so many major forces. Even if Mr. Du from the cottage knew how to cultivate, he should not be stronger than the college chief. The top cultivators from Qin dynasty and Donghua clan would be able to deal with him. In the Qin imperial palace, The sound waves turned into a terrifying mass which spread outwards continuously. The crowd in the distance felt the power of the torrent and was deeply shocked. A new era was approaching. Were the college and the cottage going to be destroyed? Suddenly, a man in a black shirt appeared among the vast crowd outside the palace. He looked ordinary and was wearing a black robe which swung in the air. He also had long, black hair. On his usual-looking face, however, there was a pair of eyes which looked as mysterious and deep as the stars, making him somewhat unusual. Through the loud noises, he walked calmly towards the palace step by step. Occasionally, some people would look at him and notice his special temperament. They would frown and think about why he had attracted their attention although he looked ordinary. It felt as if at the moment they saw him, they knew that he was certainly extraordinary, unlike his appearance. Very soon, the man reached the gates of the palace and continued to walk forward. Seeing him, a guard outside the Qin imperial palace questioned, "Who are you?" The person ignored him and still walked slowly towards the palace. From his body, a faint might was being released. Seeing the scene, a guard walked forward and shouted, "Stop." However, the person did not seem to have heard anything and continued to advance. A murderous aura was emitted from the guards, but in the next instant, the man in black shirt took a step forward and an invisible current started to flow. Immediately, the space around him seemed to freeze. The guards stopped and stood motionlessly at their spots like statues. They just watched as the person walked past them and into the palace. Very soon, the guards could move again. They could all feel their bodies being filled with cold sweat and only astonishment could be seen on their faces. Such a terrifying person. Just now, they felt that if they were to move even slightly, they would be crushed into a million pieces. Chapter 338, Extremely Fragile. Chapter 338, Extremely fragile. Amidst the crashing tides, the black-clothed man stepped forward. His aura seeped out bit by bit. Many people from the surroundings looked at him strangely. He looked average, but his eyes were very deep. His eyebrows were different too. They were like crescent moons but also like broadswords. Some from the Qin dynasty furrowed their brows. Bodies flashing, they went to him. "Who are you?" someone asked. The man didn't reply. He continued forward, his aura shrouding over who was before him. In an instant, those hearts started trembling, their pupils contracting. That moment, they felt that they were in a terrifying space. The formless aura could rip them into pieces. The black-clothed man seemed to be alone in his world. He walked to the center of the banquet. His steps gradually moved up into the air. Each step was higher than the last. Gradually, more and more people discovered his existence. Many people looked up, eyebrows arching. Emperor Qin had gathered all strong cultivators here. Everyone present was a top figure of the Eastern Baron Territory's top forces. Who was this guy? How dare he be so impolite and crazy as to walk in the air? The guards moved to stop him, but his aura abruptly became extremely terrifying. The horrible intent radiated from him, creating a force field in the vast space. Those who wanted to stop him froze in the air, staring at him. Hiss. Piercing sounds rang out in the air. An invisible force shrouded the space, pushing down the crashing tide. The sound weakened and everyone looked up. They saw the black-clothed man walking towards the center of the stage. As the force strengthened, the tides weakened. Its strength quickly faded until it was completely gone. Soon, the space was quiet and felt eerie. As soon as the man appeared, he repressed the wild atmosphere. He stood proudly in the air. He was average-looking but was now the absolute focus. He seemed to be the only one in the Qin palace. The big figures in the banquet all looked at him, hearts trembling. The clan leader of the Futian sword clan even stood up with an extremely icy expression. His eyes were like an unsheathed sword that stabbed toward the man. It was that sharp. "Emperor Qin, you invited all the strong cultivators here. Why didn't you invite me?" the man said in the air. His voice was as cold and hard as stone. His eyes still focused on the important figures of the Qin dynasty. "I was afraid I'm not important enough for the first disciple of the cottage." Emperor Qin remained in his seat, staring at the black-clothed figure in the air. It was the sword saint, the first disciple of the cottage. He'd come out of the west of the Eastern Barren territory and come to the Qin Palace. The people of the top forces were terrified. No one thought that the Sword Saint would appear in front of everyone. This was crazy. Qin Ji had died outside Book Mountain not long ago. Now, the Sword Saint came to the Qin dynasty alone. Was he showing absolute confidence in his abilities? The vast space was dead silent. Not many had seen the Sword Saint before, so they didn't know who he was until Emperor Qin's words. I heard that the Qin dynasty is calling the Eastern Barren territory to punish the cottage. How can I not come? The Sword Saint's voice contained formless power. No matter what his cultivation was, his own aura could push down the entire Qin palace. Emperor Qin kept looking at the Sword Saint without speaking. Qin Yu, though, walked forward. He was level with Jiyu Dongliu and Lu Nantian. The Sword Saint had made a name for himself earlier and more impressively. The Sword Saint only used one battle because he challenged the Futian sword clan. One battle turned him into a saint. It had been many years since that one battle. What plane was the Sword Saint at now? I've heard of you for many years, Sword Saint. I would like to learn from you today, Qin Yu said. A gust of horrible battle intent radiated from him. The Sword Saint scanned Qin Yu. The next moment, horrible wind swept over the Qin palace, ravaging the world. Sharp sword intent flooded out, splitting the heavens. Endless sword intent converged into a broadsword that hung in the air. The sword hung across the sky, hanging over everyone's heads. At that moment, everyone present felt the pressure of the world ending. The sword could fall on them at any moment. Countless people looked up at the Sword Saint, especially those from the top forces. What level was he at now? Hiss. The hovering sword came down. Without saying anything, the Sword Saint moved directly. This action didn't seem to use any skill or spell. It was just like a plain sword movement. The sword floated down as if it was unthreatening. Just like a flash of light, it didn't target anyone. Instead, it stabbed the center of the stage, the location of the banquet. No one moved, whether because the sword was too fast or because they weren't the targets. Anyway, no one stopped the sword and let it fall and split the center of the Qin palace's ground. A thin crack appeared, spreading outward in different directions like a tree's roots. It expanded crazily in every direction before stopping at the feet of the top forces. The Futian sword clan leader looked down at the thin crack by his feet. Sharp broadsword light seemed to shine from it. The light contained incredible broadsword intent, it seemed eternal. Sword intent shone from the leader's eyes, rushing into the crack. It found the broadsword intent and tried to erase it, but it was impossible. Discovering this, he trembled involuntarily. He knew what this meant. It meant that the Sword Saint had sage intent now. He'd surpassed the Futian sword clan's leader and his sword intent. The lord of the royal Xian temple also looked down to feel the broadsword intent. His arm trembled, his expression was uncomfortable. The other people all looked down and were unsettled. Those who had lower planes felt that their souls would be ripped apart when they felt the broadsword intent. Hiss, hiss. At that moment, the broadsword intent in the crack exploded. It tore apart everything as it expanded crazily. The ground was ripped apart with horribly deep fissures. The light dimmed and the remaining broadsword intent scattered. All that remained was the mark. One could still feel the horrible existence within it. The vast palace was dead silent. Just as the Qin dynasty called the Eastern Barren territory to prepare to punish the cottage, the first disciple appeared. He just walked into the palace and made one move. He seemed to be the only one here. The strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty were uncomfortable, especially Emperor Qin and Qin Yu, the crown prince. Just then, Qin Yu pulled out the golden dragon spear. A dragon roared faintly as if it contained the soul of a dragon. The Sword Saint's one move told him that the Sword Saint had progressed much further than him. His sage intent was deeper too. It would be impossible to win against him without a sage ritual implement. Dragons roared and Qin Yu shot into the air. Dragons seemed to wrap around them. However, the Sword Saint just scanned them indifferently. I don't mind if you want to fight here, but how many of the people present can leave alive? His words shook everyone. Earlier, his attack hadn't meant to kill anyone, so he split the space. But if a battle truly happened, just the shockwaves would be impossible to bear for most people. A shred of the broadsword intent could kill many strong cultivators. Not many would be able to survive. The mighty sword saint is threatening other people's lives, Qin Yu said, staring at the sword saint. If they fight, they would obviously go battle it out in the air. If there's a next time, I won't cast my broadsword like this, and it might not be at the Qin dynasty, the sword saint said indifferently. As soon as he finished, he turned and walked away. Accept Qin Yu's challenge? He didn't have time for something so boring. Seeing how the Qin dynasty had treated the Liu kingdom and were about to attack the cottage, he'd come to the Qin dynasty. Now he had to play with Qin Yu. You're going to leave like this? Emperor Qin called to the sword saint's back. You can try keeping me here, but you must bear the consequences, the sword saint said. Emperor Qin stared at his backside with an ugly expression. He could feel from the bit of broadsword intent that the sword saint was no longer below his level. If he really tried to make the man stay, no one could predict the consequences. Many people would die. Qin Yu gripped the dragon's spear as he glared at the man's back. Were they really letting the sword saint leave like this? There wasn't much time for him to think. The sword saint quickly transformed into a black dot that faded into the distance. Everyone stared at the sword saint, feeling unsettled inside. He was much stronger than before. What would the result be if he visited all their clans? They didn't dare imagine it. At that moment, the powerful atmosphere from earlier was gone. The Eastern Baron Alliance was about to be born, but now, it looked fragile enough to shatter at a touch. Chapter 339, Teacher is very lazy. Chapter 339, Teacher is very lazy. After such big news erupted in the Eastern Baron territory, the disciples of the cottage were a bit unsettled. They received news that the Qin Palace was holding a banquet to call for all the strong cultivators in the territory to attack the cottage. If a battle of this level really erupted, countless people would die no matter who won. But the cottage was still as quiet as ever. It was Yi Futian who wasn't so indifferent though. After all, this was because of him. Second senior sister, I heard that the Qin Palace held a banquet today. Emperor Qin might call the entire territory to fight the cottage. Yi Futian found Zhuge Hui to ask. She was so calm that she was sitting on a swing right now. She was beautiful, but Yi Futian wasn't in the mood to appreciate it. Zhuge Hui smiled at him. Didn't Junior tell you to go cultivate? Don't worry, nothing will happen for now. Yi Futian scratched his head in confusion. How do you know? The Qin dynasty wanted the entire territory to fight the cottage. The teacher is lazy and we can't find him, so who can take responsibility? Zhuge Hui asked. Yi Futian scratched his head. You. I'm busy. You still have a first senior brother. Rolling her eyes, Zhuge Hui said, when the Futian sword clan insulted our teacher, first senior brother went there directly. Now, those guys want to attack the cottage. He could go to any force and the alliance would fall apart. The cottage isn't the Liu kingdom. The Qin dynasty isn't completely confident, so he got a bunch of people to support him. They aren't stupid though. It's just that your first senior brother hasn't left his mountain for too long and they forgot. Hearing this, Yi Futian was a bit more reassured. First senior brother must have improved over all these years. For a fight like this, they had to have complete confidence. Otherwise, who wouldn't be afraid of the first senior brother, as second senior sister said? First senior brother can probably beat the Futian sword clan's leader now, right? Yi Futian asked curiously. They'd tied back then, but a cottage disciple's talent was usually better than most. Your third senior brother should be clearest about his abilities. Since he killed Prince Qin, the guy died for nothing, Zhuge Hui said. Your third senior brother probably just wanted to help the Liu kingdom. Oh. Yi Futian nodded while sighing inwardly. It was too bad for the Liu kingdom. They couldn't take revenge yet. What is first senior brother like? Yi Futian mumbled. Of all the disciples, first senior brother was the only one he hadn't met yet. Zhuge Hui's lashes fluttered. She smiled and said, like a rock. A rock? Yi Futian didn't understand. Yes. Zhuge Hui nodded. He has a bad and stubborn temper. You're talking about me again, a voice said from the distance. Zhuge Hui chuckled and looked up towards somewhere. Clearly, she already sensed him. A few people walked over. The man at the front wore black. It was the sword saint who'd come from the Qin dynasty. Luo Fan, Shui Yi, and Yi Xiaoshe stood beside him. First senior brother, am I wrong? Zhuge Hui asked, grinning. All right, you're always right, the sword saint said, smiling. His deep eyes were gentler now. He wouldn't be as sharp with his juniors as with the Qin dynasty. Yi Futian studied the newcomer. This was their first meeting. It was also his first time seeing second senior sister lose her authoritative aura before the cottage disciples. Their eyes and simple conversation felt like regular siblings. No matter how many legends there were and how legendary they were, they're just regular people with their family. Little Junior, Sword Saint called, gazing at Yi Futian. First senior brother, Yi Futian greeted with a bright smile. I was wondering what you would be like while talking to second senior sister. Now I see that you are truly handsome, amazing, charismatic, powerful. Sword Saint blinked at Yi Futian before bursting into laughter. No wonder I heard that your senior sister spoils you, he stated. Good job. Besides Sword Saint, Yi Xiaoshe was annoyed. It was also their first meeting, but the difference was too much. He was impressed by this guy's shamelessness. First senior brother. A small figure ran over. Beitang Xing'e gazed at this legendary figure, feeling a bit nervous since it was also their first meeting. I heard long ago that the teacher took in a beautiful junior sister. These guys are lucky. Sword Saint chuckled. Hearing the compliment, Beitang Xing'e blushed. I'll go get third senior brother. With that, she turned and jogged away. Fifth brother, go cook. Fourth brother, help him. Seventh brother, get some good wine, Zhuge Hui ordered. Everyone nodded and went to work while glaring at Yi Futian in jealousy. This guy had nothing to do. Senior brother, you came back from the Qin dynasty? Zhuge Hui asked. You're smart. Sword Saint smiled at her. I went to visit the Qin dynasty and decided to drop by. I haven't met the juniors yet. Beside them, Yi Futian was stunned. First senior brother had talked about visiting the Qin dynasty so casually. He wondered how amazing it must have been. Prince Qin Ji of the Qin dynasty had died under Jiyu Dongliu's hands. The Qin dynasty wanted to attack the cottage, so the first senior brother went to visit them when the entire eastern barren territory was guarded. It must have been extremely imposing and daring. It seemed that second senior sister had been right, but instead of going to the other forces, first senior brother had gone to the Qin dynasty. Our junior had been worried that the eastern barren territory would ally against us, Zhuge Hui said. Now he can rest assured. Yi Futian smiled, lips quivering. Since first senior brother went to the Qin dynasty and came to the cottage in one piece, he must have solved the problem. They don't have the courage to forge an alliance and fight the cottage, the Sword Saint said. But since the Qin dynasty has already declared war, the eastern barren territory won't be at peace. You still have to be careful. Zhuge Hui nodded lightly. The rivalry had been sowed. Even if the Qin dynasty didn't dare to fight directly, war was inevitable since their declaration. They just didn't dare show their hidden cards now and start an extreme war. Is there still no news of the teacher? The Sword Saint asked. First senior brother, it's not like you don't know him. Maybe he's finding pretty disciples somewhere again, Zhuge Hui muttered. It's all his fault for not keeping his eyes on the teacher. You think third junior can keep the teacher if he wants to leave? Sword Saint said. You know how lazy he is. Yi Futian listened to the conversation, feeling awkward. What kind of legend was the teacher? First senior brother, you really spoke up for me. Handsome Jiyu Dongliu walked over. He glanced at Zhuge Hui, who looked away, not feeling like giving him attention. Seeing those small movements, the Sword Saint shook his head. You too. How lazy is the teacher? Yi Futian asked. How many disciples did he accept? And he just takes them in without teaching them. How lazy do you think he is? Second senior sister asked. Yi Futian felt more embarrassed. There were only 7 disciples before him. And the teacher just took them in without teaching. He truly was lazy. So many people are dreaming that the teacher wanted to rule over the Eastern Barren territory. Shaking his head, the Sword Saint said, "It would be great if that old man has those aspirations." Zhuge Hui's eyes glimmered. If one knew how lazy the teacher truly was, one would know how bizarre it was to rule over the Eastern Barren territory. How many times have people seen him? How can they understand his state? Jiyu Dongliu said calmly. Even those top figures couldn't say that they understood the cottage's teacher. These 3 were probably the most familiar with the teacher, but they still couldn't find him. As they chatted, the wine and food were prepared. Yu Sheng and Lulan Shui came too. Since Yi Futian joined, this was the first time all disciples were present. The atmosphere was as casual and light as before. The disciples were all legendary figures outside. But here, they were all regular people who chatted normally. In the outside world, the Sword Saint's appearance at the Qin dynasty caused a great uproar. The Qin dynasty had wanted the entire Eastern Barren territory to attack the cottage, but he'd failed. The Sword Saint's appearance had dismantled the alliance. No one dared to risk it. The broadsword intent left in the palace also showed Emperor Qin that his cultivation was the peak of the Eastern Barren territory. Anyone who wanted to attack the cottage knew the consequence. They couldn't survive the Sword Saint's revenge. Of course, they couldn't send soldiers directly, but the Fuyun Sword Clan and Royal Shen Temple had agreed publicly to ally with the Qin dynasty. This powerful force feared the Sword Saint, but they couldn't back out. Countless days later in the ancient barren world, many college disciples were cultivating at a relic. Just then, a group of strong cultivators descended. They were from the Qin dynasty. The leader was Qin Li. He waved his hand and surrounded the people of the college. "Disable them and leave," Qin Li ordered coldly. His men attacked instantly. The bystanders were all terrified and moved to the side. The college disciples fought back violently but were soon all disabled and taken away. Many hearts were trembling. As expected, the Qin dynasty didn't send soldiers directly to Book Mountain. But they wanted to become the overbearing lord of the Eastern Barren territory. They couldn't let Qin Ji die for nothing. The war had descended without realizing. After that, the Qin dynasty sent word that the college could hand over Liu Feiyang and Liu Chunyu as an exchange. The college was furious. They knew that Liu Feiyang and Liu Chunyu were just an excuse to start a war. Chapter 340, Battlefield in the Ancient Barren World. Chapter 340, Battlefield in the Ancient Barren World. Obviously, the college couldn't agree to the Qin dynasty's request. Not because Liu Feiyang or Liu Chunyu were of any particular importance to them, but because this was simply an excuse for the Qin to start a war. What kind of people would they be to send these youngsters to their deaths? Since a war had already been declared, then following this, they were going to have to get into battle mode. The college recalled all disciples cultivating in the ancient barren world. Then, they were paired with more powerful cultivators before heading back, ready to retaliate. And so, the war between the Qin dynasty and the college erupted in the ancient barren world. The Eastern Barren territory was not surprised by the start of the war. The Sword Saint took a trip to the Qin dynasty and scared powers away from creating an alliance with the Qin. And although they didn't dare to directly send troops to exterminate the cottage, the Qin weren't just going to give up. The ancient barren world was meant to be a place for disciples of all powers to train and cultivate, so it was, without question, the most fitting setting for this war to erupt. On this day, 2 figures descended from a mountaintop in the lower ancient barren world, traveling in the air. They were particularly fast. One of them had large, golden rock wings on his back. Majestic, he was. The other had dim golden wings of a devil which brought the winds. These 2 were Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. They had yet to enter the Arcana plane and could only enter the lower ancient barren world. However, it was because of this very reason that the people who could pose a threat to them in the lower world were little to none. The 2 of them continued forward on their journey to somewhere in the ancient barren world. People would look up in the skies at them as they passed by and couldn't help but be surprised. It was Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. "Let's go to the Qin's territory," someone said. There was no explanation needed for Yi Futian and Yu Sheng's appearance in the lower world. Everyone knew what they were here for. The Qin dynasty had declared war on the college's cottage. In the center of the ancient barren world, in the barren city, many people saw Yi Futian and Yu Sheng fly by. After the initial shock wore off, they followed behind the two. Yi Futian defeated Luo Junlin, an arcana plane cultivator. His combat abilities are obviously already at the arcana level. It's probably impossible to find anyone who can beat him in the lower ancient barren world. People in the barren city were watching the figures in the sky. That's right, but the Qin dynasty wouldn't have declared war if they weren't fully prepared, and they definitely wouldn't fight Yi Futian one-on-one. That's true, too. The Qin dynasty has a strong foundation, even in the ancient barren world. Even if Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were to make their way over, they wouldn't necessarily have the upper hand. The people discussed as their figures flashed by to follow Yi Futian and Yu Sheng on their journey. The crowd grew and grew. All of them headed for the center of the barren city. There sat a small palace, the sub-palace where the Qin was stationed in the lower world. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng arrived in the skies near the sub-palace. Inside the palace, powerful cultivators lifted their heads to see the two figures in the sky. There wasn't much surprise in their eyes. The war had already begun, so they were obviously prepared. The people outside the palace did not fly up to fight Yi Futian. Instead, they turned and headed into the palace to gather with the other cultivators. In the battle at Chaoga City, Yi Futian had already demonstrated his intense Dharma-leveled combat abilities. They would have had to have a death wish to try and take on Yi Futian alone. As expected, the Qin dynasty is fully prepared, many people thought as they looked quietly down at the sub-palace from afar. Looking down from the skies, the people could see that more and more cultivators of the Qin dynasty were gathering in the palace. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng advanced until they were directly above the palace grounds. Their cold eyes swept past the faces of the Qin below. The sun and the moon hung high in the sky while water and fire complemented each other. Yi Futian released his Dharma. His whole body seemed to be burning like the sun, encased in flames. Destructive yet eye-catchingly bright. Beside Yi Futian, the shadow of a devil appeared behind Yu Sheng. The armor he wore was sharp like a blade, just like those devilish wings of his. In this instant, it was almost as if Yu Sheng was possessed by the devil. A dim golden light illuminated the area around him. Without saying anything, the large golden rock wings behind Yi Futian spread brought him charging into the sub-palace, not waiting for his opponents to finish gathering there. The two of them flew side by side, wings shining brightly. They made their way downward with great speed. A divine tree of flame appeared behind Yi Futian. Whoosh! Vines shot down at the crowd below. This spell, Lock of 1,000 Vines, was a spell that Yi Futian cultivated very early on, but it was also a spell with growth potential. The higher your level of cultivation, the more powerful the spell. And of course, the spell had already been altered by Yi Futian. The thick vines were actually engulfed with water and fire, making it shine brightly. The people of the Qin dynasty saw the vines unfurl toward them, and a couple of them grouped together to unleash the Imperial Dragon spell. The shadow of dragons soared through the skies. As the long spears in their hands pointed up at the sky, images of dragons seemed to rush from the weapons with loud roars. However, there seemed to be no end to the vines. They wrapped around the illusory dragons, and they were immediately frosted over by the coldness radiating from the vines. Then, a golden burst of flames flickered by, and extremely bright characters and inscriptions appeared. The illusory dragons wrapped in vines turned into dust after that. Yu Sheng was even more domineering. He held the dark demon's heavenly halberd and turned into a forceful devil. He walked through the images of the dragons, ripping them apart. The devilish flame in his shining, golden pupils was a flame of fury. He took the destruction of the Liu kingdom and what happened to Liu Chenyu and Yi Wuchen to heart, and now, he finally had a chance to release all the rage. Boom! Yu Sheng descended for the skies, stepping on a dragon. The small group formation was broken up when everyone was sent flying in a different direction. When they got back up, they surrounded Yu Sheng, all their eyes glued on the large, built figure at the center of their circle. The devil wings behind Yu Sheng spread and he charged ahead with the heavenly halberd in his hands. The cultivator in front of him yelled out in rage before the long spear in his hand spiraled forward like a dragon. When the halberd and the spear collided, the image of the dragon disappeared and the spear was destroyed. The heavenly halberd had pierced into Yu Sheng's opponent. Yu Sheng then lifted his weapon, with the body still on it, and threw the wounded cultivator at the incoming attackers behind him. Get in formation. Don't fight him alone. More and more people rushed out from the sub-palace. However, all it took was a loud, wild roar from Yu Sheng to scare everyone around him into backing up. They all knew by now that if they made a rash decision to fight this wild beast of a man head-on, it would only be asking for death. On the other side, those fighting Yi Futian had been trapped in a cage of vines. With the sun and the moon high in the sky, and the will of water and fire rushing through the battle formation, the people tried so hard to withstand the power. A large illusory dragon appeared around them and blocked off Yi Futian's attack. In the sky around Yi Futian, the flashes of lightning were bright and the sounds of thunder rumbled loudly. It was obvious that immensely powerful sorcery was being conjured around him. A terrifying thunder dragon took shape with the power of sorcery and traveled downward, growling loudly and ready for destruction. Thunder cracked loudly in the sky. The powerful cultivators on the ground below felt numb and their focus broke, as did the battle formation. The water and fire vines curled toward them and their screams rang out continuously. Their bodies were encapsulated by the bright light of water and fire. Quickly after, they perished. The people of the Qin dynasty rushed over from inside the sub-palace. None of their expressions looked too good. They did not make a move right away. Instead, they got into formation, barricading Yi Futian and Yu Sheng in the middle of a circle. The Imperial Dragon spell went into motion across all the formations and all of the cultivators' powers seemed to harmonize, creating something overwhelmingly powerful. The cries of dragons were heard, shocking many. "Activate the 5 Soul Guard," screamed a cultivator. Immediately, a bright light spread over the grounds inside the sub-palace. In this vast space, the spiritual qi had gone out of control, gathering crazily. A great pressure was felt over the area. Yi Futian looked into the distance and saw multiple statues of sacred beasts appear in the palace. A large, ferocious dragon, an enormous xuanwu, the black turtle, a bright divine bird, the phoenix, a gargantuan stone elephant, and a bright golden rock. The crushing power of these statues fell on Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. At this moment, it seemed like they were looking at 5 horrific demon beasts. The wills of these beasts went straight to their heads. "Don't look," Yi Futian said to Yu Sheng. They were going to cut off their senses to the beasts, but even without sensing them, the pressure was still crushing down on them. It made the entire area feel extremely heavy. "Just treat this like you're cultivating at the college's training field," said Yi Futian. However, this power was even scarier than what he had felt in the training field. The statues there weren't as powerful. Plus, when fighting at the training field, everyone felt the same thing. But now, this crushing pressure was manipulated to only affect Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. The cultivators of the Qin dynasty did not feel a thing. Outside the palace, countless people were watching this scene. They felt shivers down their spine. It was no question that Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were strong, but it was still too reckless of them to try and kill their way into the Qin's territory in the ancient barren world. They had to know. The Qin dynasty chose this location because they could use the 5 Soul Guards' power to help them cultivate and also use them in battle. This area used to be a relic site but was claimed by the Qin and made into this sub-palace. They had kept this place running for years. For these two to charge in so recklessly was simply putting themselves in danger. Although the Sword Saint's arrival in the Qin palace made all the other powers wary of sending troops to exterminate the cottage, Yi Futian made his way to the sub-palace on his own. The Qin couldn't let him get away now. The Qin dynasty had their doubts, but so did the people of Sword Saint Mountain and the cottage. The two parties were keeping each other in check, but the war had already erupted in the ancient barren world. It had become the tacitly agreed upon battlefield. "Since you willing delivered yourself to the doors of hell, then we are happy to oblige," a Qin cultivator said coldly with his spear pointed at Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. It was an exciting thought, to be able to kill a disciple of the cottage. Everyone in the ruling class of the Qin dynasty wanted Yi Futian dead. Now, the chance was finally here. "This place is quite suitable for cultivation. This place will no longer belong to the Qin dynasty," Yi Futian said. He completely disregarded what the other guy just had said. Chapter 341. To claim for oneself. Chapter 341. To claim for oneself even from afar, people were stupefied by what Yi Futian had said. He was indeed just as arrogant as the rumors said. He was actually this confident. Even when standing in the Qin's territory, facing the statues of the 5 Soul Guard. "Initiate the spiritual matrix," a voice uttered coldly. After that, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng could feel an invisible weight push down on their bodies. It was as if an enormous sacred elephant was sitting on them. Not only was it difficult for them to move, but there was also a sharp and piercing intent, a burning intent. Along with this feeling, 5 spiritual beasts appeared in their minds. "Yu Sheng," shouted Yi Futian. Stepping forward, the image of the divine ape appeared, adding to his already wild aura. Yu Sheng responded by following beside him with the halberd still clutched in his hand. The two of them moved forward, every step felt heavier than the last. Boom! They stomped down hard suddenly and their bodies were propelled forward. In front of them, a group of cultivators had gotten in formation and were staring at them with cold eyes. The Imperial Dragon spell went into action and the battle will morphed into a dragon that danced wildly in the air. When the cultivators saw Yi Futian and Yu Sheng charging for them, they gave a loud battle cry before throwing out the long spears in their hands. An enormous dragon followed the weapons, roaring loudly as it attacked. It seemed like the spiritual matrix the cultivators had formed added to the power of the dragon. This was evident as it charged for Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, growling fiercely. Yu Sheng stomped down on the ground hard. His aura was explosive, making him look even scarier. The image of the devil enlarged as he took a step forward to stand in front of Yi Futian. The heavenly halberd attacked and, in this instant, the demon seemed to be following right behind the weapon, cutting its way through everything in sight. The halberd, which was entangled by demonic will, collided with the dragon. The beast's body shook violently. The same powerful vibrations also made their way onto Yu Sheng. He screamed, a demonic growl, if you will. Shockingly, multiple illusory images of a demon head were released before they exploded along with the image of the dragon. A figure flashed by. It was Yi Futian. He rushed toward the Qin's battle formation. All the while, spiritual qi gathered and produced a large rod. The 5-element rod had exceeded the Dharma level and was not permitted in the lower ancient barren world. The same went for Yu Sheng's demonic tripod. When the long rod took shape, Yi Futian swung it forward fiercely, ready for destruction. The powerful cultivators in formation yelled out together before attacking. Their powers harmonized and created a bright light that took the form of a dragon. Boom! The long rod was swung downward with immense power, almost as if it were the heaviest object on earth. Those in the formation moaned in pain and the ones with lower levels of cultivation spat blood on impact. The formation was broken in seconds as many of them were thrown in different directions by the sheer force. Yi Futian paid them no attention. He continued forward, making his way deeper into the sub-palace. Cultivators behind them tried to get into formation again, following after them. However, Yu Sheng turned around and with one blow from his halberd, he had single-handedly stopped their attack. "Block him," someone shouted when they saw where Yi Futian was headed. However, their attempts were futile because they were no match for Yi Futian as Dharma plane cultivators. When the sun and the moon hung in the sky and the wills of water and fire descended upon them, it was the end. Yi Futian charged over to the statue of the large golden rock of the 5 Soul Guard. The statue was enormous. The look in its eyes was filled with demonic energy. Its body glowed, including the wings on its back. A figure stood behind the statue and communicated with it through will to control its attacks on Yi Futian. Immediately, Futian felt the golden rock rush into his mind. The look in his eyes became eerie as he allowed the rock's will to enter. He was shocked to find there really was the will of a golden rock inside the statue. The strong, sharp will could destroy most anything. What it wanted to do now was destroy Futian's will. A scary force of emperor's will rushed into the statue and took control of its will. If it had been the golden rock's will that had attacked Futian, he wouldn't have been able to do anything, but it was a Dharma plane cultivator that was controlling the will. There was no way he could destroy Futian's will. Futian had no doubts about how this battle would end when he saw these statues. What relics in the ancient barren world could stump him at this point? Behind the golden rock, the Qin cultivator screamed in horror. Backing up, he looked at Futian with shock written on his face. What level of will was that? How can it be so powerful? The vines of the sun tree unraveled toward the cultivator noisily, killing him. Futian shot over to stand atop the statue of the golden rock. He closed his eyes and allowed his will to enter the stone. Yusheng fought his way through until he was stood in front of the statue. He was able to slow down the formation formed by the Qin dynasty's people all by himself. And although it didn't last very long, it was still an impressive feat. What is he doing? Many people questioned as they observed from the skies above the sub-palace. Presently, Futian was standing on the back of the golden rock statue. His white clothes fluttered and his hair blew in the wind. It was truly an extraordinary sight. Futian was able to control a statue at top of Mirror Mountain, someone said. Futian been famous in the ancient barren world and was later accepted by Jiyu Dongliu as a disciple of the cottage. Could it be? Just as the people had this thought, they saw the statue light up as if it was coming to life. It glowed with a bright, golden light. Its wings looked ready to spread and take off. The people of the Qin dynasty were frozen in shock witnessing the scene in front of them. The Five Soul Guard was a relic of the ancient barren world and were eventually repossessed by the Qin dynasty. Throughout the years, many Qin cultivators have trained for combat using the Five Soul Guard, but never had they seen the statue shine so brightly. This is bad. They all shared the same thought, not having a feeling about what was about to happen. In the next moment, they felt the painfully strong golden rock will break into their minds. It forewent any physical harm and went straight for their spiritual energy. It was an attack on the spiritual will. In their minds, a sharp, cutting image of a golden rock appeared. Some people screamed in pain as they felt their spiritual will being destroyed. They were on the verge of collapsing, no longer able to take the pain. Very quickly, every Qin cultivator experienced the same sensation. In their spiritual world, the true king of the skies, the golden rock, appeared and destroyed their willpower. Yusheng stepped forward, charging over to the battle formations with his halberd. Sounds of the weapon piercing into flesh and screams of agony came endlessly. Go! Hurry! Run! When the screams were heard, many people ran for their lives, but the cultivators controlling the other statues of the Five Soul Guard didn't give up. They activated the will of their own statues to attack Futian. In the air, a golden rock, a giant elephant, a dragon, and the other beasts of the Five Soul Guard graced the skies together. However, the will of the golden rock was stronger and powerful than the rest, allowing it to enter the wills of the other statues. The cultivators behind the statues spat blood before turning around to make their escape. The crowd watching from the skies trembled in fear at this scene. They couldn't believe this was the result of the fight. A complete wipeout. Futian and Yusheng barged into the Qin dynasty's territory and absolutely crushed their Dharma plane cultivators. The Qin tried to use the power of the Five Soul Guard against Futian, but it actually gave him the chance to take control and use to his advantage. Looks like there really isn't anyone who can stop them in the lower ancient barren world, many people thought. It was said that the war between the Qin dynasty and the college had already begun in the upper ancient barren world. Each party took turns delivering their own vicious attacks, causing many deaths on both sides. It didn't seem like a battle that would end any time soon. Many nobles in the upper world took part in this lasting battle, so the eruption of the final battle was still far in the future. However, in the lower world, the result was determined as soon as the battle began. The two young men were enough to conquer all. What else could the Qin dynasty say? Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were merely cultivators in the 8th level Dharma plane. They weren't even as far along in cultivation as the people they had just fought. This was an ending that the Qin probably would not have expected. And it wasn't. At this very moment, Qin Yu was seated in the Qin palace in the outside world, feeling shocked and furious at the news he had just received. He berated those who had returned after running away from battle. He announced that whoever could go back to the lower ancient barren world and kill Yi Futian and Yu Sheng would be greatly rewarded. But still, no one dared to enter once again. Of the Qin that entered the lower world, there were those who died and those who ran. Shouldn't this be a clear sign to them? In the lower ancient barren world, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were already invincible. Entering to fight them would be a death wish. The enraged Qin Yu then tried to entice people with the prince title. Regardless of which clan one was from, as long as they were of the Eastern Barren territory, they would have the privilege of marrying a princess of their choice for killing Yi Futian in the ancient barren world. Many were swayed by this. Qin Yu really wanted Yi Futian dead. It was a shame that he couldn't enter the lower world himself, or he would have done the deed personally. News spread all over the lower world, shocking everyone. They were all in awe of how valuable Yi Futian's life was. Killing him could make someone a prince of the Qin dynasty. But even so, there still wasn't anyone who dared to try. They couldn't do it and didn't have the guts to do it either. Sure, the Qin dynasty could go against the cottage, but who else would dare to do so? Of course, there was another reason behind this order and why Qin Yu wanted Yi Futian dead. Yi Futian had taken over his sub-palace in the lower ancient barren world. The people of the Qin dynasty couldn't enter the ancient barren world through the entrance in the palace. What were the Qin cultivators supposed to do? Hold off on cultivating in the lower world until Yi Futian reached the Arcana plane and left for the upper world? Right now, the only thing they could do was use the entrance in the Liu Kingdom or borrow the entrance of another power. However, that would be humiliating for the Qin dynasty. This was absolutely intolerable. Naturally, Yi Futian didn't have the time to care about the Qin dynasty's feelings. He sealed the Qin palace's entrance into the ancient barren and then proceeded to sit quietly in the Qin's sub-palace and cultivated with Yu Sheng. In this sub-palace, they found quite a bit of useful objects for cultivation. They also had the 5 soul guard to enlighten them as they cultivated. How could they possibly put such a perfect environment for cultivation to waste? The 5 soul guard consisted of 5 elements and also contained extremely powerful spiritual energy. This helped speed up the enlightenment process. Not only Yi Futian was doing this, but Yu Sheng was also following right along. For the time being, they still couldn't enter the upper ancient barren world. Since they couldn't step onto that battlefield, the best thing they could do was stay here and reap some benefits. In no time at all, months had passed. The two cultivating young men entered the 9th level Dharma plane one after the other. They were only one step away from the Arcana plane. Chapter 342, The Summoning of the Great Emperors. Chapter 342, The Summoning of the Great Emperors. Eastern Barren Territory, Western Region, Shu City. This was a small city in the Eastern Barren Territory and there weren't many high-leveled cultivators here. Because of certain reasons, high-leveled cultivators of the Eastern Barren Territory were unwilling to enter Shu City. Plus, this city was extremely chaotic and produced many evil beings. However, there were also many people who were pure of heart. In Shu City, there were many Buddhists who tried to spread their beliefs to others. They all came from Qianqiu Temple, which wasn't located too far from Shu City. Presently, many guests sat in a restaurant and chatted as they enjoyed wine. Among these paying customers was a peculiar pair. There was an elder dressed in tattered clothing and a smiling young woman in green seated beside him. She held the wine pot in the air and poured the liquid directly into the elder's waiting mouth. "That's good wine," the elder said with a great, big smile that reached his eyes. It was obvious that he was enjoying himself. "You should go easy on the wine and eat some more of the food." The young woman took the wine pot away before picking up a piece of meat with her chopsticks, feeding it to the man. Many people in the restaurant looked over to them with strange looks on their faces. The old man was ungroomed and unkempt while the young woman was beautiful and graceful. How could she be feeding this wretched man? Where did this old geezer come from? My shoulders are a bit sore, the elder said in what seemed like a mumble to himself. It was as if he didn't notice the attention he received from the other customers. Let me give you a little massage. The young woman stood up with a smile. She then moved behind the elder and began to rub his shoulders. The old man seemed like he was enjoying this. His eyes closed and he looked lost in the experience. Oh, these blissful days. He felt free as a bird. What a difference this was from that disobedient child back at home. Some guests couldn't take it anymore. This old man was enjoying himself a little too much. That's right, senior. I still haven't really comprehended those moves you taught me with a sword from last time. When are you going to teach me some more? The girl asked with a sweet smile. I don't know what you're talking about, child. I've never even touched a sword in my life. How would I know anything about sword tactics? The elder drawled with his eyes closed. The young woman didn't take it to heart and kept the smile on her face. Then, when are you going to show me again with a tree branch? Oh, you're talking about that time. I was just messing around with a branch. If you want to watch again, then I'll show you a couple more moves next time, said the elder. You, child, have really let it go to your head. You actually think they're sword tactics? This old man knows nothing about cultivation. The young woman's smile grew as she listened to the elder's response. Her small hands continued to massage, allowing the old man to continue in his bliss. Miss, I am from the Shuzhong sword clan. If you want to learn how to use a sword, maybe I can teach you, a middle-aged man in the restaurant spoke up, eyeing the young lady in green. Thanks, mister, but that won't be necessary. The girl turned to smile at him before turning back to focus on the elder. Miss, there are a lot of swindlers in the world of cultivation. You should be careful, warned the middle-aged man. Thanks for the heads up, mister, nodded the young woman. Others shook their heads when they realized she was disregarding the warning. One look at that old man and it was obvious, he was no good. He didn't even act his age. This is so nice. Just as the people cursed him in their minds, the elder expressed his satisfaction. Immediately, rage-filled eyes glared at him. This old geezer had to be doing this on purpose. The elder's eyes were still closed in enjoyment. He didn't give a damn about what anyone else though. He was being wined and dined, with this young girl waiting on him. This was the life. Dong. Just then, a bell rang. In an instant, it seemed like an invisible force had invaded the restaurant. The elder's body shook violently. He sat up straight abruptly, his body still shaking slightly, uncontrolled. What's that sound? Everyone else's reaction was nowhere as strong as the elder's. However, the same look of confusion reached their eyes. It sounded like a bell and it seemed to be traveling from somewhere far away. The immense willpower could be felt faintly as the people allowed the will to enter their minds, affecting that as well. What's going on? The young woman asked the elder. This was her first time seeing the elder so serious. In the months she had known him, the elder was always indolent and never took anything seriously. The elder was still slightly shaky. In a flash, he disappeared from inside the restaurant and was now standing outside. The young woman was dumbfounded. She hadn't even been able to see his movements clearly. Taking a deep breath, she followed after him. The elder looked behind him. A formless sound wave swept over the area, covering the entire Shu city. One after the other, people exited buildings all over the city. They lifted their heads, looking into the distance. The entire city listened as the bell sounds continued. They felt the willpower once again. The elder stared in one direction. The citizens of the city seemed like they finally realized what was going on and stared at the will. There seemed to be a holy light in some people's eyes. Where everyone was staring, there was a mountain, a blurred vision. The mountain was incredibly tall, almost as if it reached into the heavens. The body of the mountain seemed to glow in a holy light, making it visible from even the farthest places. It was the Eastern Barren Territory's #1 mountain, Sky Mountain. The place closest to the sky. Boom. A loud noise erupted and the ground shook. The people of Shu City all looked down at the surface they stood on as their bodies shook. These were vibrations brought on by an earthquake. The elder never lowered his gaze from the skies. His drowsy gaze was now sharper than ever. His seemingly tattered clothing was actually clean, blowing in the wind. His long, messy hair and beard also blew in the wind. Beside him, the young woman in green watched him with undivided attention. At this moment, the elder seemed almost divine. All over Shu City, cultivators from Chencho Temple put their hands together and prayed. A light reached their vigor-filled eyes as they stared at Sky Mountain. A bell sounded from Sky Mountain. Was this some sort of sign? A couple 100 kilometers away from Shu City stood an ancient temple. The sounds of the bell entered the temple and a bell within the temple rang as well. The two bells rang in harmony. Standing somewhere high in the temple was a figure staring out in the distance at Sky Mountain. His hands were clasped together and he was being shaken up on this inside. An old monk approached and other monks bowed at the sight of him. It was obvious that the old monk was of high status. He looked over at Sky Mountain and began to recite complicated scriptures with a strand of Buddhist beads behind his fingers. Bells have sounded from Sky Mountain. It is the sound of the great emperor. The old monk spoke, stirring up waves in the hearts of the monks in the Chencho Temple. The news of Sky Mountain's bells spread like rapid fire. Very quickly, the western region was buzzing with commotion. Sky Mountain was special in the western region. With all the commotion in the western region, there was no way for the news to be contained. It started to spread to other regions of the Eastern Barren Territory and eventually, every top power received the news. The bells have sounded from Sky Mountain, ringing out over the western region. At the moment, this news even drowned out the war between the Qin dynasty and the college in the ancient Barren world. All the attention in the Eastern Barren Territory was shifted to the western region. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had been cultivating in the ancient Barren world all this time. They were in the Qin dynasty's sub-palace. Just then, a girl arrived in the sub-palace looking for Yi Futian. It was a disciple of the college, Nangong Jiao. She was an acquaintance of Yi Futian's. She was already in the top level of the Dharma plane. She was preparing to break into the Arcana plane, just like Yi Futian. When Nangong Jiao saw that the two of them had completely taken over the Qin dynasty's territory and claimed it as their own, she was speechless. "Are you here to cultivate?" Yi Futian asked her with a smile. Although the college and the cottage didn't see eye to eye, it was all internal. Now that the Qin dynasty wants to control all of the Eastern Barren Territory, they were on the same boat. Nangong Jiao shook her head and said, "Not long ago, I got the news." Bells sounded from Sky Mountain in the western region. The entire Eastern Barren Territory is talking about it. You guys have been cultivating here without contact with the outside world, so you might not know. I came to tell you the news. Bells sounded from Sky Mountain. A look of confusion appeared on Yi Futian's face. He had only been in the Eastern Barren Territory for a couple of years, so it was natural that he didn't have a complete understanding of its history. So, bells sounded from Sky Mountain. What was there to talk about? Sky Mountain is the #1 mountain in the Eastern Barren Territory. It is said to be the one place closest to the heavens. In ancient history, Sky Mountain is the most sacred place in the western region. It is the place where you met with saints. Legends have it that at the peak of the mountain, they could feel the purest spiritual qi and is extremely helpful in cultivation. Especially so for cultivation in the Arcana plane. It would make it a piece of cake. But of course, there is no proof. Nangong Jiao continued to explain, then, something big happened at Sky Mountain. According to history books, the Eastern Barren Territory was in the Dark Ages a couple 100 years ago. A terrifying demon beast appeared and ate people. The western region was compared to hell. That beast was extremely powerful and took over the western region's sacred grounds, Sky Mountain. That was until the appearance of two people. Nangong Jiao paused for a moment. There was a mysterious glow in her eyes. A yearning. Who? Yi Futian became curious after seeing the look in her eyes. I don't know their real names, but I'm sure you know of them as well. The two people from the legends are the two great emperors who unified the world, Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing. Nangong Jiao continued solemnly, they once stepped into the Eastern Barren Territory and at that time, they weren't yet great emperors. Yi Futian shivered lightly. He was no stranger to these two names. Furthermore, he had yet to be revealed relations to them. Naturally, he also knew that they were once in the Eastern Barren Territory. They even made it to Qingju City, which was actually quite far from the Eastern Barren Territory. What he didn't know though, was that they had left behind a piece of history there. There are many legends regarding the two great emperors and Sky Mountain. People claim that they were still teenagers in those days, traveling the world as a pair while ridding the world of evil. When they came across the demon beast in the Eastern Barren Territory, they locked it up in Sky Mountain for life. This also changed the mountain. Nobody steps foot on the mountain and today, bells rang from the mountain. Some people say that it's the summoning of the great emperors. Chapter 343, Uproar. Chapter 343, Uproar. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng left the ancient barren world. Before leaving, they moved the 5 Soul Guard to the entrance of Book Mountain. Many people in the barren city were speechless at this. It was practically robbery, they wouldn't even let it go when they left. Second senior sister. Yi Futian found Zhuge Hui in the cottage. You're back. Zhuge Hui smiled at Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Yes. Yi Futian nodded and asked, Senior sister, Nangong Jiao of the college said that Sky Mountain has a legend about Donghua the Great and Emperor Yi Qing. Are the legends in the ancient records true? They should be. Zhuge Hui nodded. Why has no one from afar come to investigate? Yi Futian asked in confusion. Donghuang the Great ruled the world. Since there may be legends about him on the Sky Mountain of the Eastern Barren Territory, people should be looking for him. Maybe this has something to do with his decree about the Eastern Barren Territory, second senior sister replied with a smile. Yi Futian's eyes flashed as he looked to her. Then he smiled. You know so much. I'm your senior sister, after all. Zhuge Hui grinned. Yi Futian scratched his head. She made sense. Senior sister, I want to go to Sky Mountain, he said. He didn't act polite this time. The cottage was like his family now and he didn't need pretense with family. Even if the bell didn't ring from Sky Mountain, he would still go if he discovered that there were traces of Emperor Yi Qing there. His birth was possibly related to Emperor Yi Qing. Minister Zhuo of Nandu Nation had predicted that he had an emperor's fate. He also had the emperor's fate inside him. All this required him to look. He couldn't miss this chance. Of course, he also knew that understanding all this might not be a good thing. He had to be careful. He knew about the snow apes ending, after all. Okay. Zhuge Hui smiled. I'll go with you. Thank you, senior sister, Yi Futian said. Since Sky Mountain has legends of the two emperors, will you and third senior brother go and try? Your third senior brother and I probably won't have the chance to climb to the peak. Zhuge Hui smiled and shook her head. Sky Mountain neighbors Shu City. Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing had repressed the demon bird, but rumor says that its intent is still alive. It is imprisoned in Sky Mountain. Thus, Sky Mountain contains the intents of both emperors and the demon bird. The higher someone's cultivation, the more easily they can be affected. Strong cultivators rarely go to Shu City, thousands of miles away. This is why only Qianqiu Temple can be so close to the mountain. They use the intent to exercise their own intent. So it's easier for non-cultivators to climb the mountain? Yi Futian found it strange. Technically, yes. Zhuge Hui nodded and smiled. But those who don't cultivate can't climb onto Sky Mountain. However, the bell has rung, so some opportunities will appear. We can go for the fun. Senior sister, can I go too? Shuiyi came over and asked timidly. Has a year passed? Zhuge Hui asked. I can take care of our junior, right? And if you need help, you can just tell me, Shuiyi said charmingly. Zhuge Hui smiled at him. Fine. Go call all your brothers. Great. Shuiyi instantly cheered up and turned. Yi Futian understood that Zhuge Hui wanted all the disciples to go to Sky Mountain. After all, there was the legend of the two emperors. The bell ringing might be a sign of something. The cottage never cared about the Eastern Barren territory but decided to go out their mountain this time. It was evident how important the Sky Mountain's bell was. The other forces naturally went to Shu City too. Especially in the west, all forces, no matter size, went to Sky Mountain like pilgrims. The Eastern Barren territory was shaken instantly. Even the Qin dynasty inviting all top forces to Qin Mengruo and Qian Shanmu's marriage, the opening of the Dongqin College, or Jiyu Dongliu and Lu Nanshan's battle wasn't as big as this. Last time mostly involved the top forces or powerful groups of the Eastern Barren territory. This time, many strong cultivators from the west went as well. Other than them, countless people from other regions set off too. No matter how talented Jiyu Dongliu or Lu Nantian were, they couldn't be compared to Donghuang the Great. The relic of the two emperors that ruled over the east had rung its bell. One could imagine the effect it created. Shu City, closest to Sky Mountain, was in an uproar. This small city that was rarely visited instantly became the center of the Eastern Barren territory. People were everywhere. Strong cultivators in the Arcana Plain could be seen easily. Any random person on the streets may be in the Noble Plain. Strong cultivators from the Qin dynasty had arrived too. There were many of them and all were powerful. Because of their battle with the college in the ancient barren world, they attracted much attention no matter where they went. At this time, Qin Yu and Qin Li were both in the Qin dynasty group. They looked to the Sky Mountain that was almost connected to the sky. Was the strange bell a chance for them? Was it a good sign for their ruling of the Eastern Barren territory for a bell to ring from the relic of Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing? At this time, another group came with flashes of light and descended beside the Qin dynasty. They were from the Donghua clan. The leader was Lady Yu Xiao. The talented Lu Nantian and Hua Qingqing were on either side of her. Lady and brother Lu are here. Qin Yu nodded at Lady Yu Xiao. The wife of the Donghua clan's leader was his senior. How do you feel? Lady Yu Xiao asked. It's thousands of miles away but I can still feel the slight pressure from the Sky Mountain. No wonder there are rarely any strong cultivators in Shu City. The monks of the Qianqiu temple are so strong. Qin Yu chuckled. Can you feel it? Lady Yu Xiao asked Hua Qingqing. It's very weak, Hua Qingqing murmured. Lady Yu Xiao nodded slightly. It was the same as before. At this time, someone walked to Qin Yu and said something. His eyes flashed. The college and cottage had arrived together. Lady, an old friend has arrived. I'll pay them a visit, Qin Yu said. With that, he turned and left. Many people looked at him. Old friend? Was it the cottage? The college and cottage had indeed arrived together. The Qin dynasty had officially declared war on the college. They'd fought in the ancient barren world earlier. If they met in the outside world, the Qin dynasty might act without warning. They had to be careful. The first meeting after war broke out between them would take place in Shu City. This attracted many people. Qin Yu gazed at the college. This time, the 5 mountain elders of the college had all appeared, as well as the disciples of the cottage. Zhuge Hui and Jiyu Dongliu had all come. Countless eyes fell on them. Was this the first time the disciples of the cottage all appeared outside Book Mountain? The second disciple of the cottage is actually so pretty, someone commented after seeing Zhuge Hui's beauty. She had a slim body, slender legs, and faintly smiling eyes but still had an arrogant feeling. It was hard to imagine that such a pharaoh-like person had destroyed the gate of Dongqin College in Chaoga City. Third disciple Jiyu Dongliu was handsome and scholarly. However, he still had a sharp feeling. His eyes were vibrant like daggers. The fourth and fifth disciples looked frivolous and cynical. The sixth disciple was another pretty girl. She had a youthful beauty. The seventh disciple was chubby and stood out. Eighth disciple Yi Futian was handsome and easy to recognize. Other than him, one-armed Yi Wuchen, Prince Liu Feiyang, and Princess Liu Chenyu of the Liu Kingdom were present as well. Along with Yu Sheng and Lulan Shui, this group stood out from the crowd. All cottage disciples except Sword Saint are here, everyone thought. Qin Yu was a bit excited. If he succeeded, he could kill all of the cottage this time. However, wanting to kill all of them was very difficult. Should the cottage not hand these people over to the Qin dynasty? Qin Yu couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the icy stares of the Liu siblings. "They're here. Come take them," Zhuge Hui said. She was smiling but still gave off a cold, arrogant feeling. "I'd like to try." Qin Yu laughed as he released his aura. A few figures appeared from the distance. They wore long robes and had sharp auras. They spread out in a line and surrounded the Qin dynasty. A youth walked out from the crowd and bowed before Zhuge Hui's group. "Mo Xie greets the master uncles." Mo Xie. Many people studied this youth. He was the top disciple of Sword Saint Mountain. He joined the year the force was established and was the Sword Saint's first disciple. Thus, all disciples of the cottage were his master uncles, though not many were more powerful than him. "Is first senior brother here?" Zhuge Hui asked. "Master told me to come aid my master uncles. He can come immediately if needed," Mo Xie said. Zhuge Hui nodded and gazed at Qin Yu. This was the west, it was the Sword Saint's territory. Qin Yu stared at the people before him. He collected his aura, knowing it wasn't possible to deal with the cottage here. "Yi Futian," Qin Li suddenly called. Yi Futian looked up at him. "You want to go onto Sky Mountain?" Qin Li's eyes fell on him. Yi Futian scanned him coldly but ignored him. "I thought you'd hide in the lower ancient barren world. Since you're out, make sure you're ready." Qin Li chuckled and the people of the Qin dynasty turned. Then Qin Yu said, "The conditions from before still stand. Whoever kills Yi Futian will be protected by the Qin dynasty and given the position of princess's groom." Everyone watched as the Qin dynasty left. Things were clearly different after war started. They didn't hide their murderous intent at all. Chapter 344. Someone on Sky Mountain. Chapter 344. Someone on Sky Mountain. The Sky Mountain's bell rang. All the strong cultivators in the Eastern Barren Territory gathered to go up the mountain. What Qin Yu had said was a trap for Yi Futian. The Eastern Barren Territory was so vast. On Sky Mountain, someone could very possibly seize this opportunity to kill Yi Futian in order to join the Qin dynasty. The cultivators of the Eastern Barren Territory were of all levels. Not all cultivators could have the gifted talent to become a member of top forces, nor could they have the fate to marry the princess of the Qin dynasty. If they could make full use of this opportunity, they could rise up the ranks, though it was very risky. Human beings were the most complex creatures. No one could predict what this group of people would encounter. It was very ominous that Qin Yu chose to stay here. This was Qin dynasty's style. But the cottage wouldn't be like them. Staring at Qin Yu and Qin Li's back, murderous intent filled his eyes too. As long as there was a chance, he would kill them without showing any mercy as well. The surrounding people witnessed the exchange between the two top forces. They knew that if the Qin dynasty had the confidence to destroy the cottage, they wouldn't hold back. "Let's go," Zhuge Hui said. The group nodded and rose into the air, moving toward the Eastern Barren Territory's most famous mountain. Soon, the strong cultivators gathered in Shu City also started departing. The countless cultivators on the road were like a frightening army. A black dragon soared in the air. Zhuge Hui, Jiyu Dongliu, and the others were all on the back of the dragon. As they got closer and closer to the mountain, the black dragon suddenly growled and flew downward. Seeing the mountain getting closer and closer, Jiyu Dongliu wasn't surprised. He could feel the deterrent force of the mountain getting stronger and stronger. There was an aggressive, malicious power constantly oppressing people's wills. Suddenly, it began to snow. The air grew cold. Snowflakes floated down endlessly. The black dragon landed at the foot of the mountain. Countless people were already there, standing under the snow. What level was the demon bird back then? Luo Fan murmured quietly. He could feel that invasive power too. Standing at the foot of the mountain, he even felt like the whole mountain was going to knock him down and imprison him here forever. Was this the intent power of the emperor? Some ancient books recorded that there had been sages during the period of darkness. They were all engulfed by that demon bird. Therefore, the demon bird must be at that level too, Jiu Dongliu inferred. Under such a deterrent force, it's very difficult for us to go up with our present plane. Zhuge Hui sighed. To go to the mountain, one must either be extremely well cultivated, even more than the demon bird and Dong Huang the Great from centuries ago, or in lower levels so he could be less sensitive to the malicious power. That kind of power was not substantial. Therefore, it couldn't affect those in lower levels. It was contained in the mountain. The stronger the cultivators were, the more invasive the power became. However, if a person who had never cultivated stood here, he would feel nothing. There was a straight road on the mountain like a belt carved out by generations of people for pilgrimage before the demon bird appeared. At this time, a line of figures walked toward that path. They were dressed in cassock and chanted with their hands in front of them. The scene was very solemn. Their bodies emitted the light of the Buddha, covering them in a sacred sheen. The Arhat that Yi Futian knew was among them. Obviously, they were the strong cultivators from Qianqiu Temple. The Buddha's scripture can protect them from devil power, many people thought. Sky Mountain's bell has rung. If someone can go up to the mountain, it must be the monks of the Qianqiu Temple. Most people here belonged to forces near the mountain. The Qianqiu Temple was their Mecca. Another line of figures came out. These strong cultivators were from the witch clan. Yi Futian looked up at the mountain but couldn't see the top. It was as if the mountain's top melted into the sky. Though his level was not high, he could still feel that deterrent force from the mountain, as well as that invasive power disturbing his will. On the way to the top, the feeling would get intensified constantly. Under such a deterrent force, it would be very hard to climb the mountain. People gathered here because they thought the ringing of the bell on the mountain was the emperor's call. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come. Generations of people had tried before. At this time, people continually stepped up on the road to the mountaintop. Are you going or not? Why are you staring at us? At this moment, Mo Xie turned back and saw the people of Fuyun Sword Clan. The cottage and the Sword Saint Mountain appeared at the same time, attracting the Fuyun Sword Clan's attention. The head of the Fuyun Sword Clan was also here. Glancing at Yi Wuchen, he scorned, "So the cottage accepts disciples that the Fuyun Sword Clan throws out?" The mountain elder of the college stared at the man. At this time, Zhuge Hui smiled. "You are not young anymore. Why don't you just shut up? This is the Western Territory. Watch your mouth or you will regret it." The head of the Fuyun Sword Clan froze. Was this a threat? Funny. He huffed coldly but didn't continue the debate. The Fuyun Sword Clan moved forward. This was the Western Territory, which meant the Sword Saint was possibly here. The Fuyun Sword Clan was the inferior one. However, he was sure that the Sword Saint was not strong enough to confront with him. Moreover, the people of the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan were also here. If the cottage dared to fight, the two forces wouldn't stand by. Zhe Song and Qi Ao beside him were also staring coldly at the cottage. Yi Futian's group didn't move. Soon, the Fuyun Sword Clan, the Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and Royal Shen Temple all gathered together. These forces had all claimed to ally with the Qin dynasty when they were in the Qin dynasty's palace. Because of the Sword Saint clan, they hadn't taken any actions so far. Now, they kept close with the Qin dynasty. They were afraid that the cottage would take revenge. "Let's go up," Zhuge Hui said and stepped forward. Ding! The bell's sound came down like a horrible wave. More snowflakes fell down crazily. Everyone closed their eyes. This ring seemed to be from heaven, coming down to the mountain and sweeping everything. Hearing the sound, those climbers felt like an enormous bell ringing in their heart. They trembled fiercely. Some moaned, some spat out blood as they were forced back. The vibrations of the huge sound sent them sliding on the snowy ground. Bang, bang. Some climbers from the air fell down to the ground, blood gushing from their mouths. Their hearts were badly hurt. The second disciple of the cottage also stopped. Blood seeped from the corner of her lips. The third disciple trembled. Seeing Zhuge Hui get hurt, his eyes looking at the mountaintop sharpened. Shui Yi and Luo Fan were also hurt, as were the mountain elders and other top talents in noble plane of the college. Senior sister and brother, Yi Futian, looked at the scene in astonishment. Just because of a bell's ring, countless people in the vast place were badly hurt. People like Qin Yu, Lady Yu Xiao, Lu Nantian, and people of the Futian sword clan were all forced back, hurt. The stronger one was, the more injured they were. Yi Futian also felt a horrible deterrent force, but the feeling was not so strong. He only felt his body grow heavier when the frightening power penetrated his body. The snow was still falling, the air became depressing. All big names of the Eastern Barren Territory were hurt just because of the bell's one ring. Was this really the Emperor's call? What happened on Sky Mountain? Why did the bell ring? In the silence, everyone looked up at the mountain. Was it possible to climb this towering mountain? They all looked to the peak within the clouds. The snow kept falling, it was especially heavy near the peak. At this moment, there was a figure standing on the top of the mountain and watching all of this silently. People would be stunned if they saw him because someone had managed to reach the top. In the snow, the figure seemed incomparably lonely. He took out a flask and drank a mouthful of wine. Then he spilled some wine on the snow. It was as if he was the only person in the world. Chapter 345, On Sky Mountain. Chapter 345, On Sky Mountain. Standing below Sky Mountain, Zhuge Hui looked up. She could feel that the pressure had strengthened after the bell. Does this mountain really have a spirit? Are the intents of the two emperors really looking and keeping nobles from stepping onto the mountain? Zhuge Hui asked. Bells rang from Sky Mountain for some reason, pushing down all nobles. If the intents of the two emperors really are here, there's no need to do this, Jiyu Donglu murmured, looking up. Donghuang the Great was the ruler of the divine prefectures of the east. He wouldn't care about the plane of those who climbed the mountain. I think we came for nothing. Shui Yi and Luo Fan were annoyed too after knowing that there was no hope for them. Xiaoshe, Xing'e, Junior, only you all can go, Luo Fan said. Yi Futian nodded. He looked up at the high peaks. Snow fell down lazily, draping many people in a layer of white. The cottage disciples weren't the only ones who realized this. The mountain elders of the college were also advising the younger generation. Similarly, at the Qin dynasty, Qin Yu was telling his people, Qin Li, seems that only you all can go. Yes, father. Qin Li nodded. Don't hold back if you have the chance. Qin Yu's eyes flashed coldly. He still hadn't taken revenge for Qin Ji by killing Jiyu Donglu. I understand. Qin Li's eyes were cold. Beside them, Lady Yu Xiao of the Donghua clan looked to Hua Qingqing. She murmured, Qingqing, will you go? Yes. Hua Qingqing nodded. She wanted to go see what Sky Mountain was like. Lu Nantian gazed at her with gentle eyes. He reached out as if wanting to caress her flawless features. But as if afraid of tainting her, he just touched the strands of hair by her hair. Come down if you run into any danger, he said gently. Okay, Hua Qingqing replied. Take care of her, Lu Nantian instructed the disciples of the Donghua clan. They nodded. If nothing unexpected happened, Lu Nantian would be the next leader of the Donghua clan, Hua Qingqing would be the lady. Qian Shanmu was talented too but still far from Lu Nantian. Hua Qingqing and the people of the Donghua clan started walking away. Lady Yu Xiao muttered, legend says that only those with pure hearts can climb up Sky Mountain. Qingqing is pure and untainted. If anyone can make it, I'm sure Qingqing will succeed over the people of the Qianqiu Temple. I believe that too. Lu Nantian smiled at the pure and flawless backside. He hoped she could see the scenery of Sky Mountain. At this time, Jiyu Zhiqiu looked back at the clan leader of the witch clan who'd been forced down the mountain. The man nodded at him and said, only you can plant the demonic way into others. The Sky Mountain can't stop you. Go without worry. The Ring of the Great is a call to you. Jiyu Zhiqiu looked to his master. Could he do it? Even the most talented man of the Eastern Barren Territory would lose confidence when faced with Sky Mountain that the Great had once come to. Senior brother, You can do it, Jiu Bua said, smiling. Jiu Jicho nodded. Eyes determined, he continued walking. The Arhat also looked at the foot of the mountain. A monk there put his hands together and chanted. The Arhat did the same and turned to climb the mountain. Chiao was still together with the people of the Futian sword clan. Only the 7th summit was missing from the 7 summits of the clan. Yi Wuchen, a swordsman of the 7th summit, had been banished by the clan leader. Now, he stayed with Yi Futian. Strong cultivators of the Moon clan, Royal Shen Temple, Ji family, and others gradually started climbing too. Some people had sped up on the road but not many chased after them. If it was really so easy, they wouldn't have waited until today. Let's go, Yi Futian said. The group of disciples from the cottage, college, and Sword Saint Mountain all set off together. Follow them, Zhuge Hui said to Shui Yi and Luo Fan. The two understood their senior sister. She wanted them to follow Yi Futian's group. Though they'd given up on climbing the mountain, they had to stop nobles from the Qin dynasty and other groups. When they couldn't continue, the nobles of the Qin dynasty also wouldn't be able to continue. People were everywhere on the mountain. Yi Futian felt the faint might coming down on him. There was also a sense of evil affecting him. This formless spiritual intent seemed to be omnipresent. Yi Futian wasn't far from here. He saw the Moon clan but sadly, didn't see Jiu though Chu Yaro was present. Hello, fairy. Yi Futian saw a familiar face. She was Yun Ru, the disciple of Xiao Yueju and senior sister of Jiu. Yun Ru smiled at Yi Futian. This guy was such a sweet talker. She didn't say anything to Yi Futian though. The situation in the Eastern Barren Territory was ambiguous and the Moon clan didn't want to lean towards any side. The mountain road was vast and the powerful group of strong cultivators climbed up. Snow floated down from Sky Mountain, bringing coldness with it. The entire mountain was covered in a layer of white. Some people were fast, others were slow. Yi Futian's group maintained the same speed, neither fast nor slow. They could feel the formless pressure and invading evil intent getting stronger as they climbed. Some people of the Arcana plane already started feeling the pressure. How tall is the mountain? Yi Futian asked Du Ming from the Sword Saint Mountain. Du Ming was Mo Xie's disciple. He was the 3rd generation of Sword Saint Mountain. He was older and more skilled than Yi Futian but had to call him Grand Uncle Master. The status of the cottage made them speechless. No one has climbed to the top in all these years, Du Ming replied. I don't know how tall it is. Some say that it goes as high as the sky and climbing it is as hard as climbing the sky. Yi Futian couldn't reply. When he climbed Turtle Mountain, he could at least see the approximate height. Though he could fly in Sky Mountain, he didn't know how tall it was. The peak was in the clouds. Let's hurry up a bit, Yi Futian said. Everyone sped up. As they continued, low cries sounded beside Yi Futian. He looked to the black-winged eagle with its wings spread out. What's wrong? The bird hung its head, its limbs drooped on the ground. You can do it. Yi Futian patted the black-winged eagle's forehead. Its eyes sharpened a bit and nodded forcefully. It continued going upward with Yi Futian. As they kept climbing, they gradually moved to the middle of the mountain. Various peaks loomed over them, surrounding them in the mountain's belly. Yi Futian's heart sped up as if there was a strange rhythm. The evil feeling strengthened and the black-winged eagle's eyes glowed with red light as it stared ahead. Many people stopped here. Yi Futian's group walked up and saw a canyon going upward. There were images on the walls of demon birds. There was also a black rock with sharp black feathers and claws. It seemed to have come from hell. Each image seemed ready to jump out of the wall. There were many corpses on the road. Some of the bodies were very tragic and hard to look at. Yi Futian just glanced at the wall and already felt a demon bird flying into his mind. He instantly looked away from the wall. The Arhat and people of the Qianqiu temple were at the center of the walls now. Buddhist light dazzled on them. The demons couldn't reach them. The demon birds seemed to fly to them but were stopped by the Buddhist light. The Qianqiu temple is most likely to climb to the peak, many people thought when seeing this. The strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty walked out first. They activated the Dragon Emperor technique. Roars filled the sky and dragons protected them as they walked. They passed through the space but didn't leave. Instead, they looked back to Yi Futian's group. The witch clan followed them, showing their own skills. At this time, a quiet beauty walked out from the crowd. Many people gazed at her. Hua Qingqing, one of the Eastern Barren Territory's top beauties, was going alone. Miss Qian Shanmu and many other Donghua disciples walked up. No need, Hua Qingqing said softly. Music notes pulsed on her body and a layer of sacred light covered her. Music emanated from her as she walked forward. The music was so pure, without any impurities. The evil demon birds seemed to brush past without touching her. As expected of the Donghua clan's daughter, Qin Li praised. Grand Uncle Master, should we escort you? Du Ming asked. Sure. Yi Futian nodded naturally, surprising the people of the Sword Saint Mountain. This Grand Uncle Master was from the cottage, after all. Du Ming had just asked out of politeness and he took it. Broadsword Matrix, Du Ming said. The disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain stood together to form the matrix. The light from the swords created a curtain of light, surrounding them. The cottage will use this type of trick, a mocking voice said. Yi Futian turned to see Qi Ao and the Fuyun sword clan standing there. Afterward, they gathered their sword intent into beams of dazzling sword light. They shot into the sky and passed through the space. When they reached the other end, they turned back to Yi Futian's group mockingly. Many people looked at their group strangely. They'd anticipated seeing the cottage disciples go forward. They didn't think that the cottage couldn't do it, but this was still disappointing. Are we getting looked down upon? Yi Xiaosha asked. I think so. Yi Futian nodded. Senior sister and us will go first. You can do it. Yi Xiaosha patted Yi Futian's shoulder. Yi Futian stared at him. Shouldn't you do it? I don't have to do it if you can. Yi Xiaosha looked to Du Ming. Let's go. Okay. Du Ming nodded. The broadsword matrix escorted the people across the space, leaving Yi Futian alone. Even the black wind eagle was taken with. You're okay with this? Yi Futian muttered as he walked forward. Many people looked at him as he stepped onto the path between the walls. The images on the walls seemed to come to life, crazily rushing to him. Countless eyes froze on him, watching him just walk over like that. Qin Li and Qi Ao narrowed their eyes. Was this guy looking to die? The horrible demon birds landed directly on him, about to rush into his body. Many people even closed their eyes. People had died like this. Annoying. They heard Yi Futian's voice at this time and discovered with shock that Yi Futian was walking forward totally unaffected. Chapter 346. I have a question for you. Chapter 346. I have a question for you this. Yi Futian strolled casually on the road as if the demon birds from the walls had no effect on him. They rushed towards him but his white robe fluttered, his black hair flying. Noble intent bloomed from him and his entire body seemed to be shrouded in sacred light. The evil couldn't hurt him. Everyone was shocked. How powerful was Yi Futian's will? Was it because he had a low plane so he wasn't as heavily affected? But no matter what, Yi Futian's powerful walk destroyed all suspicions earlier. Yi Xiaosha and the Sword Saint Mountain disciples left him behind because they had absolute trust in him. They really were crazy. They trusted Yi Futian before he'd even tried. Qi Ao and the disciples of the Fuyun sword clan had already descended on the other side after transforming into sword light. Seeing Yi Futian's actions, Qi Ao's expression grew ugly. This was a slap to him. He isn't in the Arcana plane yet. He must have benefited from his low plane, someone nearby said after seeing Qi Ao's change of expression. Chu Yaro Yaro looked at Yi Futian from the Moon Clan group. She walked forward. Virgin, someone called. I want to try. Dazzling light enveloped her. Her body flashed and countless copies of her appeared. They were destroyed by the demon birds but Chu Yaro Yaro continued forward. Like a fairy, her movements were like a dance, leading people to gasp. First, there was Hua Qingqing. Now, There was Chu Yao Yao. The top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory were not only amazing in their looks. People behind them started trying too, working together. More and more strong cultivators passed it. Very rarely did anyone die. The people from before had rushed too much, causing them to get killed. On the road, the people of the Qianqiu Temple and Witch Clan had already set off again. Qin Li watched Yi Futian walk over with a cold glint in his eyes. He waited for Chu Yao Yao and asked, "Yao Yao, are you all right?" "Yes." She nodded lightly. "Come with me?" Qin Li asked. "I'll wait for my sisters. You can go first." Chu Yaoyoro's voice was gentle and her moving eyes made people want to protect her. "Okay." Qin Li nodded. The Qin dynasty and Donghua clan continued forward soon after. Yi Futian's group also started walking. Forces such as the Fuyun Sword Clan and Royal Shen Temple were nearby. Many people came gradually after them. Seeing these figures, they felt that the road ahead wouldn't be peaceful. The 2 parties had declared war. Liu Chenyu, Liu Feiyang, Yi Wuchen, and the Qin dynasty were true enemies. The rivalry between the college and Qin dynasty, between the cottage, Sword Saint Mountain, and Fuyun Sword Clan, between the cottage and Royal Shen Temple. It was shocking they could bear it for this long. The mountain road grew steeper. Everyone gradually entered the belly of Sky Mountain. Snow was everywhere, dancing in the sky. They couldn't see outside the mountain anymore. They looked up at the soaring peak and could only keep walking. No one knew how long it would take. The snow grew heavier. Everyone was covered in a layer of white. Some would use fire spiritual qi to melt the snow on them, but they started feeling cold. In addition, the evil feeling grew stronger too. It seemed to seep from the mountain and influenced them from everywhere. The black-winged eagle followed close to Yi Futian. Its claws dug into the ground, its eyes glowed red while it hung its head. Yi Futian planted a mark in its mind with a shred of Emperor's intent. This chased away its fear so it could keep going. Gradually, more and more people started giving up. They felt that if they continued, they would be completely controlled by the evil feeling, becoming its puppet. Those who continued had extremely strong wills. They followed the strong cultivators of each top force. If anything happened, these top cultivators could buffer the attack. They could also learn a lot from them. The days passed. They had already walked for 7 days and had no clue where they were. The strong cultivators at the foot of the mountain were still there. People constantly gave up and went back down. People were everywhere in the white snow. Almost half of the strong cultivators of the Eastern Barren Territory were here. The bell didn't ring again. Otherwise, they probably couldn't stay there anymore. Zhuge Hui stood there, quietly gazing at Sky Mountain. "Do you think Junior is the person our teacher wants to find?" she whispered. Only the other cottage disciples could understand. Jiyu Dongliu looked at the snowy peaks. The first 3 disciples were the clearest about the teacher's goal. However, the goal was too lofty. Despite their talent, they couldn't do it. It was so lofty that they didn't even know what step they were at now. Now, merely the Eastern Barren Territory threatened them. "I don't know," Jiyu Dongliu whispered. When he'd heard Yi Futian utter that sentence in the ancient barren world, he went to the Kangya kingdom without hesitation. "I wonder if Junior will gain something on the mountain," Zhuge Hui said, smiling. The Eastern Barren Territory had the legend about the 2 emperors. If Yi Futian could accomplish something and the teacher knew, he would be very happy. But where exactly was that old guy hiding? He'd tricked Zhuge Hui here and dumped the entire cottage on her without teaching her anything. Now he'd escaped to enjoy life alone. That old man. On Sky Mountain, the black-winged eagle stopped again. Its legs trembled and the feathers on its wings stood up straight. There were many marks on the walls ahead. There were signs of claw scratches, lightning, and fire. A horrible aura emanated from it all. This was probably where the 2 emperors had fought with the demon bird. Everyone felt their bodies grow heavy. An invisible force pressed down on them. Black ravens flew between the walls. Their eyes had a deadly aura and occasionally glowed red. Thud, thud, thud. They could practically hear their own heartbeats grow louder and louder. Push it down. Yi Futian glanced at the black-winged eagle. The mark planted in its mind released a powerful might. He saw the black-winged eagle's eyes become demonic, glinting with a bloody light. It was about to go crazy. Ah! A pained cry ripped out. Many hearts trembled and the people looked back. A strong cultivator in the Arcana plane couldn't resist the evil intent anymore. His eyes shone with terrible demonic light. His hand had also transformed into a frightening golden dagger that he stabbed into the man beside him. Blood bloomed in the white snow. Seeing the fresh blood, many people couldn't control the evil in them either. They screamed as the wild aura exploded. They lost control of themselves. Even those of the top forces started shaking. The evil accumulated in them was too hard to repress. They lost control and started attacking wildly. Many people charged towards Hua Qingqing, Chu Yarou, and Qin Mengruo. The three were the top beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory. They easily attracted evil thoughts. People also went crazily to the fairies of the Moon Clan. Kill them, Qin Li ordered coldly. Instantly, the people of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan started acting. The scene became more chaotic. Blood flew through the air with the snow, leading to more evil thoughts. Even Liu Feiyang and Liu Chenyu's eyes turned red as they stared coldly at Qin Li. They hated his guts. This type of negative emotion was easy to be pushed out and affected by the evilness. Seeing this, Hua Qingqing stepped into the crowd and sat down, legs crossed. Her Guqin spirit appeared and she started playing. Seeing her flawless and angelic features, even more people pounced towards her. Music rang out. It was so wholesome it could almost purify their souls. The world fell quiet, all evil thoughts were eradicated by the music. Those who pounced towards her stopped, struggling in place. In the front, the Arhat and Qianqiu temple disciples who'd forged on alone looked back. Those who were pure enough would be unaffected by the evil influence. Hua Qingqing was probably that type of person. As the soothing music flowed out, much of the redness in people's eyes were a bit controlled. The fighting continued though. Many people couldn't completely extract themselves. Qin Li looked over to Liu Feiyang and Liu Chenyu. Seeing the redness in their eyes, he chuckled. Want to kill me? The murderous intent grew in their eyes. Qingqing is kind, but it's better for these failures affected by the evil to kill themselves. Why save them? Qin Li asked, glancing at Hua Qingqing. Evil thoughts are born in those who are evil. No need to save them, Qiao also said. I have a question for you. Yi Futian walked forward. The place was a bit chaotic now. Qin Li was in the direction of the Moon Clan. What question? Qin Li asked with a sneer. Yi Futian stopped before Qin Li and smiled brightly. Do people like you never repent? Even when facing death? Qin Li arched an eyebrow. His eyes sharpened as he stared at Yi Futian. At that time, a wild aura burst from Yi Futian's body. He transformed into an afterimage that shot forward. Boom! Qin Li's aura erupted too. Then he saw a heavy staff that weighed thousands of tons drop from the sky. It swept down everything with the roar of a divine ape and dragon. It was about to split everything apart. Chapter 347, Go Straight Forward. Chapter 347, Go Straight Forward. Qin Li's expression changed. A dragon also roared above him. His arm seemed to transform into the arm of a dragon as he blocked the incoming staff. He'd been looking for a chance to kill Yi Futian's group but didn't expect that Yi Futian dared to attack him first. Boom! The staff swung down and there was a huge sound. Qin Li's entire body shook. The fabric on his arm tore apart and he fell onto one knee. The ground underneath cracked. Everyone was shocked. No one processed it all. Yi Futian had been talking and smiling earlier but changed as soon as he finished. He wanted to kill Qin Li. How ruthless. At this moment, terrible dragon scales appeared on Qin Li's arms. They shone frighteningly. Clearly, they were ritual implements. If he didn't have these protecting his arms, they would probably have broken under Yi Futian's sudden attack. It was too abrupt and Yi Futian hadn't held back at all. Whoosh! Wind whistled as the staff twirled. The air current went wild. Vines spiraled out from Yi Futian, locking Qin Li's body. Stop. The people of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan finally processed everything. Their auras immediately flared and they rushed towards Yi Futian. They cast spells simultaneously at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was still unmoved. Eyes cold, he brought his murderous staff down again. The entire weight of the world seemed to fall onto Qin Li. Qin Li knew that he'd lost his chance. The most important task now was to save his life. He dazzled brilliantly. His dragon armor transformed into a true dragon that roared. It spiraled above him, protecting him. He raised his arms too for protection. Boom! There was another huge explosion. Dust flew in the wind as Qin Li was forced into the mountain. A ditch appeared in the mountain. He grunted and spat out blood. Even with the ritual implement protecting him, he was still injured. Dragons came over murderously. Yi Futian knew he would fail, so he retreated after swinging his staff. Royal grandson. The people of the Qin dynasty grouped around Qin Li. He felt his body shake inside. Activating a battle technique, his blood rumbled and dragons roared. Then he took a deep breath, calming the tremors inside. He stood up slowly and stared coldly at Yi Futian, eyes full of murderous intent. "You're lucky to be alive." Yi Futian chuckled. His smile was gentle and calm as if nothing had happened. Everyone was speechless at his smile. "You won't be so lucky." Eyes filled with menacing murder, Qin Li said, "Kill him." Strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty went up, surrounding Yi Futian. Disciples of the college advanced too. No matter what, the college and cottage were one group. They obviously had to stand together against the Qin dynasty. Otherwise, the Qin dynasty would kill them after killing Yi Futian. Many people had already died in the ancient barren world. The people of the Donghua clan walked up too. Disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain walked towards them. A huge battle was about to start. The surrounding people held their breaths. The various forces had already declared war. Were the rivalries finally going to be ignited on Sky Mountain? Hua Qingqing stopped her music and watched the imminent battle with her pretty eyes. Chu Yarrow gazed at Yi Futian. She didn't know what to think. The Moon clan obviously wouldn't get involved. This is between the Qin dynasty and cottage. What is the Sword Saint Mountain doing? Chi Ao from the Fuyun Sword clan said. He looked at the group with sharp eyes. Du Ming furrowed his sword-like brows. Gazing at Chi Ao, he said, "What is it to you? Shouldn't the college give us Yi Wuchen, the traitor of the Fuyun Sword clan?" Chi Ao asked with a smile. Yi Futian looked coldly at him. Chi Ao obviously knew that he wouldn't hand Yi Wuchen over. He was just using this as an excuse to enter the battle. Snow continued falling. The atmosphere was getting tenser. "Why didn't you learn anything from when first senior brother went to the Fuyun Sword clan?" Yi Xiaosha asked. Yi Futian scanned the crowd. The Royal Xian Temple was watching menacingly. They didn't say anything, but he was sure that they would act if needed. The cottage had a disadvantage in numbers. Yi Futian rose slowly against the might from Sky Mountain. Wind elemental sorcery gathered around him. Golden rock wings unfurled with noble will. Everyone looked at him. What was he doing? No need to fight. "The problem between Qin Li and I is personal," Yi Futian suddenly said. Then he shot into the sky and rose up as if he was going to reach the peak. In the sky, Yi Futian was like a rock, transforming into a bolt of lightning. Many people stared at this scene in shock. Unexpectedly, Yi Futian left everyone here without fighting. "Want to escape?" Qin Li gazed at the figure in the sky. "Chase him." As soon as he spoke, people shot into the sky like dragons in flight. They pursued Yi Futian. Onto the mountain. Yi Xiaosha's body flashed. Strong cultivators from every force advanced up Sky Mountain, much faster than before. This imminent battle was cut short because of Yi Futian's sudden departure. "Let's go." The Fuyun Sword clan and Sword Saint Mountain started climbing too. Yi Futian crossed an impossible length and landed on a huge boulder. Then he continued forward as if the evil feeling and might didn't exist. Feiyang, take care of Chenyu, Yi Wuchen said. Then he shot forward like a flash from his sword. I'll take a look, Chu Yaro said, and also sped up the mountain. Yi Futian was galloping down the path. He was so fast, with powerful cultivators of high plains from the Qin dynasty close behind him. If not for the might from Sky Mountain, they would have caught up. After all, he was in a lower plane. More and more strong cultivators pursued him, but he didn't seem to care. When he'd acted, he had already thought of various scenarios. Noble fate rose up in him, fighting against the repressive might. Emperor Will was in this too, allowing him to reduce the pressure from the mountain. The pressure grew. Subtle lightning could be seen amongst the falling snow, as if this was a world of lightning. Even the boulders of the mountain glimmered with lightning. Yi Futian stepped into it and felt the powerful lightning will press down. It ran through his body, but it wasn't all. The evil feeling strengthened too. His feet walked forward involuntarily. You think you can run? Behind him, Qin Li walked over. There were dragon roars as if he was a dragon. He was covered in dragon armor. The strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty formed a matrix around him. They stepped into the lightning world together. Yi Futian ignored them. Since he attacked Qin Li, he hadn't thought of actually escaping. His only motive for attacking was to kill Qin Li. Back in the Liu kingdom, seeing what Qin Yuan did to Liu Chenyu, seeing Liu Chenyu attempt suicide, Yi Wuchen's helplessness, and Qin Li's arrogant words, he'd already wanted to kill the man. He was helpless back then though. Emperor Liu wouldn't kill him, so Yi Futian couldn't either. Now, they were in Sky Mountain. The strongest man beside Qin Li was only in the Arcana plane. The higher they climbed, the more pressure those with high planes would feel. Yi Futian finally had a chance now. Plus, since they were at war, Qin Li would kill him if he didn't kill the other. He only worried about how to do it now. Yi Xiaoshe arrived too, as well as some people from the Donghua clan. People from different forces gradually entered this lightning world. Of course, many people dropped out because they couldn't take it anymore. Those who entered involuntarily slowed down. Red glowed in some eyes again, even those who were greatly talented. Chu Yaro also entered the lightning. Seeing the lonely backside in the distance, she felt that Yi Futian wasn't escaping. She saw the determination in his backside. Yi Wuchen, Yu Sheng, Lulan Shui, and the others started walking here too. If you think you can't take it anymore, don't force yourself, Hua Qingqing said to the people around her. She obviously felt the pressure too. The Qianqiu temple and Witch clan were before Yi Futian. At this moment, Jiyu Bue stopped. She wanted to give up but saw Yi Futian speed up and overtake her. She couldn't help but stare and ask, "Are you crazy?" Yi Futian ignored her and continued past. Qin Li's expression grew uglier. His will kept getting corroded. He knew the pressure contained in this space, but Yi Futian kept advancing. Some of the strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty beside him were unstable already. Their eyes glowed red, their murderous intent intensified. We can't keep dragging it on. Kill him, Qin Li ordered coldly. His people burst forward towards Yi Futian. Their eyes were bloody, they wanted to kill so badly. Boom. Seeing this, Yi Xiaoshe sped up too and actually transformed into a bolt of lightning. He started later but arrived first. He leaped over Qin Li, body turning into a blur. He reached out and his arms actually stretched, curling towards the people going to kill Yi Futian. Kill him, Qin Li uttered coldly. Various Qin dynasty cultivators stepped out and soared in the sky. Yi Xiaoshe seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He kicked backward and his feet actually turned into a golden mountain. It pressed down, radiating with gold light. With a huge boom, it forced the people back. Come back. Yi Xiaoshe waved his arm and dragged the people back like tentacles. As if he didn't know about the battle behind him, Yi Futian advanced without looking back. Qin Li's expression was ugly. Take care of him, he said coldly. Then he brought some people to continue chasing after Yi Futian. The rest surrounded Yi Xiaoshe. Chapter 348, Time. Chapter 348. Time. Seeing that they wanted to go around him to pursue Yi Futian, Yi Xiaosha flashed and blocked them. He dazzled radiantly. The next moment, a huge tree grew wildly. He seemed to have become a divine tree that spread in all directions. Even more frightening, the tree that Yi Xiaosha turned into wasn't only green. It also had a terrible golden tint, like a true emperor's glow. Emperor's vine. Everyone's eyes flashed as they stared forward. The emperor's vine was known as the emperor amongst trees and had the sturdiest vines. Clearly, the life spirit of the cottage's seventh disciple was the emperor's vine and used it to create this dharma. With this dharma released, all wood and gold spiritual chi were devoured. A wood elemental spell was released while dazzling gold tendrils covered the sun. They sped in the air, going towards the group that wanted to kill Yi Futian. Every vine was like a horrible blade. The strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty were facing a great enemy. Not daring to underestimate it, they turned around to defend themselves with spells. They didn't dare to keep chasing Yi Futian. That's right. Yi Xiaosha smiled brightly. That moment, countless strong cultivators formed a battle matrix and went straight towards him. Dragons roared from many of them. They stabbed their spears forward, wanting to shatter Yi Xiaosha's body. Whoosh! Endless vines swept forward, transforming into thousands of tentacles that curled towards the people. A golden flower bloomed. The sharp petals spun and expanded like a frightening gold vortex. Horrible dragons roared above the spears with murderous intent. They destroyed everything. The gold petals continuously got shattered. It seemed powerful for the flower to be destroyed, but it kept blooming and blooming without end. The dragon apparitions extinguished and the powerful auras of the Qin dynasty disappeared. However, the petals were still coming. They exploded into a rain of petals. Every droplet of rain sharpened into sturdy golden blades. The people sped backward but saw golden vines coming at them from behind, blocking their escape route. They could only force themselves to fight back. Squelch! A horrible golden tendril pierced someone from the Qin dynasty. He screamed in pain. Retreat! Battle matrix, someone yelled. Sensing danger, they didn't dare to feel cocky anymore. The seventh disciple of the cottage wasn't as famous, but he was just as powerful. The cottage couldn't be rated with common standards. Junior, this is all I can do. Yi Xiaosha looked to Yi Futian in the distance. He knew Yi Futian's plan: use the characteristic of Sky Mountain to kill Qin Li. Beside them, the people of the Futian sword clan walked over. They glanced at Yi Xiaosha and continued their pursuit. More people arrived and continued forward, going in Yi Futian's direction. Yi Futian gradually slowed down. It became harder as he went. Many people had been left behind now. Those without steadfast wills couldn't get here at all. At this point in the lightning world, Yi Futian was at the front. Behind him was Qin Li's group. The Donghua clan, Futian sword clan, and Chu Yao Yaro were behind them. After that was the college, Beitang Xing'e, Yu Sheng, and Yi Wuchen. Everyone was closing in on each other because the people in the front slowed down. Even though the ones behind slowed down as well, it wasn't as much. Only around 50 people were following Yi Futian. The rest had been left behind. How far can you go? Qin Li asked coldly, watching Yi Futian get closer. He only had 2 people with him. The others had either been stopped by Yi Xiaosha or gave up. Those with him were extraordinary. They were part of the Qin dynasty's royal family and were in even higher planes than him. Yi Futian suddenly stopped. He turned around to look at Qin Li and smiled. Since you want to kill me so badly, should we have a duel? Idiot! Qin Li sneered with mockery. He was stronger than Yi Futian, but with such a disadvantage now, why would he fight? He wasn't a good person. To kill Yi Futian was his only goal. The people of the Donghua clan and Futian clan walked up. There were 4 from the Donghua clan, with Hua Qingqing in the back. There were also 4 from the Futian sword clan, Qi Ao, and 3 other swordsmen. They were all amazing geniuses. Chu Yao Yaro stood in the back, watching this all. Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, Beitang Xing'e, the Black Wind Eagle, Du Ming of the Sword Saint Mountain, and 2 other strong cultivators, and 4 disciples of the college were behind her. The royal Xian temple was also there. Both sides were more equal in number now. They were all the best of their forces. Die, Qin Li uttered. As soon as he spoke, people from the Qin dynasty stepped out on either side. Dragons spiraled above them. All royalty from the Qin dynasty had dragons as their dharma. That was their totem. The dragons soared and pounced at Yi Futian, wanting to shred him with their golden claws. Yi Futian grasped his five-element staff. The divine ape growled, the dragon roared, and the golden rock shimmered. His body seemed undefeatable. He stepped forward and all the might in the world gathered on him. He swept his staff across, hitting a dragon. It was a giant golden dragon with a shocking defense that forced Yi Futian back. Then a frost dragon exhaled at him. Iciness filled the sky, covering him. Yi Futian flew in the air and swept his staff again. Using the momentum, he retreated. The two from the Qin dynasty were in much higher planes. They chased without stop. Qin Li also followed, wanting to kill Yi Futian. Boom! Yu Sheng stepped forward and shot into the sky. Yi Wuchen, with his sword, soared like a beam of sword light. Whoosh! A beam of sword light cut the snowflakes in the sky, slicing the air. Yi Wuchen came to a stop. His body spun with his sword out. Silver lightning seemed to crack across, splitting at the touch. Qi Ao appeared before him. Studying Yi Wuchen, he said, "Today, I will take care of things for the Fuyun Sword Clan." With that, Qi Ao continued walking. Zhe Song was the swordsman from the first summit, but Qi Ao was the strongest of the first summit in Arcana Plain. He was confident in becoming a swordsman of any summit. He walked before Yi Wuchen and brought out his sword. It danced in the air like silver light, constantly changing and blocking all escape routes. Yi Wuchen stared forward, his eyes changing. That moment, a sword seemed to appear in Qi Ao's eyes. As a disciple of the Fuyun Sword Clan, Qi Ao was familiar with what ability the swordsman from the 7th summit had. He activated the sword eye. He ignored the sword light in his eye. Powerful will pushed back the sword will. Forgetting the light, he focused on the attack. Yi Wuchen couldn't threaten him, so he didn't have to care about the sword eye. Yi Wuchen brought his sword down. It was a simple move but seemed to slice the world. It was so powerful that it actually cut down one of Qi Ao's lines of defense and continued invading. His plane wasn't as high as Qi Ao. In order to win, he had to attack. If he defended, he would be dead. The other swordsmen blocked the cultivators of the Sword Saint Mountain. Swords and broadswords clashed. They seemed to want to end the old rivalry between the two forces. Another from the Fuyun Sword Clan blocked Yu Sheng. The college disciples wanted to help Yi Futian, but the Donghua clan appeared to isolate them. On Qin Li and Yi Futian's battlefield, Yi Futian kept getting forced back. Qin Li was 2 levels higher than him, in the Arcana Plane, and there wasn't much hope for Yi Futian. Qian Shanmu sat down and started playing his guqin. Music covered the battlefield. Musical sorcery transformed into spiritual attacks that stabbed into the ears of the college and Sword Saint Mountain, affecting their fighting. Beitang Xing'e looked at Yi Futian. She was worried, but she didn't have a high plane either. She probably wasn't stronger than Yi Futian, so she couldn't help. Glancing at Qian Shanmu, she walked over. Stopping in place, she closed her eyes. Invisible spiritual energy shrouded the area. The spiritual storm converged and landed inside Qian Shanmu's mind. At that moment, he could only see Beitang Xing'e's image in his mind. "Stop," Beitang Xing'e uttered. It echoed countless times in Qian Shanmu's mind. "Stop, stop." The endless echoes were like an invisible storm hitting Qian Shanmu. He flew backward, the music cutting off. He looked up at Beitang Xing'e in shock. She ignored him and started attacking the others. Soon, another Donghua clan cultivator was forced back and almost killed by a college disciple. Junior sister. Qian Shanmu gazed at Hua Qingqing. Many thought Qian Shanmu was the best musical sorcerer of the young generation, but he knew Hua Qingqing was stronger in both talent and ability. Hua Qingqing's eyes flashed. She walked to Beitang Xing'e. They stared at each other and formless spiritual energy clashed. Hua Qingqing's clear eyes held the gaze. Beitang Xing'e began to look worried. Her spiritual energy wasn't as strong as Hua Qingqing, so she couldn't help anymore. At that time, Futian was forced back again. He crashed against a boulder and grunted. Blood seeped from his lips. Qin Li's trio pressed down. Futian stood up and turned. He continued racing up the mountain. Escaping again? Qin Li's expression was frigid. Just stopping them is enough. With that, he brought the other two and continued after Futian. At the front, coldness glinted past Futian's eyes as he raced. The time was coming. Chapter 349, Extreme Breakout. Chapter 349, Extreme Breakout. In the lightning-filled world, the great battle continued. Even the geniuses from various top forces were under extreme pressure, and it was not just from the battle itself. Futian slowly disappeared in the distance. Qin Li and the two upper arcana plane cultivators from Qin dynasty were chasing him. The mountain path was very rugged. Futian did not look behind him and kept advancing forward. In front of him, the lightning-filled world seemed to be turning into an icy one, where ice storms were raging. Before he even reached, he already began to shiver. The snowflakes falling from the sky condensed into frost and turned into part of the icy world on Sky Mountain. Futian stepped into it and could only feel extremely cold. It was as if he was covered in snow and ice, and coldness seeped into his bones continuously. Apart from being cold, evil thoughts also intensified and were mixed with the freezing coldness. Various negative emotions flashed across the eyes of Qin Li and the other two cultivators. A frightening murderous intent was released from them as they stared at Futian's back with a bloodthirsty look. Before them, they could vaguely see the Arhat of Chenqiu Temple and warlock Jiu Jiqiu of Witch Clan. The two advanced forward without any distractions and only had one goal: to reach the top of Sky Mountain. Their clanmates were all left behind as they did not have the ability to follow them. Suddenly, Futian changed his path and walked towards the side. Qin Li's body was fully covered with a piece of dragon armor. Stepping on the snow, he continued the chase. The four people walked in the snow and climbed a huge rock, after which they arrived on a flat piece of land. In the distance, there was only a cliff, and it seemed likely that they had nowhere else to go. Futian finally stopped. Cold wind was blowing, and his white shirt was covered with snow. In the strong wind, he looked somewhat bleak. "Where can you run now?" Qin Li's eyes were filled with a terrifying red light. Just now, Futian forced him to kneel down with his rod, which was very humiliating. The murderous intent Qin Li had towards Futian at the moment surpassed everything else. His negative emotions were ignited totally, and he only wanted Futian to die. "Now, there should be no one else here to disturb us," Futian said with his back facing Qin Li. Qin Li's eyes sparkled. What did Futian mean? No one else will disturb us. In the first place, there were not many who could reach this place. Moreover, a battle had erupted below them, so there should indeed be no one else here. "Do you think this is a good place to bury your corpse?" Futian turned around slowly and stared at Qin Li. At this instant, his eyes seemed to contain a supreme trace of dignity. The blood in Futian's body started to roar and roll. A golden divine flame seemed to be burning in his blood. From his body, many brilliant traces of light spread out. Boom! Noble will charged into the air, and it even seemed to be slightly golden. At this moment, Futian had evolved. His blood, muscles, and fate were all becoming stronger at a remarkable pace. The spiritual qi around him formed a storm centered at him. Snow flew wildly in the sky. Even the snowflakes seemed to be covered in a sacred radiance. From his eyes, one could notice a faint golden light glittering. Qin Li looked at Futian's eyes and actually felt that he was inferior in front of Futian, that he needed to kneel down and pay homage to Futian. What's happening? Qin Li's face darkened quickly. Futian's might was rising rapidly, especially his will. It actually made him want to kneel down and surrender. How ridiculous this was. Who was Qin Li? He was the grandson of the king of Qin dynasty, the son of the crown prince. In the future, he would be able to succeed from his father the throne. He was born noble and extraordinary. How many people in the Eastern Barren Territory could make him kneel down and salute? How could a person who had entered the Eastern Barren Territory for merely 2 years make him develop such a feeling? It was not just Qin Li. The two beside him were both royal members and descendants of important people in Qin dynasty. Moreover, they were in the upper Arcana plane, which was way higher than Yi Futian's current level. The difference was almost an entire plane, which obviously could not be made up in any way. However, they also felt that they wanted to worship Yi Futian at the moment. Yi Futian stared at the three before him. The Emperor will was still burning and his body seemed to be boiling under this power. He became extremely burly as if he was an emperor who had come to the mortal world. Since Emperor will was formed in his body in Donghai City, this was the first time he activated it so thoroughly. In the past, he had used Emperor will to control various relics and occasionally help him in battles. However, apart from the time when this ability awakened, he had never released it so completely like this time. He also knew that it was difficult to close the gap between different planes. Qin Li was not part of his consideration, but the two people beside Qin Li were real upper Arcana plane cultivators. Both the Arcana plane and the Dharma plane were divided into 9 levels each. At the moment, Yi Futian was at the peak of Dharma plane, so the difference between him and upper Arcana plane was almost an entire plane. In the world of cultivation, this gap could never be closed. Therefore, Qin Li and the other two were extremely confident that they would certainly be able to kill Yi Futian if they could catch up with him. Precisely because of this, Yi Futian activated his powers at the moment. Emperor will in his body started to burn. He stared at Qin Li only with a murderous look. Who exactly are you? Qin Li tried to calm down from shock as he stared firmly at Yi Futian. He did not know what ability Yi Futian had used, but based on Yi Futian's change at the moment, he was certainly not just a cottage disciple. However, Qin Li had been to the Nandu nation. Yi Futian was from such a small nation in the 100 Lands, so why did he have such temperament? He was like a superior emperor. The person who will kill you. Yi Futian held the 5-element rod in his hand and his body was covered in an emperor armor. It actually looked more dazzling than the dragon armor Qin Li was wearing. Yi Futian's Guqin spirit appeared behind him. Nobody was playing the Guqin spirit, but music was coming out from it. The spiritual qi in the sky converged on the Guqin spirit and a trace of spiritual will circled around it. Yi Futian was controlling it with his mind. Meanwhile, the 5-element rod in his hand expanded as Emperor will gushed into it, making it seem as if it was on fire. The 5 colors on the rod turned into a brilliant emperor color. Yi Futian waved his arm and the entire sky changed its color. At this instant, Yi Futian recalled the battle in Donghai City and that special feeling appeared again. Activating the imperial tactics to its extreme, his every move made him look like an emperor. The difference was that in Donghai, another willpower was guiding and controlling him but at the moment, he was fighting himself. The 5-element rod smashed down from the sky and cracked the earth open. Qin Li froze at his spot. Even with noble ritual implements, they could not fight against that level of power. The two people beside Qin Li activated their powers fully. Wind whizzed around them and dragon howls could be heard in the sky. A golden dragon sword appeared in the hands of one person, while an ice scepter appeared in the hands of the other. They were both noble ritual implements. After all, their positions were extraordinary, they were both direct descendants of the royal family. 2 dragons charged towards the 5-element rod. At the same time, ice started to cover the rod. Bang! A violent explosion was heard. Even the ground itself seemed to have cracked. The dragons were crushed into pieces and Qin Li's face was bombarded with wildly flying snowflakes. Knowing that Yi Futian had purposely lured them here to kill him, Qin Li retreated quickly. He understood that he already could not participate in this battle. Dong! Suddenly, Yi Futian started to charge forward. He swung his rod and passed the 2 upper Arcana plane cultivators from the center. Having finally lured Qin Li here and found a chance to kill him, how could Yi Futian let Qin Li leave the place alive? The music from the dancing Guqin spirit seeped into the ears of the two continuously. The long rod in Yi Futian's hand turned into wood elemental and actually began to extend and curl, eventually grabbing Qin Li, who was trying to escape. "Come back." The rod retracted. "Save me," Qin Li roared. His voice echoed on Sky Mountain and spread outwards continuously. Feeling Yi Futian's intense murderous intent, he really felt a death threat. "Let him go," someone shouted. One of the cultivators behind Yi Futian charged forward like a dragon and struck his sword out. At this instant, Yi Futian felt as if there was a golden dragon which was piercing towards him with a sharp sword. The attack was incredibly powerful. Yi Futian flung Qin Li behind him to prevent him from escaping. In the meantime, he retracted the 5-element rod and gave another strike. His attack was executed smoothly and landed on the body of the golden dragon, breaking it into pieces. The music from the guqin continued to be released in the snow. It was very ear-piercing and sounded chaotic. Yi Futian had played the music using Emperor Will, and everyone hearing it wanted to submit to him. Yi Futian continued to move forward, swinging the 5-element rod in his hand again. Wind and clouds in the sky roared and snowflakes danced with the 5-element rod. Together, they turned into a monstrous vortex where all the natural forces converged. Yi Futian would frequently practice boxing when he was free. During his practice, he would activate the imperial tactics. With this, his every move would be filled with the rhythm of an emperor. Therefore, at the moment, he activated the imperial tactics and merged that rhythm into the 9 heavenly attacks. His rod struck out and even the sky seemed to be roaring. When the upper arcana plane cultivator before him felt the power of the attack, his face was only filled with shock and astonishment. With Yi Futian's willpower and the influence of his music, it felt as if Yi Futian was an invincible emperor. The pressure of his willpower brought much desperation to the cultivator. The Dharma of the Qin dynasty cultivators turned into a dragon which dashed out. He activated his sword and roared loudly, wanting to block the strike. The long rod covered the sky and the sun. It smashed down from above and even the sky seemed to be collapsing. Bang! An extremely loud noise erupted. The 5-element rod broke open all defenses and crushed everything in its path, hitting directly onto the body of the upper arcana plane cultivator. Without any suspense, the cultivator fell flat onto the ground and even his body was slightly deformed. His body trembled gently and blood gushed out continuously, coloring the white snow on the ground. His eyes were still open, but his heartbeat had already stopped. He could not die in peace. He was a descendant of the royal family of Qin dynasty. Furthermore, he was a talented upper arcana plane cultivator and was not far away from the noble plane. Once he became a noble, he would be a mainstay of the Qin dynasty and all-powerful in the future. However, he died on Sky Mountain. Seeing the scene, the faces of Qin Li and the other cultivator were filled with fear, especially Qin Li. Under the influence of the music, his spiritual energy was completely suppressed and his eyes were filled with horror. At first, he thought that Yi Futian would definitely die in his hands on Sky Mountain. It would be a piece of cake to kill Yi Futian. However, at the moment Yi Futian was like an emperor and he an ant. He did not even have the ability to fight back. Nobody would understand his despair. Seeing Yi Futian's look, Qin Li was no longer arrogant like he had always been. He could only feel that he was extremely petty and low. Chapter 350, Dancing Snow. Chapter 350, Dancing Snow. In the other battlefield, Qin Li's cry for help finally arrived. His voice echoed between the mountain walls. Everyone in the battle felt their hearts tremble fiercely. The cry for help actually came from Qin Li. 3 cultivators from Qin dynasty had gone to chase Yi Futian, 2 of which were in the upper arcana plane, and the last one was Qin Li. On the other hand, Yi Futian had not even entered the arcana plane. In any way that one could imagine, the outcome of this battle was blatantly obvious and it should end immediately. So why would the person asking for help be Qin Li? A while ago, Yi Futian was injured by Qin Li and the other 2, and he spat out a lot of blood. This was also the reason why he tried to escape. Qin Li had asked the others not to chase with him and only intercept Yi Futian's allies. "Let's go." The people from Donghua clan quickly retreated from the battlefield. Then, the members of Fuyun Sword clan also broke away and started to climb the mountain. Qin Li was the son of Qin Yu. In this alliance of various top forces, Qin Li was playing a very important role. If he was to die on Sky Mountain in the presence of the other forces, the people from these forces would not be able to give a sound explanation to the Qin dynasty. The disciples from the cottage, the college and Sword Saint Mountain did not continue the fight as well. They similarly advanced forward. Everyone was enduring a great amount of pressure. There was actually another battlefield on the mountain path in front. There, two cultivators from Royal Shen Temple were battling with a lady. They were the ones who were the last to arrive at the place. They met on their way, and for some reason, a battle erupted. The lady was Lulan Shui. Her level was lower than her opponents, but as she fought, a treasurable book was hovering over her head. When she released its power, her entire surrounding would be sealed with ice. With its incredible power, she managed to intercept the cultivators from Royal Shen Temple. Noticing many people coming towards them, they also stopped the battle. Lulan Shui glanced at her opponents, after which she started to climb the mountain. Her willpower was not that strong, but by relying on the power of the treasurable book she could still keep her mind clear from the corrosion. Near the cliff, Yi Futian also knew that Qin Li's loud shout would attract the attention of the people below. Why did he lure Qin Li and the other two here? Firstly, he wanted to cut off Qin Li's reinforcement so that he could kill Qin Li here. Secondly, he did not want others to see his status at the moment. It was, after all, too unique for him to have Emperor Will in his body. Emperor Yi Qing was a taboo, and the snow ape also fought to his death. So clearly he did not want to expose his secrets in front of everyone else. In addition, he could not maintain such a status for too long. Emperor Will had already been activated and his body could not withstand such a strong power. He was wildly burning his potential so that both his physical body and willpower could evolve to an extreme standard, allowing him to have incredible combat power at the moment. This was against the rules of cultivation, so naturally he had to pay a price. However, even though he knew that he had to pay a price, he still wanted to kill Qin Li. This was his determination. After killing an upper arcana plane cultivator, he walked toward Qin Li and the other cultivator. Spiritual qi whizzed in the air and converged around Yi Futian. The dancing snowflakes that filled the sky were exceptionally beautiful, but in the eyes of the Qin dynasty cultivator, they were only decorations for his funeral. The ability he had been cultivating was precisely ice elemental. He pointed his scepter at Yi Futian and an ice dragon appeared. At the same time, a frightening gust of frost swept out, trying to bury Yi Futian forever. Kill! Qin Li shouted loudly. On the ground, many sharp blades made from ice appeared and pierced towards Yi Futian. However, even he himself was not very confident. Yi Futian was showered in Emperor's light and his body was covered with a piece of sacred armor. After killing the other cultivator, his momentum did not decrease at all. Instead, he became even stronger. As he swung the 5-element rod, air currents around him raged. The rod destroyed everything in its path and the ice elemental abilities charging towards him were all crushed into ashes. Boom! Many deep noises were heard. As the 5-element rod swept forward, the many sharp blades were crushed one after another. Yi Futian was waving the rod with a special rhythm. Finally, his arm struck forward. His action seemed to be very slow, so slow that one could clearly see his every move, but within the slowness, there was also, ironically, swiftness, as if his strike contained a mysterious rule. This strike caused space itself to explode. Eventually, the 5-element rod hit the ice dragon. Accompanying many explosions, the ice dragon was quickly annihilated. The 5-element rod continued forward and struck towards the cultivator with the same momentum. Holding the scepter in his hand, the Qin dynasty cultivator shouted, "Ice Guardian!" The snowflakes dancing in the sky converged around him and his body turned into an everlasting dragon-shaped ice statue. The 5-element rod struck down. Without any suspense, the ice was crushed and the rod crashed on the cultivator's head. Blood danced in the air along with the snow. No! Qin Li's face was filled with intense fear as he raced towards the cliff. Yi Futian stared at Qin Li's back emotionlessly. He stepped across the corpse directly and walked towards Qin Li Dong. Qin Li stomped on the ground and ran towards the cliff. However, Yi Futian would obviously not give him the chance to escape. His body flashed forward like a bolt of lightning and he released an ice spell. A terrifying snowstorm raged before him, burying Qin Li's body. Shivering, Qin Li froze in his spot. Yi Futian jumped into the air and struck the 5-element rod down from above. "You can't kill me," Qin Li roared, releasing his Dharma and life spirit. A dragon shadow was released from his body and ascended into the air. He raised his arm covered in dragon armor before him in an attempt to block the attack. The 5-element rod fell down and a clear cracking sound was heard. Even though Qin Li's arm was protected by a ritual implement, it was still crushed directly. Qin Li was blown backward and spat up much blood. Lying on the ground, his face turned as pale as a sheet. Yi Futian continued to walk forward, spinning the rod in his hand. He looked at Qin Li as if he was only looking at a corpse. There was already no way that Qin Li was going to survive. "A while ago, I asked you if you would repent before you die." Yi Futian approached Qin Li step by step and said coldly, "That was not a joke. Let me go. If you kill me, my father will surely kill you at all costs. Even the cottage will not be able to save you," Qin Li said. "It seems like I was just wasting my time trying to talk to you." Yi Futian raised the rod and Qin Li's eyes were filled with desperation. Suddenly, wind whizzed over behind them. Yi Futian frowned and turned his head around when he saw a charming figure walking towards them on the snow. It was actually Chu Yao Yao. She bypassed the battlefield and did not participate in the battle there. Instead, she chose to come here. "Yao Yao, save me." Qin Li was already in total hopelessness at the moment. He did not even think about how Chu Yao Yao could save him. Yi Futian glanced at Chu Yao Yao and some murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Seeing Yi Futian's look, Chu Yao Yao could only feel some pain in her heart. After all, she was Qin Li's girlfriend. Yi Futian would only consider her as his enemy and would likely kill her. Chu Yao Yao stared at the stunningly handsome and brilliant figure in front of her. The genius of the Eastern Barren Territory, Qin Li, was now lying before him, and 2 powerful cultivators from Qin dynasty were both killed by him. But so what? This young man who was both talented and good-looking, who dared to kill Qin Li so casually, and whom she first fell in love with, only wanted her to die, because they stood on diagonally opposite sides. She was nominally Qin Li's girlfriend. Thinking about this, Chu Yao Yao lowered her head slightly, feeling depressed. In her mind, she recalled the lady who was also from Moon Clan, the lady who was brilliant and pure. She was somewhat envious. Why was she not the one who got to know him first? Raising her head, Chu Yao Yao gazed at Yi Futian with her charming eyes and said gently, "I like you." Snow was still falling down onto her exquisite face. Chu Yao's words, however, seemed to freeze the entire space. Yi Futian was stunned, and so was Qin Li. In any case, it was very inappropriate for Chu Yao Yao to say so at this time. It could even be considered as ridiculous and weird. However, she still chose to say it at such a time. Perhaps she knew that if she did not say it now, she would never have the chance to because the person whom she first fell in love with wanted to kill her. Spit. Qin Li spat out a mouthful of blood, and his chest rose and fell fiercely. He stared coldly at Chu Yao Yao as if she was from the deepest part of hell. "Bitch," he roared angrily at Chu Yao Yao. When he was in such a hopeless situation, when his fate was controlled by Yi Futian, his girlfriend told Yi Futian that she liked him. Nobody could imagine how much desperation and humiliation Qin Li had suffered today. In fact, even an ordinary person would not be able to take such humiliation, not to say Qin Li. After being stunned for a while, Yi Futian asked, "Are you scared that I'll kill you?" He felt that it was too absurd. The only possible explanation was that Chu Yao Yao saw the scene and feared that he would kill her. Chu Yao's heart felt as cold and freezing as the snow that filled the sky. She stared at Yi Futian and suddenly, she gave a self-mocking smile and said, "Is my love for you so petty?" She was the genius of the Moon Clan and also one of the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory. She met the person whom she liked for the first time and even told him that she liked him. However, Futian thought that she said so only to stay alive. How sad. You bitch. Qin Li trembled and stared firmly at Chu Yaoyao. Futian did not say anything else. He turned around and looked at Qin Li moving his arm. He raised the 5-element rod high in the air. Let me off. I will give that bitch to you for free. You can get whatever you want. Don't kill me. Qin Li stared at Futian in desperation. Who in the world would not be scared of death? The more arrogant one was, the more one would fear death. Qin Li was born extraordinary and superior, and glory awaited him in the future. How could he be willing to die? You have already been alive for too long. After Futian finished speaking, he struck the 5-element rod down. Following a soft sound, Qin Li's body trembled. He was still opening his eyes and staring firmly at Futian. Blood flew down from his head and colored the white snow on the ground, but it was soon buried by snow again. Finally, Qin Li's head dropped to the ground and he lied there quietly. Never had he expected himself to die just like this. The snow on Sky Mountain was indeed cold. Chu Yaoyao looked at the scene calmly and was not shocked at all. She still stared at the standing young man. He was standing proudly in the dancing snow. His shirt was as white as snow and he was showered in emperor's light. Needless to say, he looked elegant and unparalleled. Even time seemed to freeze. There, a handsome young man and a beautiful lady stood in the boundless snow. Chapter 351, Intensification. Chapter 351, Intensification. In the dancing snow, Chu Yaoyao stared at the man in front of her with her charming eyes. She did not even know when she started to like him. Perhaps because of Hua Jiyu she started to pay attention to her boyfriend Futian. During the conferment ceremony of the crown prince in Qin dynasty, Chu Yaoyao saw him for the first time. She saw the new disciple of the cottage, the young man who said these arrogant words in the ancient barren world and fought Chen Shanmu head-on with music. Notwithstanding, she only discovered her love for him on Turtle Mountain. In the illusion, the person that appeared in her mind was actually Futian. She only realized at that moment that she really liked him. In her most beautiful age, she fell in love with a person whom she should not. Her love was thus destined to end in failure. She also did not know why she would say those 3 words today. Perhaps it was because she saw his murderous intent, or because she knew it was her only chance to say those words in front of him. Futian similarly looked at Chu Yaoyao. Although he did not really like the lady before him, he still had to admit Chu Yaoyoro's beauty. After all, she was one of the top 3 beauties. Snow was falling slowly onto her face and her lovingly pathetic expression was sufficient to melt the heart of any. However, in any case, he still could not like her, because the two of them had so little contact in the first place, and furthermore she had done some bad things to Jiyu before. Moreover, she was Qin Li's girlfriend. Grasping the 5-element rod firmly in his hand, Futian felt a wave of fatigue surging inside him. He knew that the potential he had was running out. If he did not kill Chu Yaoyao now, he would no longer have the chance to. He lifted the rod gradually. Seeing his action, some pain flashed across Chu Yaoyoro's eyes. She gave a miserable smile and only stared at Futian. Then, she closed her eyes. I'm really so petty. Futian had lifted the 5-element rod, but when he saw the heart-shattering look, he hesitated. Some footsteps could be heard in the distance. Futian glanced there, after which he looked at Chu Yaoyao. Forget everything, Futian said softly. Then, he sat on the ground and retreated his might slowly. The strikingly dazzling emperor's light dissipated. Futian felt an endless amount of tiredness gushing towards him and really wanted to sleep on the spot. Emperor will, which was way beyond what he could handle, had been wildly exhausting his potential. It allowed him to cross the enormous gap between different planes and possess a stunning level of combat power, but after the battle, any person could kill him. It was a risk for him to kill Qin Li, but he still did so. The damage Qin Li had brought to the Liu kingdom, Liu Chunyu, and Yi Wuchen were enough for Yi Futian to kill him 1,000 times over. It would be much more difficult to kill Qin Li after leaving Sky Mountain. Hence, Yi Futian did not hesitate at all. Chu Yaoyao opened her eyes and looked at the man sitting on the ground. She could not describe her feelings at the moment. Tweet. In the distance, wind and snow whizzed in the air as a black figure charged over. It was the demon black-winged condor whose eyes were completely red at the moment. Flapping its wings wildly, it approached Yi Futian. Then, it turned around and looked at Chu Yaoyao in vigilance, emitting an ear-piercing noise at her. Yi Futian had called the black-winged condor here with his spiritual will, as they were connected through their wills. At the instant when he killed Qin Li, he knew that he would suffer a severe after-effect. Thus, when he made his attack, he asked the black-winged condor to rush here. That was why the black-winged condor arrived before everyone else. In the snowstorm, many people arrived one after another, including the people from Donghua Clan, Fuyun Sword Clan, Sword Saint Mountain, the College, and Royal Xian Temple. Lulan Shui, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, and Beitang Xing'e were here as well. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were all utterly stunned. There were 5 people in front of them. 1 was standing, 1 was sitting, and 3 were lying on the ground, breathless. Clearly, the last 3 had already died. The people who were lying on the ground were actually Qin Li and the 2 upper arcana plane cultivators from Qin dynasty. The people from Donghua Clan and Fuyun Sword Clan could all feel their hearts twitch instantly as their faces turned pale. After all, they were allied with the Qin dynasty. It was obvious how they would feel after seeing Qin Li dead in front of them. The genius of Qin dynasty, the son of the crown prince, the person who would very likely be the future crown prince, died on Sky Mountain. This was definitely the most severe thing that had happened on Sky Mountain so far. Nobody knew the consequences this would bring. However, how did Yi Futian manage to do this? They stared at the man sitting on the snow-covered ground. At the moment, Yi Futian's face was somewhat pale, as if he was very exhausted. Clearly, he had lost the ability to battle, but no injuries could be seen on his body. How did he kill Qin Li? If Qin Li was the only person here, they would easily accept the outcome. After all, Yi Futian's combat abilities were extremely strong. However, apart from Qin Li, there were still 2 upper arcana plane cultivators from Qin dynasty beside him. Of course, this was not the right time for them to investigate how Yi Futian killed Qin Li. No. Behind them, another person arrived. It was the princess of Qin dynasty, Qin Mengruo. Another member of the top 3 beauties appeared in this snow-filled world. Qin Mengruo walked forward. She looked at the 3 corpses, and then at Yi Futian and Chu Yaoyao, after which she asked coldly, "Why didn't you kill him?" She was clearly saying this to Chu Yaoyao. At the moment, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, and the rest had already approached Yi Futian and were standing in front of him, blocking him from the rest. However, many people saw that Chu Yaoyao and Yi Futian were the only 2 here at first. Yi Futian had already lost his ability to fight, so why did Chu Yaoyao not kill Yi Futian? Chu Yaoyao did not reply. How could she answer this question? In fact, Yi Futian was the one who did not kill her. Do you want to keep watching? Qin Mengruo looked at the crowd and said, "Kill him." At the moment, everyone's eyes were filled with a faint red light and many violent, bloodthirsty thoughts were racing through their minds. They had been more or less influenced by the environment. Hearing Qin Mengruo's words, everyone released their auras instantly. Qin Li was killed by Yi Futian, so a full-on war was probably inevitable. Nobody could stay safe in this situation. Qin Li died before them. How could they still stay neutral and not assault Yi Futian? In that case, Qin Yu would certainly not let them off. Nobody knew how furious Qin Yu would be after knowing Qin Li's death. After all, everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory knew that Qin Yu had been training Qin Li as his successor. He had asked Qin Li to do many things on his behalf. Therefore, at this instant, many cultivators charged towards Yi Futian. Although the powers of the 2 parties present were similar, it was much more difficult to protect a person than just to battle. Yi Futian had lost his ability to fight, so even a spell would be able to kill him. Therefore, it was not very difficult to kill Yi Futian. The people from the college, Sword Saint Mountain, and the rest all guarded in front of Yi Futian, and spiritual chi around them started to rage. Soon, another battle erupted. Furthermore, everyone chose the opponent they had been fighting a while ago. A blade of light flew over and charged towards Yi Futian directly. Yi Wuchen ran out and his sword chi turned into a storm, blocking the incoming strike. Chi Ao seemed to be expecting Yi Wuchen's aid in the first place. His wrist trembled and sword rain filled the sky, engulfing Yi Wuchen totally. Yi Wuchen similarly built a sword curtain that was impenetrable. Chi Ao stared coldly at his opponent. He waved his sword smoothly but did not strike forward. Instead, he only swung his sword in situ. Every swing would leave a trace on the space. Soon, in the sword storm, countless blades of light appeared. It was an extremely powerful attack, Iado cut. The sword curtain that Yi Wuchen had built was cut apart continuously as the blooming Iado cut filled the entire sky. Some cruelness flashed across Chi Ao's red eyes. When Yi Wuchen's defense was shattered, he would be torn into pieces by the blades of light. In the sword curtain, Yi Wuchen looked in front of him. An endless amount of sword will was flowing on his body as if he was a sword himself. He cultivated the sword body, so it was natural. Thug. A soft sound was heard. Yi Wuchen actually gave up his defense and turned into a beam of light. Passing through the incoming attacks, he charged towards Chi Ao directly. How stupid. Chi Ao's look was extremely cold. Suddenly, a terrifying sword will was released from Yi Wuchen's eyes. As he released the Heavenly Eyes sword technique, a sword appeared and enlarged in Chi Ao's vision. Chi Ao closed his eyes directly, but his body and action did not stop. He continued to release Iado cut which charged towards Yi Wuchen like a net. In his mind, he saw Yi Wuchen coming directly for him. He knew that it was an illusion caused by the Heavenly Eyes sword technique. Did Yi Wuchen really dare to charge towards him like this? That would be committing suicide. The outcome of a duel between two swordsmen only depended on a single thought. Yi Wuchen arrived and charged into the net of swords. He recalled the scene when he was cultivating on Turtle Mountain. He struck his sword forward as if the attack was the only thing left in the world. Even he himself seemed to have turned into a sword. As he opened up a gap between the net of swords in front of him, constant soft sounds were heard, many swords penetrated through his body, but Yi Wuchen did not seem to have felt anything. He passed through the net directly and a lightning flashed out from his forehead. At this instant, Chi Ao saw in his mind a sword approaching him continuously. He suddenly had an ominous feeling. Then, his expression changed drastically and he opened his eyes. In the next moment, a silver bolt of lightning passed through him directly, along with some blood. Chi Ao's forehead was penetrated. He widened his eyes and stared firmly at Yi Wuchen, after which he fell onto the ground. Yi Wuchen turned around. Dragging himself, he walked towards Yi Futian step by step. With every step that he took, blood would flow down his body, coloring the snow on the ground. There were still many cuts on his body at the moment. Finally, he came beside Yi Futian, after which he sat down with much difficulty. The two sat together and looked at each other. They both smiled. "Thanks," Yi Wuchen said. Yi Futian naturally knew what he was referring to, Qin Li's death. Yi Wuchen was supposed to take the revenge himself, but Yi Futian did it for him. He killed Qin Li on Sky Mountain. "We're brothers." Yi Futian smiled friendly but his voice was somewhat weak. Smiling, Yi Wuchen nodded and looked at the battle in front of them. The strong wind was still blowing and the snow raging in the sky. On Sky Mountain, it seemed that the heavy snow would never stop. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,